Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. I have news for you once again. It's fucking hot. It's really hot again. It's 85 degrees again today and it's humid as shit. Good news. I brought in the fans. I have two fans pointed at me throughout the stream today that I can adjust at any point as needed. And I think that might be the only thing that's keeping me sane out here, my lads. Let me tell you what, because it is, it's toasty. It is a really, excuse you, really fucking toasty out there, my boys. Good news, I'm inside now. I'm safe. I no longer have to battle against the sun. I think there's honestly a very solid chance that I got a sunburn today as well. But that's not the point. That's not the point. I'm happy to be here, my lads. Leon, another day, another first in chat. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, brother. Holy shit, took Pub out and mobile's like 3 minutes behind. I wonder why. Like, maybe little baby stutters type shit? That's really interesting. I wonder why mobile would be so far behind. It could also be browser based. Brain Box, what up, my goats, my lurkers out there as well. I hope y'all are having absolutely splendid Wednesdays. What patch is tomorrow? So, hopefully, we get the second patch that they've been advertising this week. Or, I say been advertising. Firesword, thank you for the follow, dude. Much love. Welcome in. I say advertising. Basically, when they posted the update about this patch coming in, the one that we got yesterday, they did say that there would be another patch later on in the week as well. That would be another quality of life and bug fix patch. So as far as we know, we can still plan on that other patch coming in throughout this week, hoping that it's, you know, Thursday and not Friday, because if they drop a patch on a Friday, then it is quite likely that that patch is going to go through the weekend without any troubleshooting after the fact. Hopefully, we don't need any troubleshooting associated with the patch, but patches can very easily go south very quickly. So I'm hoping that they're able to get the patch in nice and peachy. Hoping by tomorrow. We don't know exactly what it's going to bring. They basically just said that it would be another quality of life and bug fix patch coming in this week to follow up on the patch that we got that fixed the doopies. So, hopefully, that patch is a fucking banger. Because honestly, if they can get us a good quality of life and everything, if we can get some bug fixes for some builds that are... Wait, what the fuck? My spells didn't want to go off. Anyways... If we can get some quality of life fixes, if we can get mostly like broken builds tuned down if they're OP, tuned up if they're actually like bad broken, I think that's gonna be a large enough start for everything. But they definitely need to get the ball rolling on the balance thing. I know a lot of people are kind of hitting the point where they're growing a little bit frustrated that the outlier builds have remained outliers for so long, which like is what it is. Personally, I think they have larger issues than small instances of balance, but I do hope that we see the, you know, the outlying balance issues fixed over the course of the next couple of days. Just things that are clearly broken, like B Fury main hand, B Trinket. I'm sure there are some things on other class builds that just aren't functioning properly at this point. There's a good amount. Loot table stuff. Still plenty of loot table issues when you're looking at getting higher quality items from name mobs throughout the world, especially those you can only kill once. Continuity issues when you're looking at, you know, getting the upgrades for your high quality weapons. Whole lot of issues. Also, Nivy, what up, dude? Finally caught all the sparkling companions. All of them? How many hours did it take? And how many total companions is that? Because I feel like that's a fucking grind, my brother. Jesus Christ. People out here say, I grind. Look at that. I have nowhere near 100% of anything. I don't even have my full bis armor set. I haven't even run all of my map objectives yet. because I'm focusing on one thing at a time. Pokemon Master, actual and catch 'em, dog. I'm not gonna lie, that shit's fucking crazy. So, where do you stand with mounts as well? Because if you're going that crazy on mounts too, then I feel like the collection game may actually be a little bit shorter than I thought. That's crazy though. So I'm assuming if you also have the shinies, then you have the non-shinies as well, which would mean that you have every companion. Are there any companions that come from like bosses or like super low drop rates, or are they all just like out and about in the world? Because I feel like all of them are just, you know, bring a net out, catch the companion type shit, right? Pumpkins around, we'll be fighting some French people. Yeah, pumpkins are a little bit cooked as well, so it's slightly unfortunate there. But yeah, just many things. Volcano, crab, cheese, ratsar. And you get shinies off of those too? God damn. Brother, that is an actual fucking committed grind. Holy shit. It's kind of impressive. Getting every companion is 50 plus companions. There's 7 you can catch that aren't given to you. They all took me 1 hour-ish to get, except one of them, which took me 12 hours. God damn. So even there, you're looking at 50 to 60 hours in the loop to get those bad boys. Das Bongiorno, brother. I hope you're having an absolutely splendid day. I have 19 mounts, missing 3. And I have 26 gliders. Nerd! Everybody point and laugh at the nerd! No, dude, that's fucking sick. That's so sick. I'm happy for you. I will be on that chase once I feel like my gear has ascended all man. But I just have so many hours of grind to get to that point first. Fuck, I'm kind of like, I'm jealous a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Got the backglider from Cheese Moon guy today? Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, that's a W. I feel like backglider and then skunk mount might be where we end up. But some people do fuck with the dragon gliders as well. Everyone has red Lego bug, white skunk, and open world skunk mount. I got Legos to trade for. Isn't the red one the one from this? Which one's the red one? That's purple and blue, I think. What's the red one come from? Red one's Lady B. Ah, okay, yeah, get fucked. You have it? Yeah, I probably have extras. Bro, you don't understand how many B bosses I've done. Fuck you. You'll be happy to know though. You'll be happy to know. All of my extra mounts and stuff get saved up, and then I'm gonna just do like marbles races for them. I'm gonna probably do the first round this weekend so we can get some people hype about it, especially if the patch is good. So I basically farm stuff up and then just hold it to give away to chat. So, do you have an extra red? I'll check when I go up. I might. I don't need anything for trade. Honestly, I would prefer nothing for trade. I don't want to, like, take anything in, because if I'm being honest, like, it makes me feel bad about my own progression if I don't earn it. So, it's red from Lady B. Yeah, red's from Lady B. Where do we get the Niflilian mounts? That word sounds so fucking made up. Niflilian mounts. Can I gently ask to show the skill tree talents? Oh my god, so fucking demanding. Jesus Christ. God, so demanding in this place. How dare you kindly ask what the fuck is wrong with you and saying thank you? You're an animal. You're a fucking animal. So basically, this is all about doing as much sunlight damage as you possibly can and having all of the ticks of sunlight constantly going out. So sunlight damage increased by 25%. Crit chance increased by 20%, and then when it crits, 50% of the damage is dealt over 6 seconds as a burn. And then anytime your sunlight goes off, it empowers you for 6 seconds. So you want to try to cycle a sunlight every 6 seconds and just, you know, get a combo off every 6 seconds to keep that buff up. Then every single one of your attacks will do more damage. Sunlight procs reduce the cooldown of your weapon skills by a second and heals you for 50% of the damage dealt. So very, very, very solid. Fervor over here, just 4% flat fervor. If you feel like you want more crit on your attacks, like you're running a fizz-based build, you can do this. You'd probably just have to drop like the sunlight side of it in favor of more attack damage. I really prefer the sunlight side. And then in terms of these, nothing really matters down here if I'm being honest. Sun Halo's the most optimal but it's just a little bit of splash that you have to invest more points in. So I feel like there's more value just down this side of the tree. So this is what I've been running so far. Keep in mind, this is with Amon Ram as well as B Fury in my Arsenal slot, and then I have Crab Shield main hand. I did have a Dominion, and I tested the build with a Dominion. Unfortunately, I'm an idiot and salvaged the Dominion. I will say I like Crab Shield more than Dominion anyways, just personal preference. They are both absolutely phenomenal shields. Can't go wrong with either one. I think the self-healing of Crab Shield, the AoE of Crab Shield really just puts it in a league of its own, where Dominion has, you know, big burst of damage every 15 seconds. If you have your armor buff up every time and you get the crit. Crab Shield's just super consistent utility and value everywhere. Plus some solid damage as well. So, yeah, of course. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I'm more than happy to yap about it. I'll be throwing together a build guide here as well for the builds that I do play. I just want to make sure that this patch that comes in right now, or later this week, isn't going to cook this build, because I do have a few other builds that I really like, I want to run, but they're bugged, so I can't really get the most value out of running them at this point. So I want to go B Fury main hand, and then Crab Shield, and then Pocket Hive in my arsenal, which is partly, well, honestly, mostly why I'm farming Queen Bee. Other than Pocket Hive, I don't really have much of a reason to be in here. I already found Lego Wing Sabers yesterday, so I don't need Wing Sabers or anything like that if I decide to make a mage at any point. So I'm trying to find my Lego Pocket Hive and hope the odds are in my favor here, but more or less just super solid build this one is. Once the B build gets fixed, I do think the B build's actually going to be really fucking fun to play, because it's going to be a summoner-esque build. It's going to be dependent on proc chance, but it's dependent on you taking or doing damage, and it's all instances of damage. So the more things you hit and the more instances of damage you do, the better you are. And as you can see, we do a lot of just general instances of damage, which is pretty fucking great. So, yo, I'm going to say that wrong. Holy shit, that immediately fucked with my brain. Daytella? Is it like Nutella? But like, Day-Day? I appreciate you coming in. Is it easy to find other players to play with? Yeah, I mean, realistically, I will say I usually hate game Discord servers because I think they're typically cesspools. This one is not the worst. The FAREVER Discord itself is really not bad, and one thing that I will say is there are always people in the FAREVER official Discord that are just making channels and hanging out in there. So I do applaud that a little bit. The community does seem quite welcoming there. We do also have our community Discord. You can hop in there doing !guild. We also have a lot of players in our guild that are casually kicking around while we wait for more guild systems to form up and more actual multiplayer incentivization to be in. We're all just kind of like lurking around, waiting for everything to shape up. So there are a good amount of players to play with. You are on a world instance or a layer of about 20-ish people at any point in time as well. And you can always post in global chat, Discords, any of that. And then once you have people to play with, it gets kind of nice as well. But even right here, I'm at the start of an instance. I see this person. I could invite this person if I really wanted to. They're using a Pocket Hive, so they're dead to me, because that's what I'm here to farm. If they're here to farm the same goddamn thing in Legendary, 07 can't help you, soldier. This looks fun to play and really tanky. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the premise of the build, if I'm being honest. There are warrior builds that will out DPS this by quite some amount, even without the, the exploits being in. Warriors, just phenomenal boss damage. But I do thoroughly believe that this is one of the coziest builds in the entire game to play. Priest does also have another strong build with Ram Spear. Basically you run Amon Ram in your main hand, as I am now, with either Crab Shield or Dominion, and then you get Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick, and then that becomes your arsenal. And then you just have the, you have the buffs coming up and the shield coming up all the time on crits while you're running Ratsy's Toothpick, because while you're at maximum stacks of the passive, any crits shield you for 30% of the damage that you've done. So with how frequently I'm critting, instead of having more damage and some more utility coming in from B Sword, I could instead have any of my crits giving me a stacking shield that just doesn't wear off, and I would effectively be pretty invulnerable to most things. Yo, Mikey, what up, dog? They're food buffs, push buffs and crafting? Yes. Me, I'm lazy as fuck. I have all of my crafting leveled, And even still, like, I have scrolls in my inventory that increase my main stat. Unless chat says something about it, I just start clearing. None of the content is really, how do I say this? Like, incredibly difficult right now, especially once you have a functioning build. You know the mechanics of the fight, you have some gear. I'm not even fully best in slot, fully upgraded, fully, you know, fully meta build. People look at this build and be like, oh, why aren't you running Ram Spear instead? This isn't even a lot of people's first choice for build. I just like this build a lot, and this is honestly my side burner build while I wait for my build to get fixed. So, all things considered, like, the crafting is very, very, very important. You can enchant pieces of gear. There are also, like, armor augments that you can make through the different forms of crafting. Blacksmithing has an armor plate that you can put on your chest, and those will have different recipes that drop throughout the world, so you can get different stats on the armor plate. You can enchant your boots, hands, and weapon. And then there's also a cloak-like thread that you can make through outfitting. Outfitting also makes bags. Jewel crafting cuts gems that you can put in your jewelry. Let's see. Cook, obviously cooking buffs. Blacksmithing is the armor plates for your chest. Outfitter is the thread for your cloak and bags. Alchemy is trinkets and consumables. So like pots and shit. And then you have jeweler, which is creating gems and shit, and then enchanter, enchantment. So literally everything is useful. Everything is also incredibly easy to level, if I'm being honest. It is not the most grindy trade skill system where you're going to be leveling it for 3 weeks of game time. You'll go in, and I can actually show you because my cooking here. So this isn't craftable yet because pumpkins aren't in the game, so we can't make pumpkin pie. Hopefully fixed soon. But you'll see that this has a green arrow beside it. Green arrow means when you craft this, you earn a job level, you go up a level. No arrow, no job level. Arrow, instant job level. So, you just go in and you craft one thing that has the green arrow on it, and then you level. So, any recommended weapons to level for 20 for free, 7 difficulty, and BD boss? Do you feel like you're having issues with AoE or single target? I think that's the biggest thing. I started out running clams in my main hand, and then filling my arsenal with other slots, and I definitely felt like clams did not do the best single target damage when bosses started moving a lot. What level are you at right now? So we know kind of like what you have access to. Are you at the point where you have a lot of dungeons unlocked or not? 15? Oh, okay. You could theoretically, just for leveling purposes, you could go over and clear out any objectives that you haven't in this hive area, and then do Lady Bee on normal. Lady Bee is the boss at the top of Hive Tree's canopy. She can drop Bee Fury, which is the weapon that I use in my arsenal, but I also have a build where I put this in my main hand and then a pocket hive in my arsenal. So you can get both of these weapons from Lady Bee if you are grinding it out. Other than that, you can also run, oh god, if you can get a Gorgon Ratsey's toothpick, you could run that. If you get, honestly, Gorgon Ratsey's is a lot of people's #1 choice. Glory Crab Shield with toothpick arsenal did me good for a hot minute. Yeah, that's the thing. Most things are very valid. Very valid. I think it's just about having the main hand and the arsenal fully leveled up. So when you get new weapons, you'll definitely want to kill some mobs and level those bad boys up. But when I leveled, I basically ran Bee Fury with Crab Shield. So Crab Shield you can get from Crab Ganchu and normal. A level 8 Crab Shield will carry you up to level 20. It's just about the abilities more than the stats on the shield. So get a Crab Shield, get a Bee Fury, and then slap anything else that you want to in your arsenal slot. Something that maybe does some, you know, a big damage ability, or maybe brings in some healing for you. And even just having this, if you're struggling with single target damage, make sure that you're putting Hive Sunder up before you use your Judgment. That takes away 40% of the mob's magic resistance. And then when you're using your Judgment, make sure that you have at least this red one, and then one of your other yellow ones active. Ideally all 3, but your red one you get just from completing a weapon attack like that. So the yellow ones, this one comes from heals. Sorry, like weapon skill. So you use any weapon skill, yellow one comes up. Motherfucker. That one, that's it. Use any weapon skill, this one comes up. And then off this one, it's your arsenal weapon skill. So basically, you can get all three of those up. Try to shotgun those every single time. Worst case scenario, you just rock with two of them, but always try to get a weapon combo off before you're judging. Other than that, we get pretty tanky later on too. With armor, don't sleep on armor. Just try to find pieces that are like vitality and faith. That's our best scaler for our weapons early on. And then you'll probably be chilling. That's what a lot of people get caught up on, is armor as well. Everybody freaks out about weapons. But I use level 13 weapons all the way up through level 20 and had 0 difficulty whatsoever. It's all just getting armor pieces, and then your gameplay is so much smoother. Hold on, I'm gonna put a fan. It's hot. It's toasty as a motherfucker in here. Okay, that'll help. Now I'm getting like blasted by double fans. Oh, this is actually S tier. Oh, sweet respite. Sweet respite. Playing Rogue at the moment. I just fun on every encounter with my daggers. I want to chill. Bro, honestly, like, Rogue does have builds that are very self-sustaining, but I don't really think that many things are going to be as safe and self-sustaining as a priest build that also has abilities that are entirely built around self-sustain, has weapons that are built around self-sustain. It's, like, this is a silly build, to put it very bluntly. It's very, very, very synergistic, very strong, very consistent, and honestly probably does too much damage for what it actually is. Stop, good day, my boy. The bees, we must control the bees. We must conquer the bees. When you just base shield and never have to worry about anything. That is true. That is true. Honestly, I could play Spear, and it'd be even tankier than this. Granted, I don't really know how you get much tankier than that which can't die. But I could technically be tankier if I ran Spear with it. I do just feel like the constant damage coming out from Bee Fury is a nice additive, and stripping 40% of magic resistance on a mob for 10 seconds is fucking insane. Because I just pop that and then do all of my damage in that 10-second burst, and then everything dies. And other than that, I'm just building, trying to bait out mob abilities, trying to get my combo up. It's a pretty wonderful existence, if I do say so myself, man. People are, for whatever reason, still freaking out about Warrior because they just hit hard. I've seen some solid mage builds coming out. Some, unfortunately, that have revolved around not ethical shit. Some that are indeed still ethical and functioning properly, that are just strong builds. I feel like with Rogue, there is still potential for sustain builds. It's just, it's less brain dead than this, because this is just peak, like, cozy, comfy, smack the shit out of everything. I am not really scared of any boss mechanics whatsoever. I just kind of sit here and face tank. I wait for a crit. I insta-cast my one. It refreshes. I cast it again. I use weapon ability during my combo to try to force crit. If I somehow fuck up and don't force crit or just get terrible RNG, then I wait for it to come off coolly. It's just a good-ass build, man. Can Rogue use Cheese Moon? Yeah. Cheese is actually one of the more popular ones for Rogue right now. There is... It's Cheese, and what are they running in their secondary? Is it Cheese and then Spear? In the arsenal? I feel like it's Cheese and Spear in the arsenal, if I'm not tripping. Should you enchantment or upgrade your weapon before level 20? I would not enchant a weapon before level 20, and I would be conservative with your upgrade materials before you hit level 20, because right now upgrade materials are kind of buggy. Not buggy, but you can only get the blue materials through your first time killing world bosses or like named mobs in the open world, which you only get loot from once right now. That is subject to change, and I would honestly say likely to change with a future patch coming in, hopefully a soon one. But as of right now, part of the reason why my weapon isn't upgraded here for my Bee Fury and I'm farming for my second legendary instead is because I'm gonna have to go back and make an alt and then go around and kill things in the open world so that way I can actually afford to upgrade my weapons with the blue shards that I need. And then don't even get me started on the purple shard grind right now, because the purple shard grind is even worse than making an alt and playing the game. The purple shard grind is making 36 alts and running them out to one area, talking to one singular NPC that gives you a quest that's not repeatable, and then you can finally upgrade your legendaries. So I would TLDR save a lot of your upgrade materials for now. They do get a little bit finite, or you could have just duped. Okay, my dick is small, but not that small. Like, some of us have some sliver of integrity left in this fucking house. Not all of us. Not all of us. Bro, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I also love how in every single early access or in development multiplayer game that I go into, there's always the community that is duping like crazy, and they're like, or they're abusing exploits like crazy, and they're like, well, the game needs people like me, because without me exploiting and duping and showing everybody how to do it, well, how are they gonna know how to fix the dupe? And then when they're countered with, okay, but you don't need to keep taking advantage of the dupe for your own personal gain once you figure it out, they really don't have any answer to that whatsoever as to how that benefits the developers that they're trying to pretend they're benefiting through finding these exploits. Finding, reporting, and not taking advantage of, fucking phenomenal. But if you find something, report it up, and then take advantage of it, then you're still facilitating more problems, because then any balancing around their economic data, around drop rates, around time to completion, around kill rate for mobs, around which mobs are dangerous, which mobs aren't, what builds are functioning and which aren't, you're impacting all of those things. Drops that are supposed to be rare and finite become no longer rare and finite. So maybe they decide they need to nerf the drop rate on mounts because too many mounts exist within the world. So then people that are coming in that don't have their mounts yet are like, oh, what the fuck? I can't get these in the first place. And then it's a power vacuum where the people that took advantage get the advantage. I've been there too many times. I've been there too many times. And it's weird how in like every game that I play, I have to remind people that just because there is a bug doesn't mean we need to take advantage of the bug. If somebody drops their wallet, it doesn't mean that you have to take the money out of it because it's free money. You can just find the person and give back their wallet without taking the money out of it. And you finding something and fixing it, or even passing it up to the people who can fix it, is beneficial. You finding the wallet, stealing the money, stealing the person's credit cards, and then ordering shit with the credit cards and spending all the money is quite literally creating another problem. And just because the situation is there doesn't mean we need to take advantage of it. It's almost like, I don't know, video game Nina Lynn, where there's just no self-control. There's no ability to just be a normal human being and not take advantage of something because it's laid out in front of you on a silver platter. I would not want to party with y'all. I'm gonna be real. Nobody that is taking advantage of exploits in this game will ever be welcome to sleep in an Airbnb with me. I'm gonna keep that straightforward right now, bro. I'd have to sleep with one eye open type shit. Take a queen bee is the only boss worth farming? Oh god, no. There are so many. I'm just trying to target farm a very specific thing that only drops from queen bee. So the past few days I was doing lady bee instead of queen bee, so that way I could try to get my legendary bee fury. And I did end up getting my legendary bee fury. So now, instead of the bee fury, I am trying to target the pocket hive, which is like the big two-hand mace that drops from here. So I have moved on to bigger and better things, but the bosses that are worth farming and the dungeons that are worth farming, it all depends on what you're trying to isolate for drops and what loot you're trying to get, if I'm being real. I could be farming up Ratsar to get a Gorgon Ratsie's toothpick. I could be farming up Chuck Munster. Is it Chuck Munster? Munster Chuck? To try to get a legendary Amon Ram. It just kind of depends on what you're going after. There are even some places that you'll just clear over and over again for a, you know, an armor standpoint. But I'm kind of just fully in on trying to get my pocket hive with the hope that my goddamn B build is fixed soon, because it's not right now. Chuck is fine or Dirty Rat Bitch? Chuck is Dirty Rat Bitch. Ratsar is the one that's chill. But Monster Chuck is a fucking asshole. Hello, noob! Hope you're doing well, brother. What are you getting up to today? Also, Leon, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Fun the bug where I can get 60% CDR on all my skills forever. Reported it. Saw some other mages who found it, also promoting it in Discord. What do we mean, like, promoting it? Like, telling other people, hey, you should definitely play this? Because that's fucking cooked. You focus on crit on the build? A mix of crit and fervor, honestly. We generate enough penetration from having 40% magic resist strip on Hive Sunder that we don't really need to stack magic pen. So we can not really, you know, we can afford to not freak out about magic pen or anything like that, and then to stack actual, you know, additive damage measures. I really like fervor because of the, like, just the roundabout structure of fervor. It increases damage, healing, shielding, all of those things I'm constantly doing, and it's like a triple dip for the effectiveness of my judgment, which heals me, damages, and shields. So, for me, I actually really like fervor, but it is also important to have a good mix of crit. You want your abilities to be capable of critting in the first place. If they are not, then you're gonna kind of be down bad, and crits are very impactful. The thing about Amon Ram is that you can force crit for 3 attacks by using a weapon ability. So, if you use the weapon ability in the middle of your combo, it can be very, 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 very easy. Yo, what up, Pen? Hope you're having a good day, dog. It can be very easy to maintain a shitload of crits all the time and just spam your one. It's all just a matter of making sure that you're chaining the crits at the end of your finishers. It's a little bit weird on fights like this where things can kind of go in the air sometimes, but make them aware of the exploit without telling them exactly how by giving hints. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. So people are like, I know something you don't know with a build, trying to sound cool, but it's just them using an exploit that they're trying to sound edgy because of. Nah, bro, okay, maybe I take back what I said about this Discord not being that bad. That's cringe as fuck. That's cringe as shit. Yeah, this is partly why I don't like Discordians, man, I'm not gonna lie. Discords are scary, scary, scary cesspools of places, I will say. Min Moin, I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you getting up to? Pretty much every game's Discord. Well, I thought this one was gonna be maybe a little different. Turns out they are not different in any way, shape, or form. I would, sometimes when I would peep it for patch notes, I would see a lot of people just chilling in the VC rooms. And I was like, oh, that must be wholesome as shit. Turns out it's probably just a bunch of people arguing. Read some of them each day, and I think I contract diseases with the nasty shit they say. Bro. I don't really understand it either. When people start to go at people because they're playing a build that other people don't like, it's fucking wild, man. And now that meters exist, everybody is immediately just going to say, well, I thoroughly tested it on a damage meter. But they didn't. They didn't replicate situations and actually get reps in on bosses in multiple scenarios to test the throughput of it over the course of entire boss fights on every boss in the game. They haven't actually tested everything as thoroughly as they say they do. Nobody has. Everybody just bullshits as soon as damage meters come out, because then they can say, oh, well, I damage metered it and this said it was higher whenever they talk about their build, instead of doing a very simple thing, which I explained this yesterday when people were getting really meter brained in here. But I don't need a damage meter for fights to know which build is performing better, because I start a timer on my phone and then I end the timer when the fight is done, and whichever build has a faster average kill time is killing the boss faster. I know that's crazy to some people, but like, we have technology that we don't need third-party software for. You can just evaluate your full time to kill on bosses and shit without relying on a damage meter to do everything for you. I know it's scary out there. I know it's scary. But Humans figured out calculus. I think you're simplifying it too much. That's true, that's true. We need 17 add-ons. My phone's not watch, take some abuse. Bro, it's so easy. And people will sit there and they will hit a dummy with a damage meter up. And they'll be like, well, I have determined beyond a reasonable doubt that this is unequivocally the best build. Would it be opposed to a simple add-on that only allowed a timer on combat engage for ascent? I don't think there should be add-ons. I think third-party software for games that aren't inherently about third-party software and the accessibility of modding shouldn't have mods. And I think people that do make mods should be cease and desisted for games that don't support the mods. It's very, very simple. I have a very, like, cut and dry stance on things. If you're playing a game that presents pay to win within the game structures, then pay to win isn't bad in that game. If you're playing a game that doesn't have pay to win and you're going on G2G and you're paying to win, then you're doing something not good for the game. If you are playing a game that supports modding and says, please, we want everybody to make mods and third-party software add-ons, and you do that, then you are an amazing developer and you are contributing to that game's economy heavily. If you are playing a game that says in the terms of service, hey, we really, like, don't want any third-party software to exist. Third-party software will not be supported. And then people are finding workarounds to make third-party software, then I feel like it's pretty cut and dry that that probably shouldn't be a thing. So, for me, I think with games like this that are A, at their core, explorative in nature, and B, kind of pretty cut and dry on the whole, like, hey, the creative suite of the game is the creative suite of the game. I do hope that they feel confident pursuing the add-on developers and people who are publicly using those to get those out, because it starts with something as simple as a damage meter or something as simple as a minimap, and then it very quickly evolves to, here is my level 1 to 20 guide that you can get for free that will take you on the most efficient route to level 20. Okay, awesome. Seems good, right? Puts an arrow on the screen, tells you exactly where to go. Bye-bye exploration, because now everybody's expected to do that. If you're not using Dusty Autopilot, you're dumb. But there's more. You want 100% completion? Well, I've had my team of 150 fucking nerds compile the most efficient route to 100% every exploration path in the game. Get all the gliders, all the mounts, everything. We got a checklist. Only problem is, it's $19.99 USD. Directly to me, the add-on maker. Oh, wait, but then you want DustyWhy's item builds right in with that add-on suite as well? That's another $10.99. No, for you, I'll drop it $7.99. Two-month sale on that because we're just starting the game up, early access bundle. And if you buy both together, you get it for $25.99. You save a couple more bucks. You see the route that it goes down, my boys. And the shitty part is, you're already like, damn, I might even pay for that myself. If I could put an arrow on your screen that says, here's where you go, level 1 to 20, and then I say, hey, you're missing a collectible in this area, unlock the entire 100% discovery path for a few bucks, I guarantee one person in chat does that. Oh, you could have all of DustyWhy's builds for every single class compiled in the add-on as well, and you click the build in the game, in the add-on, and then it tells you exactly where to farm, and then exactly what to get from that farm, and checks it off when you have it for the builds. You'd pay for that. At least one of you would. It just, dude, it's gross. It's gross. It's always, what's the best weapon? What's the best stat? What's the best build? How do I choose this content? You want to know what really annoys me about it, though? It's not let me, the human, work my way through the problem solving of this build good, this build bad, this build indifferent. It's now the path to least resistance. It's literally like all of like the joke dystopian futures from children's movies to actual dystopian movies where every human is just like incapable of even moving or wiping their own ass, and we all just sit in a chair all day and just drool on ourselves. It's what people are doing now. They want 8 hours a day of absolutely get fucked up and clock out, and I say this as somebody that smokes bowls and plays video games for 8+ hours a day. Only problem is, while I'm doing that, I'm out here testing builds, discovering builds, talking about builds with chat, and, you know, formulating what build I want to play through testing. I have played with a whole sheetload of different builds. And I can tell you which of my builds are good, which of my builds are bad, which of my builds are waiting on bug fixes, which of my builds are functioning right now. I can tell you which builds are better than mine. But that's also because I've played. It's one thing at Deadlock I love, the build customization. He's quite nice. Great for add-ons, but I think it's really cool to have website or forum posts to help each other too, even if you're not finding things by yourself. Agreed. I think accessibility to the information that other people have tested themselves and compiled is nice. I just hate when people take that information and run with it as a, well, this person said so, so it's immediately true and nothing else can exist. When I was in New World, playing New World, I made build guides for all of my classes. And basically, people would name drop me and cite my build guide when they were getting in fights with people over builds. And then I would get people DMing me, asking me like, hey man, can you explain why you like this to this person? And like, ooh, mount. And it was like, it wasn't in a, hey, they're inquisitive. It was in a, I want you to prove them wrong way. And it was always a, Dusty, can you tell my friend that I'm right because you said what you run is what you run. And through New World's lifespan, I almost like, I really fell out of love with making build guides a little bit because everybody always takes build guides and it just becomes this biblical thing, right? People take it and start preaching it up and down. And I really wish that that weren't the case. It makes me kind of sad when I see people using referential material as, you know, the only material. They're no longer exploring, they're no longer empowering themselves, they're no longer doing anything. And it's just, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Massive same, literally went through the same thing with build guides in New World. It's unfortunate. Like, Carla would be in a group and she would literally tell me that her bruisers were fighting over something that I said 3 weeks ago on stream during a war about a build that I didn't even remember saying. Like, dude, she would, like, I'd get off stream and she'd be like, yeah, so-and-so DM'd me bringing it up. Like, I swear to God, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I wish that people were more explorative in nature now. I don't know, like, what it is. Maybe it's because I, funny enough, literally, like, grew up in nature and I had non-linear progression through life. I'd go out and I'd walk in the woods without a goal of where I'm ending up. I'd go explore my town and just go on a bike ride through side streets that I had never been down. And like, I had my entire childhood town mapped out, miles and miles and miles. I used to go on 15-mile bike rides and just take random turns and see where I ended up, right? And I think a lot of that carried over to me in gaming as well. Part of it, I've been gaming since I was 4. I played Diablo 2 as my first game ever. Put my own builds together in Diablo 2. Granted, I played a summon necro, but even in those times when I was a literal child, I was able to, as a summon necro, figure out, do I want to run mages? Do I not want to run mages? Do I want to run a fire golem, a blood golem? Do I want to have an iron golem? Can I afford the iron golem, you know, sacrificial item to make it worthwhile? Or do I just spam a level 1 clay golem? Is investing in golem mastery and summon mastery early worth it? Or is it better off to just scale up your summons? I tested so many different builds, so many different routes of progression on so many different characters that I very much fell in love with the explorative grind. Remember, like that, playing Diablo as your first game? My upbringing as a gamer kind of makes a lot of sense for people when it all clicks in on like why I am the way I am. So I played Diablo 2 as my first game with my older brothers when I was 4 years old. When WoW came out on release night, I was 8 years old. And wait, when in 2004 did WoW drop? What's the day? WoW vanilla release date. August. I was 9. It was November 23rd for NA. Okay. Yeah. November 23rd. So I was... Wait, no, I was 8. Sorry, math. I was born in 96. My bad. I'm fucking stupid. I was 8. I thought I was 8. I just turned 8. I didn't know if I was 7 or I was 8. I just turned 8. So basically, turned 8 a few months earlier. Got my, got the okay for my parents to play WoW with my brothers on the condition that they kept me out of shit and made sure that I was, I was doing good and I could only play if I was doing well in school. So, that was my big motivator. Played WoW my entire childhood pretty much. Raid led and main tanked before I was 11 in like late TBC Wrath era. I had started raid lead and main tank. I got into alt raids in TBC with my older brothers where I actually got to learn how to raid, and I like studied their communications basically and would try to mimic that shit when I was raid leading. So then I honestly like stopped after I quit WoW and Kata. Kind of like stopped obsessing about PC games as much. Did some casual dives into like Guild Wars 2, 14, stuff like that. But none of those really hit for me. And then I focused on basketball, sports for a little bit. And then got back in a couple years later with Dota 2 ski. Dota 2 grabbed me by the balls, twisted them, and drained them out. And just absolutely had me there. Absolutely had me there. I sunk in a lot of hours to the old Dota 2 ski. That was a large part of my like high school and college time. After that, we went to Fortnite. Fortnite started because I was playing college basketball and somebody on my team said that somebody else was better at Fortnite than I was. I didn't play Fortnite at the time. I took that personally. I was known as the gamer. I couldn't have anybody better than me at a video game on the team. That was sacrilege. I started playing Fortnite literally to just shit on him. We 1v1'd in front of the team and I absolutely destroyed him a few weeks later. I became obsessed with the game. So, spent thousands of hours and a few years in Fortnite, streamed Fortnite a lot, and then I got back into MMOs, especially PvP-based MMOs with New World, and New World was, like, the link up for me. That was where the entire game just instantly clicked on a degree that a game had never clicked in the past for me. And everything made sense, everything settled into place. I understood the systems, the gearing, the scaling, the metas, the PvP movements because I had played PvP games in the past. I understood the macro early. The gameplay mechanically was so easy because I was coming off of Fortnite where I was fucking cranking 90s and full boxing G Fuel addicts. It was such a beautiful transition. And that really got me back into the PvX MMO side of things where I was like, oh damn. Having PvP that's actually impacted by, the gear that I have and my actions as a player, it's kind of fun. Kind of that long-term grind for it, And then I went through my journey with some in-development titles, some play testing, some Ashes of Creation, RIP. And then bounced around a little bit, went back to WoW for a little after Ashes, but wasn't going to be back to MMOs. Oh yeah, I unlocked the passion that I didn't really know that I had. I wasn't a big streamer when I was playing Dota or Fortnite or anything. I was 5 average viewers. The largest I ever got was like 15 to 20 average viewers during that time. So I didn't go full-time or anything like that on stream until I was back in New World. And part of it, when I look back on it, even when I was playing Dota and I was playing Fortnite and stuff, when I was playing Dota, I was always, putting together amateur teams and we're playing in amateur tourneys and we had this group of other teams that we would scrimmage against and stuff. And even in Dota, I was building a community. In Fortnite, once I started having viewers, we would plan out community like custom days basically, where we do just like for fun mini games in the custom game modes, and we do like harpoon wars and death runs and shit like that. And looking back on it, I didn't even know that my passion was community building, but my passion is community building. It's sharing information with people, sharing gameplay with people, and effectively giving them a place to feel like they, if they want to join up with the guild, they can join up with the guild and have people to physically play with. If they don't want to join up with the guild and they like doing their own thing, then, then they can chill here and they can ask whatever my guildies can and get the exact same answer. When I went back to MMOs, I definitely discovered my passion for the people side of streaming. And I'd always worked forward-facing jobs, always loved interaction with people. And it was one of those things where the unlock kind of hit. Because I'd streamed for, I've streamed for about 10 years now, I think it is. Maybe a little over 10 years, all things considered. And over that time, I've gone from having not a lot of viewers to what I consider very many viewers. Talking to stream now with a lot of viewers, way easier than it was when I had no viewers. This shit's been a dream job for me. So ever since I got back into the multiplayer realm of things and really those community builder games, one thing about MMOs that I really appreciate versus things like Dota, things like Fortnite. Dota and Fortnite, people were watching a little bit for the streamer, but primarily because of the gameplay. With things like Deadlock, things like Fortnite, things like Dota, a lot of the time people want to see gameplay that they're physically incapable of making happen themselves. And that's a lot of the reason people tune in. With MMOs, you are able to build a very, like I call it a true community, where it's not just one of the communities where if you switch a game, you're going to lose every single person that you have watching your community, like you may if you're a competitive Deadlock player, a competitive Fortnite player, something like that. People do not always transition to the competitive scenes of games back and forth. So despite my joy for PvP and, you know, sweating, I always had this fun passion for reminding people that it's okay to not want to be me levels of putting investment into gaming or past that, like some people are, in the same way that I can pick up a basketball without wanting to be Victor Wembanyama levels of good at basketball, and I can be okay with just being me levels of good at basketball. It's the same thing with everything else. Thank you for playing some Deadlock, but I can appreciate the community side. I just wouldn't enjoy it. If I'm being honest, I don't like having to lock in and not interact with chat. The game is phenomenal, and I would play the game if I wasn't a streamer, and I would be incredibly happy, but Deadlock isn't a good game to stream for me. I can already say that. Like, even if my stream went to 1,000 average viewers, Nin, I wouldn't like having to lock in for laning phases, having to lock in when ganks are happening around the map, missing a CS or missing something small on my mini-map or a rotation because I'm yapping with chat. Like, that's shit that you're not afforded in Deadlock. So, the numbers, but over the Dota Fortnite League, would I have more viewers? I'm not really, like, known, man. I'm pretty fucking irrelevant. So, with streaming, there's a level of, like, discoverability, right? I'm also not a YouTuber. I barely post on YouTube. I multi-stream on YouTube, and my YouTube presence is smaller than my Twitch presence is. So, like, for me, I was in a very populated directory as somebody that had, like, no recognizability. Sirimus, thank you for following much. No recognizability, no motion, so to say, no name pull, where, like, people definitely didn't know who I was. Also, thinking about it from the standpoint of, like, how much I've streamed, when I was streaming Fortnite and Dota and stuff like that, I was not the content creator that I am now. I was nowhere near as interactive, nowhere near as engaging. Like, I go back and look at my old streams sometimes because part of the reason I, you know, got better at streaming, so to say, was because I used to obsess over my streams. I would go in and I would look at my average viewers for every stream, and I would look at my viewership charts because you can see your viewership charts. I'd see a dip in viewership and I'd be like, what were you doing here that led to this dip in viewership? What caused this? And a lot of the time, I would go to a dip in viewership, and I found that the dip in viewership was when I stopped interacting, stopped yapping, and just went completely quiet. And I find that to be true myself. I lurk streams a little bit every day before I get on, just check up on the homies and see what they're doing. And as much as I love the homies, if I go into their stream and it's silence for a minute, bro, I can't. I just scroll on. I just scroll past it. So I would obsess over any element of, like, oh, viewership dropped here. Why'd viewership drop here? What happened? What were you saying or not saying? What were you doing for content? And I started to figure out, like, what worked with my longer streams. A lot of large streamers recommend streaming for, like, 5 to 6 hour streams type shit. I stream for 8 to 12 hour streams. And for me, I had to put a lot of effort into finding out, like, okay, how long can I grind something in one day before people start getting annoyed of seeing it and start going, oh, Dusty, still on this boss. Spoiler alert, 2 to 3 hours until people will start coming in being like, hey, Dusty, I haven't moved today. You gonna move anywhere else? And then I have to start explaining, oh, I'm trying to target farm something. Happens in this game too. Same thing happened in fucking 2020 when I started streaming New World. So, I think it was 2020. But I would obsess over small things like that. And over time, I noticed my retention getting better and better and better. Excuse you. To the point where, you know, I tried different shit, you know, not necessarily that I'm running skits or anything, but I'd get onto a stream and I'd be like, all right, Dusty, today we're going to focus a little bit less on, like, making your gameplay insane And, you know, everybody that comes into chat, you're gonna greet them. You're gonna say what up to them. You're gonna try to get them in a conversation and see how long you can hold them in a conversation. And over time, I found that I would be having a conversation with one person, and then if I have a good conversation going, then that's enough for somebody else to come in and ask a question or say hey or interact in some way. So then out of nowhere, I had one person already in the stream, and then I had somebody else that came in and they'd be like, oh, what's this guy talking about? And then they'd hang out, and then I had 2 people in the stream, and then I'd have the second person into the conversation. I'd hold them long enough for a third person to show up, and I kept working on that over and over and over again, and being conversational and approachable for answering all of the, all the questions about gameplay that people bring in. Some people that are kind of sweaty with games can't really articulate what makes the sweat. Right now, my sweat is a combination of build scaling and the fact that it's 82 degrees and humid here. So I got 2 fans pointed at me, and I still feel my forehead going crazy. So I worked on trying to articulate things for people, trying to get very solid at explaining the mechanisms of my build and the why, instead of just, oh, this is what I run and you should run it as well. When somebody asks me what my talents are, I show them my talent, and then I'll give them a 5-minute breakdown on my build and how all those things actually interact, and they'll be like, oh, well, thanks, dog. And they didn't even ask for that shit. It's just, it's small things like that that I, as a content creator, tried to work on a lot. And there's stuff every single day where I still have to work on that. And, you know, I'm never gonna be a perfect content creator, never gonna be the largest in the world or anything like that. But I consider myself extremely lucky now to be in a spot where I don't obsess over my metrics. I no longer check my average viewership charts to see when somebody stopped watching, because I'm in a comfy enough place, right? I know that what I have is working, and I know that I don't have to necessarily go out of my way to be a different type of creator. I just have to find my niche as that creator. Think about your early in Ashes. Yeah, a lot of the Ashes OGs were there early and stayed heavily. Also, Grenade, Wine, Game, good day, my boys. Good day, my boys. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like what I mentioned with trying to build that true community. You at a certain point as a content creator have to go down the road of I chase viewers or I chase community. And a lot of people think those are very frequently the same thing, where the more viewers you have, the more you have a community feel. Go watch 500 to 1,000 viewer streamers and tell me if a lot of them have the same community vibe where they're just yapping and chatting and discussing things. Even if you go past that into larger streamers that we have here. It's something where I really value the community side. I mean, shit, we're planning like a whole community TwitchCon meetup this year in November. And between the people that are hard committed to like staying at the Airbnb with the main group and stuff, and then a lot of people that are just like, oh, I might pull up, it's very possible we might get 20, 30 people out at TwitchCon all at once, just hanging out, having a good time. It's fucking crazy to think of like where this has scaled up to over time. And it's because I stopped caring about, you know, necessarily numbers and started caring about engagement and the community feel. And it's something that MMOs have provided me that I can't really give up at this point. Anytime I stream something that's not an MMO, it just feels a little empty. So, buying my plane ticket today. Should talk to Carla. She's really good at finding like budget plane tickets and stuff. And I think the best time to buy plane tickets for things is a couple months beforehand. I'm not exactly sure, as I'm broke and don't really fly too much. She's the one that has experience with flights. But if I remember correctly, I want to say she said it was like 2 to 3 months before your actual flight. But I have family in Air Canada. Yeah, that's easy as shit. Hear me out. Can they get us a banger discount if, like, we fly from Portland, Maine to Quebec onto Air Canada and then take an Air Canada flight to San Diego nonstop? Because, like, I can do that. I swear to God I can do that. I'd do it for a discount. I ain't been to Canada in a minute. 2 or 3 months before is best for tickets. Chat. Can I reveal to you a secret? I always talk about how I pride myself on spending absolutely zero money and living an incredibly humble life, and the fact that my cost of living is like less than $1,500 a month just to exist as a person, and it's why streaming is possible. Dog, I really want to one day be rich enough to get extra leg room on a flight. That's my goal, and not have to worry about it. Like, I know economy flights are so much cheaper than the extra legroom, but bro, I'm 6'5", and my torso is short, my arms and legs are long. I have a 6'8" wingspan. Anytime I am on a plane, if I'm just sitting there, my knees touch the back of the seat in front of me before people actually lean back. And then as soon as somebody sits in the seat, my knees are getting crushed. So I have to kind of like prop myself up, straighten my legs, turn sideways, and then kind of sit like this on my left ass cheek like I have a Costanza wallet for the entire flight. It's really fucking annoying. Fucks my back up for like 2 days every time I fly. So I've kind of thought about for TwitchCon this year getting like the long leg flight, you know, package where I can kind of spread out, air my balls a little bit. But that shit's expensive. I think I'm looking at 750 round trip. Canadian. Oh, that's like 200 American, right? Because Canada down bad right now? I don't know like how down bad they are. But I know in terms of like actual money, your Monopoly money is not worth a whole lot right now. 545 USD. How far away from San Diego are you? Like, how long's your flight? Hours-wise. Don't give me fucking weird-ass fucking kilometer measurement, I swear to fucking God. Like, how many time units is your flight? Just general accepted time units. No metric, no fuckery, no wizardry. Would be like 10 hours. Oh, God, yeah, that's not that bad then. Our flight from Maine to San Diego is like 6. We're gonna be flying very likely. Well, actually, we fly out of Boston. So Boston to San Diego is like 6 hours. We have to drive to Boston, park the car in Boston, leave the car there, and then pick it up when we get back. But, like a 6-hour flight there. We're gonna fly to Phoenix and say what up to Carla's family while we're out on the West Coast. And then we're gonna steal one of their cars, and we're gonna drive it to San Diego, basically. So that way we have a couple of whips. And then Hoofsy's coming out as well this year. And he said that he's gonna rent a Tesla. So we'll have a very loud internal combustion engine, and then we'll have a very quiet Tesla. And I'm not even a loud car guy, but I will absolutely be opening it up whenever I drive past Hoofsy and gang. 1000%. That thing is obnoxiously loud, and I plan to utilize it. Where's the con? San Diego. It is in the heart of I actually don't know if it's the heart of San Diego, but it's in the Gaslamp district, which seems like the heart of San Diego. I don't want to give false advertising. Are there any San Diegans in the chat? Because I don't know if it's actually the heart of San Diego, but I'm assuming it's the heart of San Diego. It's like where the professional sports teams play and like all the bars are and stuff. I'm pretty sure the Gaslamp district is considered the heart. But again, I'm not 1000% sure if it's considered. It's close enough. Yeah, that's what I think. Either way, it's a lit part of San Diego. There's a lot to do, and one of the things that I always remind people about with TwitchCon itself is that it's not even just about the con. There is, you know, during the day, the actual convention, yes. And they have some events at the convention. They have artist alleys. They have vendors. They have shit like that, right? A lot of the actual convention stuff is either, if you're going there to, like, meet a super large streamer or something, you go to their meet and greet, or you just go hang out with your community that you want to hang out with, or you're a streamer and you go around and you try to do marketing and PR and stuff. And those are like the three timelines at the actual con. However, the block party Sunday night is a blast. I think it's Sunday night. Then there are a ton of brand events usually. And one thing that is an absolute cheat code is having streamers in your group that can get a lot of tickets to brand events, which is a slapper. Not 21? No, you can still go in places, you just can't order drinks, dog. Like, some places you'd get carded, but like 99% of the events don't really give a shit. And a lot of the places have open kitchen as well, so you just walk in and then you only get carded if you're ordering a drink. So, like, just don't try to order a drink, and then you won't run into any difficulties there, if I'm being honest. Because we had people in our group last year that just didn't drink, and they don't get carded or anything. But it's San Diego too, just general rule of thumb is don't be a fucking hooligan. It's a fun time though, if I'm being real. Like going to the brand events, talking to a lot of people that work for the brands. There's typically everything from Logitech to game creators out there to fucking pretty much everything in between. You will literally see the creators of some of your favorite games all time out there. Last year we went to a Devolver digital mixer with the group that we have because I got invited to it day 1 and it was so lit that they invited me back for day 2 and I was like, can I bring my friends? And they said, hell yeah. So I brought all my friends and day 1 I had already met everybody. So day 2 I got to play ball pit before it actually came out. I was sitting on the couch just slamming ball pit. Slamming that shit. Oh, it was glorious. Glorious. It was so fun. I wasn't interacting at all, bro. People kept coming over and be like, damn, you've been playing for a little bit. And I'm like, dude, it's so good. I can't stop playing. I'm fucking hooked. They got something good here. Shit's addicting. I was what I say. Nin, bars don't have bouncers, dog. Like, some do. But like 99% of places you don't get carded when you go into. The only places that you would get carded when you go into are places that don't have kitchens, which would be maybe like the gay bar, I think, is the only place that you get carded when you're going into. Things like the block party, you have to show your ID when you're getting your bracelet to get a bracelet that gets you drink vouchers. But like that's literally it. You can still go to the block party not being 21. You just can't get free drinks there or drinks there at all. But most of the places, like the 207 is at the base of, is that the Hard Rock? The 207 is one of the bars that we went to, like bars that we went to like 6 times last year. Everybody just tends to meet up there after everything goes down each day and then just get drinks, get food, chill out. They don't card at all. They have like a little dance floor. There are always like events with Twitch DJs and shit that are dropping sets. It's nice. It's fun, I will say. I very much enjoy the convention, but it's also about the group of people that you go with. Believe you me, there are a ton of people that go to TwitchCon and have an absolutely fucking miserable experience. Just be careful the group you go with, and make sure y'all are taking care of each other. Which is a cool thing about going with a large group like ours. This blue crab mountain will never drop for me. Have you considered your curse? My legendary pocket hive will not drop for me. I got Lego wing sabers yesterday, but it appears the Lego pocket hive dream is probably going to remain just that, a dream. I'm hoping I can maybe get it today, because I have a hunch that my build's gonna be fixed tomorrow. Like I have a very much growing hunch that we're gonna see fixes for the B build tomorrow, which would be absolutely peachy. I don't know for sure if we will or not, and I'm hoping that we do, but again, I have no confirmation, no indicator, no anything of what the patch tomorrow is actually going to be. So thoughts and prayers in that regard. They said that the first patch was going to be a massive one. Maybe, actually, they didn't say it was going to be massive. They said it was going to include several fixes. So maybe it was meant to be batched into one patch and a lot of the bug fixes and quality of life weren't ready to go. So they decided to do 2 different patch drops this week. I don't really know what's up with the 2 patch drops this week. All I know is that I'm hoping the second patch drop is an absolute fucking heater. Because if it's not, people are already starting to get antsy about builds that are outliers that have existed for far too long now. So people are starting the, well, if they're not gonna fix the strong builds, let's all just find exploits and abuse those to even the playing field, haha. So for the sake of idiots everywhere, I'm really hoping that they can get some, you know, some light balance in. Not even anything too wild, maybe just some outlier balance in for the builds that are truly just a little bit Insano style. But, oh, I haven't had this bug in a while. Good day, man. The craziest thing about this is that this is effectively the same difficulty of fight as it would be if she was actually doing the mechanics. Literally the same thing. They don't care about balancing. I think buffing some of the weaker ones would be better. The only caveat to that is that your outliers are genuinely so strong to where your content just falls over. And I feel like you don't really want your content falling over, so to say. You want there to be some level of difficulty to hard mode content. Now, it is also quite likely that hard mode content isn't actually meant to be hard. It's meant to be their level 20 intro. So it's almost like normal plus, and then heroic is going to be hard mode. So I do really want to reserve my judgment until we get heroic dungeons and then see what that is, because we don't really even know what's up with heroic dungeons. We don't know if those are going to be 1 to 4 person variable scaling. We don't know if those are going to be 4 person exclusive to where you need to be in a group, or you go in solo and it's just 4 person scaling regardless. Oh, we really just don't know, which is the interesting thing. So I'm trying to kind of stay tuned there before I go too crazy about like gung-ho balance issues, because there are definitely outliers that I think are strong. But when we're looking at Ordinary Circuit 20 is just max level. Yeah, exactly. So like max level for hard, your current like, you know, normal plus, that's your intro to max level dungeons. So you have your normal or your easy mode. I think they should do story, normal, hard, if I'm being honest. Definitely think story, normal, hard would be a little bit better, and then add on a heroic after the fact. But can imagine heroic dungeons being mythic level WoW raids that require 500 pulls it down. In that case, and what they want to do them out. I wouldn't say 500 pulls to down, but I don't think every bit of content should fall over. I think that when you're looking at content that's this easy, like on the screen right now, if I'm being real, this is brain dead content. I could probably blindfold myself and live through this boss fight still, just by mashing random buttons. It's not like content's hard right now, if we're being completely upfront. And I definitely don't think that they're gonna go like WoW sweaty. But even to an extent where the balancing is based around like 4-person groups instead of 1 person for heroic, I think would absolutely wet my whistle. So like, even from a standpoint of boss mechanics, if there's a boss mechanic here that has multiple people that are necessary for the boss mechanic, even bringing that in on a heroic scale could be a complete game changer, where you're not necessarily telling people, hey, you're going to be here for 6,000 pulls, but something that is mechanically more difficult than what we have now. Obviously, yes, damage numbers go up too, health numbers go up as well. But when we're looking at heroic scaling, really hope that it brings in something that incentivizes groups. Not just in your serial, but your also priest has made you actually have to play mechanics. No, you don't. No, you do not. Watch the strongest mage builds. Brother, you still blast shit. Border, thank you for the follow. Like, obviously, if you're face tanking everything as a mage that doesn't have a fraction of the self-heal that we have, then yeah, you're not going to be able to heal as much as a priest that's built around healing. But mages still fucking rip content down the second you go into an optimal build. Like, mage clear time is just as fast as my clear time is. I own on my mage? Yeah. Also, Juvie US, if they said anything about what the next content update will be. Content specific, no. They did say that we'd be getting a quality of life and bug fix patch later this week on top of the patch that we got a little bit earlier. But a lot of fights are easier on mage IMO. I mean, it's also the fact that as a priest, like, yes, there are range priest builds as well, but we do have to get in melee range, which is part of the reason why we have so much sustain. Now, is sustain on certain priest builds insane? Yeah, but is priest inherently a sustain-y type class? Yeah. Every single one of my abilities can either heal or throw in damage mid of some sort. Like, this build is meant to be tanky. You know, it's not necessarily meant to be a glass cannon build. But there are plenty of people in this chat who play mage that can do fights just as quick or just as efficiently as I can. Literally don't dodge anything except like the white mechanic. Yeah, he plays a mage. He just has good gear on a mage. Juba over on YouTube also mains a mage and is saying right now that a lot of the fights comparatively to like my kill speed, he clears fights faster than I do on this build. It's just different things, right? The thing about a priest is, yeah, it's absurdly sustainy, but also our damage isn't #1 damage in the game. It's still good damage, but there are definitely things that outpump us. Warrior, even without exploits, is blasting us in terms of damage, and they can still sit there in tank mechanics. Rogues, again, with certain builds, yes, even rogues are absolutely fucking slapping and can sustain through a lot. There are most definitely tanky builds for every class. It's just, mage, I don't know if it's like exploit or whatever, but they just spam totems and literally 1 to 2 shot things. Oh yeah, I think that's a bug with CDR stuff. Build isn't working anymore? Oh, mon frere. That's where you're wrong. There's a 60% cooldown reduction build that is allowing people to stack up to like 20 totems once again. It's not as OP as the old clear casting was, but the 60% CDR is stinky right now. I was watching people literally this morning one-shot bosses. So, do you get a haircut? No, I just did my hair today, and it's not like falling apart. It is 87 in the stream room right now, but it's a nice 87. It's a nice 87. I got fans on me to keep the hair looking absolutely luscious. Why, does it look good or bad? So I was literally streaming it today. Yo, how do you get that much CDR? The secret is crime. That one's an exploit that'll probably be fixed. However, even without that, like, Manny's not running the super exploit CDR build. Manny just runs Flamethrower and Magma Mia. And has very, like, good luck with that. I don't necessarily know, like, what build you're running, so to say. But there are definitely some pretty beefy builds out there. It's also, like, scaling dependent, too. But, yeah, the totem build is most definitely not intended in that capacity. So I wouldn't freak out too much about the totem build. But I do genuinely, in my heart of hearts, feel like every build has the capacity to scale up to this point. And just keep in mind, again, we're on really easy content right now. And when you combine really easy content with really good gear, keep in mind I'm not even full legendary, not even full abyss, not even anything like that. I'm just like in normal gear. I haven't traded up, I haven't done anything like that. I just exist. This is an ethical build. All the content's super easy. And there are other classes, pretty much every other class that does have something that scales up to this degree or faster in terms of kill times. So with that, I do see the route where this is supposed to be incredibly easy content, and this is supposed to be your accessible max level content. But one thing I've always said, just again, this is my own personal opinion, right? I feel like games that do really well in the long term have a beautiful mix of inclusive and exclusive content, where inclusive content is there for every player that wants to play it, like the current hard mode dungeons. And then exclusive content brings an element of, hey, you've actually got to, you know, have a proper group comp, have a build that's put together, have purple or better weapons, have, you know, good armor, and have some good scaling, you know what I mean? I feel like min-maxing level 20 dead mines, hard to judge, will be at 50. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, min-maxing every step of the way is good, because it's currently our cap. But I do feel like, you know, the current power scaling definitely outweighs the content that's available. And as a result, you know, you do have a feeling of, okay, everything's way too strong right now. Whereas when we didn't have these builds and everybody was coming in on their, you know, their brand new builds when we first hit level 20, this content was hard. I remember I was, you know, my first kill on this bitch, I had filled up the entire floor with the AoE, and it was like down to the wire, literally like a little bit of damage away from succeeding or failing, and ended up getting it. But that's the real having more damage is nice. Wasn't really dramatically higher than this, and I'd love to have Giga sustain in comparison. This isn't even our highest sustain build, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, the build scaling's just too strong right now. Spear is unironically about 10x the sustain of this build, so where you never lose health on a spear build. This is like an A tier build, if I'm being real. S tier, I think, is the singular best build on every class that has nothing better than it. And I think Ram's Spear is our S tier, and this is our A tier, as of right now. Spear gives you 30% of all of the damage from every one of your crits as a shield. It's fucking insane. With how much we're critting too, you see that shit? It's literally just, it's a never-ending shield. But I will agree, this is bare minimum A tier overall build. But when you're looking at it, even having multiple of these exist to the point where I can say, guys, this isn't even the strongest priest build. This isn't even my final form. I'm not full bis armor. I'm not upgraded. I don't have a spear. A spear would give me more tankiness. Like, this isn't even the final form. And then you have other classes that are killing faster and smoother than this. It's definitely crazy. It's definitely crazy. You just have to keep in mind too, though. If you're soloing content and you have to take damage from things, what is the way to counter that? Heals. So before I had the heals and the sustain to survive these fights, I used my pots. I used royal jelly on my bar literally all the time because I had farmed up hundreds of it, and then I would burn my flasks every single fight. Even before gearing, I needed to heal. It's not just priest inherently. It's just the scaling of everything. Once you get armor, once you get gear, this isn't fully upgraded. This isn't fully upgraded. I don't have full bis. Like, when the Shuriken's bow, I really play my cat to not die. Damage is my issue. Yeah, I mean, if you have a build that's no self-sustain, and you're taking any form of damage, then it does make sense, right? I feel like that shouldn't really come as a surprise to people. A class that can heal while doing damage is definitely going to clear very smooth. Comparatively to other classes that, you know, have more focused kits on just damage instead of heals. If you have an ideal scenario, then you can absolutely blast. Mage has one weapon with sustain. Yeah, mage isn't really supposed to canonically be a high sustain solo class in a lot of games, nor is a rogue, and a warrior is typically handcuffed to other classes. I have a mage and a priest, and my mage clears faster while priest has a lot more sustain. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's the trade-off that you take. Priest is cozy. Priest is comfy. Priest is the Honda Civic. Like, this is literally the Honda Civic build. You might see a really nice Honda Civic and be driving a Hyundai Elantra and be like, damn, that's a really, really solid, you know, Honda Civic. But there are Ferraris that exist. There are Urises that exist. We also have a 200% armor shield that has a 30-second cooldown but lasts for 1 minute. 200% of your armor as a shield? Which is a few thousand? On a 30-second coolie? Wait, surely not. Surely not 200% armor as your shield on a 30-second coolie. Oh, okay. Okay, thank God. I was like, what did I miss about mages? Holy shit. That's what I was saying, the mages need to play mechanics. That's my entire point. It's just by design, though. And you can still build a sustainy build on mage. But if I built a glass cannon priest build, which do exist, and I dropped all the healing runes off my abilities, then you'd still see me taking a shitload of damage. It's just how the build is, man. My build is supposed to be very sustainy and very tanky. It's just, I think, canonic differences, which isn't really a bad thing inherently. I feel like when people, and I know you're not making a big deal out of it or anything, but some people are making a really big deal out of certain classes not being able to sustain on the way priest can. And they're like, why don't we have priest levels of sustain? And I'm like, motherfucker, because you're not a priest. If they give you priest sustain, then you're a priest too. And I'm also a mage at that point. And then if we get rogue giving them more sustain, then a rogue becomes a priest and I become a rogue. And then why don't we just give warrior more sustain as well? And then fuck it, why don't we just let everybody pick all their abilities? Saddle, what up, dude? Been farming the dungeon for a while now, trying to get the blue gear out of it. I'm trying to get a legendary beast smacker. I need my honey stick. I got legendary wing sabers yesterday. but no dice today on a Lego. So, don't touch warrior, it's too good already. Why don't we just give them even more healing and sustain and mitigation and everything else as well? Yeah, no, honestly. It's just balance stuff. They'll get it in check. Also, we have so many more weapons that are coming in. So many. I do think a lot of future changes will address that thing. It should be a little easier to sustain as mage ammo. Or you can splash 2 talent points and is functionally immortal. As mage, you need like 4-ish, don't quite remember. I mean, 4 talent points to become pretty much immortal is... Does that feel at all? I mean, either way, though, that's the investment of it. And then it turns into a point of, could you turn those 4 points into something more optimal with damage elsewhere and then just use your flask? Because hear me out. Every build has heals. Just make healing potions. You pop one of these, and it ticks for 100 over 10 seconds. And it's also increased by any fervor you have. So, if you pop those on cooldown, even if you have a second for mechs, right? You're in between an attack. Boss hits you, bam. Pop that, and then you have a buff. You have your flasks. You have other cheese and shit that you can pop as well. Like, may not be inherently in the build, and it may be annoying having to stop and pop. But, like, the options are there. 100 HP tick over 10 seconds. 23 every 2 seconds. 11.5 a second. It's not bad by any means. I'll do it anyways because we're level 20, later levels, you have the points to do it better. Yeah. And more weapons will come out. Maybe set bonuses come out for classes too that recognize that there could be different paths for it. Different talent trees will come out in the future too. I definitely feel like it's just kind of a short-term balance woe where they're trying to establish the class identity without infringing on other classes too much. And I feel like that's where a lot of the disconnect comes from, because you are going to have classes that are more sustainy, classes that are more glass cannon-y. It's just a matter of which class is actually which. And there will be positives and negatives to each class. It's just, again, a matter of which. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta piss. And then we get Lego. Un momento. I went out to smoke, and it got hotter. Like, it got hotter. Everything's ass. Got the windows open, hoping for a nice, cool 80-degree breeze to come in. This is what I'm missing for, but have you heard them announce when the next content update is? Like, additive content? No. My guess was probably like July, August, just based on where their roadmap lies. They could throw something in way sooner than that, but I wouldn't necessarily bank on it if I'm being real. Anyone done the math if Crit or Fervor is better on Priest? Depends on what build you're running, if I'm being honest. And when you're talking about better, I think, thank you for following myself. I think it's important to keep in mind with Priest especially, Fervor is a very high value stat, just from the standpoint of increasing damage, healing, and shielding. Crit, also great. Like, both you can't go wrong with. But it breaks down to what build you're running, what your rates actually are. There's so much to it, if I'm being real, in terms of optimization through it. And then there are the situationals where Fervor will be a better defensive. So if you feel like you're not sustaining well enough, having Fervor instead of Crit is going to help you sustain a lot more. Crit, maybe some pen if you're not running B. B Fury could be a good option from an offensive standpoint. Everything's just kind of fluid at this point. People claim to have, you know, done all of their meter testing, shit like that. I can tell you as somebody that has played too many MMOs over the course of my life, please do me a favor and never trust somebody that says they did all their research on a damage meter. Because I'm gonna be real, they probably didn't research the things that they're talking about in the first place. But I can definitely say from a clear time perspective, there's not a substantial difference between Crit and Fervor stacking. What the fuck? Brother knocked the lights out. They play pretty similarly from a functional standpoint. It's really just, in my opinion, Fervor feels a little bit better on a defensive side of things. Scaling up Crit is going to be a little bit more noticeable just from a straight offensive side of things. But that's really all. They really work out to be quite even. Main issue at the moment is even getting my best armor. I've done over 100 crab runs, and the shields I need with Dex and just don't drop. Yeah, that's one thing that I haven't even, like, started chasing yet, if I'm being completely honest, is, like, the full BIS armor setup. I figure that's going to be quite quick for me, considering, you know, I clear everything super smooth. So, I haven't even started to worry about that side of things yet. I will once I get my Lego weapons. I just need Lego weapon 2 of 2. And then everything's perfectly fine. They put the pocket hive in the bag, and then I leave peacefully. That's all I need right now. Nope. There is no God. There is no God whatsoever. So, yeah, slightly unfortunate. I will probably be here for quite some time. If I do say so myself. Get an extra Lego 20 honeybee swing your way. Oh, dude. Nah, I mean, I appreciate it, but what I've told chat a lot is, like, I wouldn't have anything to do on stream all day if I just got everything, like, handed out to me. I do appreciate it. So many people in chat have just been like, yo, Dusty, I can get you a Lego +5 shield, a Lego +5 weapon. Like, I got what you need, dog. And even as, you know, simple as getting me blue shard so I can upgrade my weapons. Like, chat's offered to pretty much take care of everything for me, and I am incredibly grateful for that. But it would unironically cook so much of what I could do on a daily basis if I was full BIS, because I would just get on and then I'd be like, oh, well, I have everything. So I'd go in, I'd have all BIS, I'd be killing bosses with no potential to get anything better. I wouldn't have any exploration to do. But even as of right now, I don't have my ephemeral hearts farmed. So I'll need to do my ephemeral heart grind as I continue to, you know, get closer to having double Lego weapons. So I'll probably start on some of that today to break up this grind a little bit. I need to make all of the alts to run that over. I was really hoping that'd get fixed with the patch. That didn't get fixed with the first patch this week, so hope it gets fixed with the second patch this week. Regardless, I still have to do that as well. I have to get my weapons upgraded. Then I have to look at my armor and get all of my armor in place. Like, they just farm stuff for giveaways. Yeah, but it's fun to do things for me, too. The fuck would I help y'all for? What have you guys done for me recently? Good fucking gravy. Yeah, no, I mean, I totally enjoy that side of things too, which is something that I will be doing. I mean, there's a reason why I'm holding on to my Lego wing sabers. But yeah, for me, I really like to have my organic route of progression and the feeling of, you know, when my build is put together, being able to tell people, you know, where to farm my shit because I actually farmed my shit. Being able to say that I farmed the build and put it together, it's a sense of satisfaction that I take in a world where most streamers just like, not even like just in this game or anything like that, but streamers are typically more than happy to activate the streamer loot buff. And I feel like it devalues a lot of the content in the game for me. It's kind of like RMTing without RMTing type shit. Just because we don't have to pay for it doesn't mean that it's not basically RMTing and just getting it from a different source. So, yo, Sleazy, what up, how goes it? Goes very, very, very well, brother. Still no Lego yet today, but the hopes are high and so am I, so I can't really complain. It's another near 90-degree day. So, Carla and I went out and got a little grub, went on a walk, grabbed some food while we were out, came home and immediately said, Jesus fucking Christ, it's hot as shit, and went into survival mode. So we have like 7 fans running throughout the house right now. I don't want to put my ACs in the window yet because it's going to be 60 in like a day. So we're not throwing the air conditioners in the window quite yet. That's going to be later on. So for now, it's just like shades closed, windows open, fans on, hoping that that's enough to stop me from being all sweaty and grumpy like I was yesterday. Wish server stopped accepting free stuff, give a false sense of the game. Sometimes they'll accept free stuff and then say the game has no content. It's just the fucking worst. It's the worst. I genuinely... You'll notice that I don't really collab or get really buddy-buddy, like, streamer-wise with a lot of other people. I have people I'm friends with that are content creators, but even then, I'm not much of, like, a collaboration guy. I kind of sit here and do my own shit, and it's because I think most streamers do things in a different way than I do. And when I'm playing a game, like, a lot of people... When Scars of Honor playtesting started to lose a lot of hype, they were like, Dusty, why are you staying here? You know, people aren't watching this shit anymore. As I saw, like 200 viewers, by the way. Yeah, people aren't watching this shit anymore. Game's dead, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, brother, I came over here with my community to provide feedback on the title. Forgive me for wanting to provide feedback until the end of playtesting. Fucking kill me. I very much like to see things through, like, start to finish. I like to get the most out of the game and play it as a normal player would, so I'm giving my feedback not as a streamer, but as a player, because those are genuinely two different things. And I think a lot of people really, that are streamers, fail to recognize that. When people would ask me why I liked Ashes so much, I was like, brother, I have a one-of-one experience with this game where I have representatives of pretty much every guild on my server lurking in my chat at every point in time. If I need diplomacy, if I need groups, if I need raids, if I need anything resolved, I could snap my fingers and get it. And people will be like, oh, you know what, that kind of makes sense. And I'm like, you know what, you can have that too, join the guild type shit, right? And that's what the guild's there for, so every player can play the exact same way that I can, where at the snap of a finger, you could have an entire group ready to go if you want to do group content. You could have a build guide available if you're looking for, you know, a guide for something to play. Everything that I have, I try to build the community so it's afforded to other people in the comm as well, which is a really cool thing to strive for. But part of that is because we have so many people who know that we are going to grind the organic way. We help each other out when people want help, but we're also focused on coming in as a community and playing the game in a way that isn't really antithetical to what the devs want. We're not trying to come in and be, you know, #1 by exploiting or running all of the busted builds to take advantage of that shit, or duping like crazy and hiding it on an alt account so it doesn't get taken away. We're just here to chill and play games and enjoy them again. So, how do you finish what you start? Who even does that? Your mother. Sorry. My bad. My bad, that's on me. That is on me. Well, this game just got flower petal ninja stars for a weapon and a big ass glaive on my back. Yo, people love the stars. People fucking love the stars. I haven't played with them because priest, but people have been ranting and raving in my chat the past few days about the stars. Some people have been going stars and bow. Some people have been just mixing stars up with different shit. but people are having a fucking blast with it. I think my inventory is almost full already. Factually untrue. I'll show you. I'll show you. Do they not have central AC in Maine? Brother, I'm pretty sure the home that I'm in was built in like 1920, dog. Like, we don't really have fucking technology up here. We have central AC in things that are modern, but unless you add central AC, like we have a lot of heat pumps, mini splits up in this bitch. We don't have them here because landlord hasn't put them in. But it's more common to see window AC units because a lot of places will just have a furnace for forced hot air, and they don't have like full central air to go air conditioning and, you know, heating and cooling type shit. So, long story short, no, we do not have central air. A lot of homes up here have like baseboard and radiator. Not sure what the weather's really like in Maine, but even in Cali, there's tons of houses without central AC. I mean, it's mostly because Maine's old as fuck, if I'm being honest. Like, anything that's a modern build, central AC and heat pumps and all that come completely standard. But Maine is literally like one of the oldest states that exists. And we have buildings that are up from, like, when we were looking at homes, from pre-1900 that had field stone foundations that were just giant stones stacked on top of each other that were still perfectly solid to this day, that had legitimately zero wrong with them foundationally, that had original woodworking and original parts of the home. It was, oh my god, it was such a cool experience. Such a cool experience. Part of me wants to build in a couple of years. Part of me wants to get something really old and really beautiful that's been preserved and then just like pump that up even more. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm in Connecticut, same for our houses. Baseboard heating but no AC. Finally put in mini splits a couple of years ago in this house. And let me guess, Connecticut probably gave you a tax break for putting in mini splits the same way that Maine does. Maine will literally give you tax credits for putting in mini splits and shit and like making your home more efficient. Yeah? Yeah, that's the shit. I actually watch, I watch a lot of random shit, right? But I was watching a complete basement overhaul because in Connecticut, apparently there's a mineral that was put in a lot of foundations for homes, like older homes, that rusts, soaks up water, rusts, and then eats away at the rest of the foundation. And I was watching a full, like, foundation replacement on, like, a 2,000 square foot home and a detached garage. That was, like, a $200,000 job, the business said. And it was fucking crazy how much work went into that. But you guys have old-ass houses. Same for installation of the walls in the attic, basically free. Yeah, they basically pay you to do that shit. And half the time, I don't know how it is over there, but in Maine, like, I grew up in a mobile home, right? Like, old rickety mobile home. And the state literally would just send somebody out and they hooked up a giant fan to one door and then sealed off everything else to see where there were any leaks. They went through, fixed the leaks for free, and then we were Gucci. So, anyway, why don't you just put the AC in now and stop dying from the heat? Because air conditioners aren't like 100% sealed, and then having them in the window is kind of like bulky for just 2 days. So like, I could put them in right now and I could have them, but the heat breaks tonight. So the high today is 86, and then the high tomorrow is 63, and we have multiple days of 70-degree weather after that. So it's just gonna be 60s to 70s after this. I have a frost warning. The fuck do you mean you have a frost warning? Our lows are in the 40s, which isn't bad. But yeah, it's gonna be 60 to 70 for the next like week plus. So that's just windows open weather. Like, today's hot, but it's also, by the time you put an air conditioner in, have an air conditioner run, cool the entire house down to the temperature that you want it with the air conditioner to have some form of impact on it, it's not really gonna matter that much. You're better off just moving air and pointing a fan at you. It's 89 apparently in the stream room right now, but I'm not sweating because I have 2 fans pointed at me. I have like a standing fan that's pointed at my face, and then I have a box fan that's pointed at my balls. So, like, I'm chilling despite it being hot as fuck. Good news, it's 83 and windy outside, which means at any point, the heat's gonna start to break, and me having my windows open will surely be of benefit. Well, here in the Midwest, it's dropped 20 degrees. It's been 50 to 60 all day today. Oh, gorgeous. Yeah, I can't wait to be able to wear a hoodie again. Dude, I'm dying right now. I'm dying right now. I think we made like $50. Yeah, that's so bis. That's so bis. There's also like, with old houses, there's so much character that you literally cannot get in new houses. And new houses almost feel like sterilized to a certain extent. There's, at least for me, a certain appeal to finding an old home that was built in like 1890 that has original square nails and shit, and, you know, cross beams that are visible from the original construction, and the home's been renoed and, you know, upkept over time, so it's foundationally perfect, but it's got the character of old with the foundation of modern. That's like, I think that's my dream house, dude. Just something old and like labyrinthy, because when you get into larger square foot old homes, the floor plans make no fucking sense most of the time. And I kind of like that funhouse feel. And again, I feel like modern homes that are super laid out and, you know, efficient, it's kind of stinky. I don't like that shit as much. I think a cheese station's the wrong way. What happened? You still having trouble with the train? Just find a cave if you want old and labyrinth. Caves have bad internet. Probably would not be able to get fiber down in a cave, which is slightly unfortunate. I would fuck with a cave though. I won't lie. I would definitely fuck with a cave, but like 10 bugs that ruin the fight. I mean, I know he's an absolute asshole, but what you mean 10? I know the bugs on the train are really fucky. And then one time I had him get yeeted and just kind of like disappear. I don't know about 10 though. But yeah, it is a buggy ass fight. But also keep in mind, early access, it's gonna sound like coke. But like, bugs in early access unfortunately don't really surprise me anymore. And it's more of a ah shit, that sucks, I'm gonna go do something that's actually fun and enjoy my time instead of forcing it. So like right now, I'm running a build that wasn't my original build that I wanted to run, because my build that I want to run is currently so bugged that I physically can't play it. I'm supposed to be summoning an army of bees that do a bunch of damage, and unfortunately I'm summoning quite literally no bees. So, train desinks, boss gets hit by the train, he gets stuck in the wall, train doesn't always spawn, train sometimes teleports while you're on it. Sometimes if you're standing on the edge of the train, you just die. You'll be standing on the edge of the cart and then you just fucking die. No, I feel you. I feel you. It's definitely buggy. I mean, I just had a queen bee fight over here where she basically came out of her phase after I killed the 3 all at the same time, and she started like fucking T-posing and trying to frame mog me. So it's definitely a really buggy state of affairs right now. But I will say, some areas are much worse than others. I can typically play pretty smooth in most places, but yeah, the cheese station fight, on top of just being an assholey fight in the first place, is also definitely buggy as all fuck. Yes, I will definitely side with you there. That's what I'm hoping tomorrow. I don't know if it's tomorrow's patch confirmed or not, but I'm really fucking hoping that it's tomorrow's patch. Because if they wait till Friday, they're not going to have any time to, like, fix anything that might come in with new bugs being introduced, right? So I'm hoping they get the bug fix in the quality of life patch push tomorrow. If they don't, I fear it might be a little hairy. I think I might actually be able to level this now. I need fragments of melee. Because I still don't have that leveled. I haven't had anything in my cloak the entire time. Oh, we're so up. What do these drop from? Living creatures on Scover Island. Is that humans? What drops those, chat? Because I legitimately only have 3 of these. Fight, for example, is so crazy safe with shurikens. Which one? Queen bee fight? Or are you talking, cheese station fight? Because honestly, even cheese station's like an assholey fight for me. Cheese station, yeah, cheese station's just fucking rude. I haven't tried it with this build, but cheese station definitely used to make me quite angry with the other build. I'll probably go over and do some of it at some point, but alright, let's see. Now we're into the embroideries. So I need 1 tan light leather per, so I need 3 leathers. And then we have... What pattern is that? Is that Louis Vuitton? I feel like that's Louis Vuitton pattern. I feel like that's Louis V checkerboard. Am I tripping? I might be tripping. Wait, whoops. Only one of those bad boys. Cheese station was freaking. So the fight's still buggy. Oh yeah, the fight's still buggy. Part of the reason why I am chasing things that I actually want to chase. Instead of just running through that shit, I would lose my marbles. Alright, and it's back to me not having soft fur. What a glorious time. Good news! I make embroideries now. So, embroideries under Outfitter give you stats on your cloak. So it's kind of like a cloak enchant. So that is something that I've been trying to get up to so I can at least use those bad boys. Mellies bees? Okay, word. On either island. Could probably farm some of those bad boys up nice and easy. I need to do my bootsies. Also, I feel as though these should be sorted better. I mean, I guess there's like the indicator on them. But I feel like having it potentially say boots or whatever would be better than what we currently have. Just not to bitch, but slightly bitching. Slightly bitching. I just don't want to have to look at the icon. It's a little bit tedious, is how I describe it. That I need a bright enchanted paper, so we need a blank page from Mr. Guild Merchant. Whoops. That wasn't it. I've heard the farmers ironically, and I think I have all the recipes now. Which farmers? Pier? Like Exod MB, and then just go down MB. Jesus Christ. Exod Obby. And just go south. Whoopsie daisy. That's my bad. That's my bad. I said a bad word. I said a bad word. You really hate to see it. This is the downfall of DustyWhy. You really fucking hate to see it. Anyways, back to the enchanting we go. Bro, I don't want to talk about Cheese Station anymore. I don't want to hear Cheese Station. I don't want to think about Cheese Station. I don't want to like... I don't want to go to Cheese Station. I don't want to be around that shit. Sounds absolutely fucking terrible if I'm being honest. Fervor or armor? I probably don't need armor. I'll probably just go a little bit more fervor. Another one of the big guys that feels closer to the main hub north. Which fields? Because I might need to hit that for some recipes. That may be something I need to come up on. Alright, so I'm 15.6% fervor and 13.5% crit naked at this point. That seems pretty solid to moi. I still don't have anything to actually upgrade my Bee Fury with. So I cannot upgrade that anymore until a later date. They either have to make the quest, make the kills repeatable, or I have to make an alt. And I'm really hoping that I don't have to make an alt. I'm hoping and praying there. I would like to avoid that shit if at all possible. Start in the middle of the city and just jump off north. There's 3 fields of 5 to 6 farmers each and a Crimson Patrol. Is that Ben? Oh wait, yeah, same fields. Same fields. X dot in the south, or main hub and then north. Yep, literally same fields. Okay, I got you. That's the same shit, right? And then Ben patrols that area. Took maybe 2 hours of farming. Yeah, that's what I did for my 16 to 20 grind. I believe it was 16 to 20 that I did out there. So, it was fun. It was fun. Good XP per hour out there, I will say. I don't think I got every recipe, though. I'm sure I'm still missing a solid amount of them, all things considered. But I'm gonna have to use some mats somehow. Maybe I actually make some food or some bullshit. I don't have fat. I can't make fat. That's vitality strength, vitality int, vitality dex, vitality magic pen. Good vitality int. Vit and 20 fervor, but guess what? Pumpkins don't exist. Vit dex, vit faith. I don't have more crab eggs. So I could go farm up some crab eggs for vitality and faith food. I think I have a lot of meat on my alt. I think I put most of my cooking stuff on my alt. So I'm not going to worry about that for now. I also don't have crackstones. I don't even know if I have crackstones on my ult. No, Ben of the Crimson's level 18. Oh, weird. So is it the patrol on the south side instead of the north side? Because Ben's on the north side of that. So if it's the patrol on the south side, then that would also make sense. Spores and fresh flower powder. Which I know I have ancient time over on the alt. Bro, I would actually give both of my nuts and my pinar to be able to purchase more bank space. I feel like as of right now, that is the one thing that is really just cooking me and holding me back. Is not being able to get any bank space whatsoever. It is tragic. If I could, and I don't mean purchase for like real money, by the way. If I could spend my gold in game and I could buy that shit. Ugh. Click H in game, go to jobs, and scroll down. It'll show a number out of 100. Jobs. I have 36. There's 100 recipes? Wait, how many recipes are there? Is it 100 or is it 50? Because this achievement only goes to 50. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, well, guess we need some more mats. Fields in between the ones by Ben, by the Ben farm. Okay, word. I have 52 out of 100 on mine. God damn. Think they'll put PvP? They will at some point. It's probably not going to be this year for anything other than duels based on the roadmaps that we've seen. They plan to have instance battlegrounds and also an open world PvP area. But when we're looking at the open world PvP area, I think it's also important to remember that right now the layers are quite small. So every version of the world can hold like 20 people at this point in time. So even if there's an open world PvP area, you're only going to be seeing, you know, like 20 other people there at most as of right now. If they up it to 50, then 50 people. But even then, like that's basically New World Outpost Rush in a continuous world. So anyone who tried on around for the day, you'd be maining until debuffs. It's just too strong. It's too strong. And it's not even necessarily the fact that RAM itself is strong. It is. It's more the fact that it actually consumes sunlight. So the strongest part of my build, being sunlight, is actually functioning now. And the entire point of my talents come to fruition. And the fact that B-Build is still fucking bugged. Like, it's not even the fact that B-Build is worse because it's working properly and it's worse. It's the fact that B-Build doesn't function right now. And forcing myself to play something that doesn't function in the long term was probably more of a gimp than anything else. But 20 people layers with a PvP area isn't gonna work. Yeah, I have my concerns on a 20-person layer for a PvP zone. If I'm being real, even a 50-person layer. I can fill a 50-person layer 30 minutes into stream whenever I want to with my community if there's PvP involved. I guarantee it. I can get people inviting each other onto one layer as soon as we figure out the layer we're going to, and we can literally just fill the entire layer with 50 or more. I just, with the structure of the game. Yo, Sneaky, thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. I feel like with the structure of this game, it's very MMO light at its core, right? The devs have said this time and time again. It's basically an ARPG with some multiplayer aspects to it, which at this point in time are completely optional, not enforced whatsoever, and barely even incentivized to any degree. I don't see the large Zergy PvP aspect that some people may see from an open world zone coming to life within this game's structure. And I don't think it's inherently a bad thing for the game to not live up to that, but I think Faithful Wind has DD Rune on if you're trying to use it for damage. Nah, so Faithful Wind is a catalyst, basically. So the movement speed buff that Faithful Wind applies gives technically a buff, right? Anytime you give a buff to an ally, they get sunlight. Well, I get sunlight. So basically with my sunlight proc, I am proccing that when I use something that like heals me on a finisher, or anytime my Faithful Wind buff refreshes. So if you look down at the 3 and the 6 second buffs side by side, that's my sunlight. So part of what makes this build and makes sunlight consumption insanely strong is that for most of the fight, I don't actually have to worry about building or spending sunlight, and I get it on every single finisher as long as I'm standing in that Faithful Wind uptime. And sunlight heals me. Sunlight does most of my damage. It does a shitload on proc. It does a burn after the fact. Like, it's really strong. So that's the crux of the B build right now. B Fury main hand doesn't actually consume sunlight. So even when I'm standing in that, right? So no buffs right now, drop it, and then sunlight just gets refreshed every single time. So then anytime I'm hitting a finisher, my sunlight procs, B Fury doesn't consume that at all, even if I have it, which is unfortunately very bugged and very bad. So the B Fury build inherently, when B Fury's in your main hand and it's your whacker, you're kind of down bad. You're inherently losing. I personally think it's actually about a DPS double up if you have sunlight with the B build and the B trinket were working, because you'd be able to shit out Bs so quickly if sunlight were available on every single, you know, every single finisher. Because keep in mind the strength of that too is that sunlight empowers you for 6 seconds, causing all of your attacks to deal additional faith as magic damage. So it's basically a fiery enchant that's always proccing no matter what. So anytime I get that sunlight buff up and rolling early on the first finisher, it's an extra instance of damage on every single attack that I throw out. And even when my Faithful Winds ends, I have a sunlight buff up, and then Faithful Winds back up with 3 seconds left on my sunlight buff. So I literally never lose the sunlight and power throughout the fight, as long as I'm using my Faithful Winds on cooldown and standing in it. Really strong. And it's part of what makes this build so strong. But can't do that with B Fury main hand yet until they actually fix the bugs with it. And when I can do that, it's going to give me more damage directly. It's going to give me more healing and more sustain, but it's also giving me way more instances of damage, effectively doubling the rate that I'm going to spawn bees at, because everything that I do has another instance of damage in terms of my attack combo. So at that point, I'm absolutely pissing out bees, extending the duration of every other bee that I've summoned to the highest degree because of Pocket Hive. And it's going to be a little bit of a ramp build, but if they ever add, like, if they add rifts and it's like a Diablo 3-esque rift, I could see the bee build just absolutely trouncing through, because you summon a huge-ass army of bees, and depending on what the cap time for bees are, you're either going to hit cap on summon bee time, or we're just going to see infinite bees, is kind of what I'm thinking. Because every time a bee is summoned, it's a 3-second increase to all bees. If I can summon a bee every 3 seconds, which honestly, it's going to be quite hard to summon a bee every 3 seconds, but it's every 50 instances of damage on average, which really, I don't think we're that far off of that, if I'm being completely honest. So again, as long as I'm keeping sunlight up and I'm consuming my sunlight stacks, I really don't think I'll be that down bad, considering I'll also have fiery on my weapon. So that's going to give me more instances of damage as well. I should be able to get a shitload of instances up. And in theory, if I can get a bee out in under 3 seconds, then I have infinite bees and my bees never die, because anytime I summon a bee, that bee increases the duration of all other summoned bees by 3 seconds. So my goal is to find a way that I can do enough instances of damage to guarantee that I am summoning a bee once every 3 seconds or less, and then I'll be able to ramp bees infinitely with the build. It's the entire concept of it. However, in practice, it doesn't facilitate right now because I can't ramp quickly enough. I can get like 10 bees up, which is still good, but those bees are dying, and that's again in an ideal scenario with some AoE. Usually I see like 5 to 7 of them. So we'll figure it out once the bug fixes are in. I haven't given up hope yet, and I also think that the bee build is going to be even more brain dead than this one is. It is safe. It is autopilot because you summon bees that are doing your damage for you. So you don't even necessarily have to worry about, like, if you're actually having to play mechanics, you don't have to worry about, oh no, I'm relocating and I can't hit the boss, because you'll just have an army of fucking bees out at all points in time. So I'm excited for the build. I really, really, truly am. It's just this for right now is too fucking strong. Infinity and beyond. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again. I can't 3 days in a row. I'm gonna go the sacrificial cape transmog for mage. Should I be keeping armor with cool mogs on it? I guess I should probably get a list of like what to keep for people, huh? Because I salvage literally everything that I'm not using after I dismantle it. I dismantled mine not realizing it was rare. Ouch. Ouch. You really fucking hate to see that. Wait, so how did you, how were people getting it? Is that the one that came from the next area, or one of the items that came from the next area? Those came from that castle area. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. The one that you weren't supposed to be in yet? Came from one of those Crimson Outpost chests. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you can just get the transmog one ethically, but you can't get a max level one to actually like efficiently wear unless you're in the higher level area that's inaccessible. Because transmog wise, that makes sense if you're pulling it from chests from Crimson shit. Also would make sense that that's not going to be the highest level possible. Which chests you get it from? Because my chests are probably all consumed over here. That's fucking tragic. Not max level, that's why I dismantled it after I got something better. I wonder if I've done that with anything. Surely I have. I dismantled a Dominion that I was actively testing with. Good news, I like Crab Shield more, but definitely dismantled a Dom. That is entirely my bad, if I do say so myself. I feel shame, and I brought that upon my people directly. Bro, it's fucking hot. I said yesterday was the hottest day that the stream rooms had. This might be one of the hottest days the stream rooms had. Thermometer in here reads 89. And I'll be honest, the PCs are still pumping cold as shit. The PC air is coming out colder than the fucking room air is. Yeah. Yeah, they're fucking peachy if I do say so myself. Kind of impressive. Those shits are staying cooler than me right now. I'm out here fucking dying. Oh, I'm actually dying. I really hope that there's something that comes in that stops us from having to create alts to simply exist within the game. If I'm being real. I am not the largest alt enjoyer. And Lost Ark had a grind that for me really pushed me off a little bit because of the immense incentivization for alts and scaling into your power scaling off of your alts and funneling into your main. And I really hope that this game doesn't go down a Lost Ark progression route, because it already seems like it kind of is to a certain extent. Same? Yeah, I'm hoping that there are some fixes to... Honestly, like, if I'm being real, this game is a very casual game. I think it's best served to stay in that route and not try to promote the Omega Sweat way of life and be a breath of fresh air for people. And I think that's a lot of its selling point, is the fact that it plays like a breath of fresh air right now. I feel like... Oh, another mount. I feel like that breath of fresh air could very well change to smothering, you know, bad quality air as soon as players get into the end game and realize what the current end game, like, grind is. And if they don't realize that it's going to change in terms of having to make 36 alts and run them all across the map to one of the furthest points on the map just so you can get a material to upgrade your weapons, then they're going to be a little bit sad about it, you know what I mean? Tiago, thank you for following. Much love, dude. I appreciate you. They will definitely be a little bit sad, where it's like, oh, you want to upgrade those legendary weapons that you just spent so many hours grinding for? Get ready, brother. Cock, thank you for following. Much love, dude. I appreciate you. Because right now, that's truly the grind.
is absolutely
All right, yeah, everybody follow once. I appreciate y'all, guys. Get them all out. If you guys aren't already following the channel, I guess you might as well be. Throw a reminder out there for those that are new. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Usually stream between 8 and 12 hours a day. I've streamed 1,000 and I think today's 1,055 in a row type shit. Right around there. So I've streamed over 1,000 days consecutively, no days off or anything like that. I am quite literally always here, so if you guys like Forever, please feel free to ask me any questions. I will be recording a little tank build guide, Jesus Christ. A little paladin build guide here soon for the priest build that I have enjoyed so much. I do have multiple builds that I've cooked up as well. It's just a matter of some of them waiting on bugs to be fixed to facilitate them. One thing you'll hear me talk about a lot is Beef Fury bugs. So Beef Fury bugs just like actually aren't facilitating our talents in the way that they're supposed to be. So the build that I want to run is the Beef Fury build. Unfortunately, that is absolutely pillaged by bugs at this point in time. So hope that gets sorted out relatively soon. So right now I'm on Ram in my main hand. I run Crab Shield and then I run Beef Fury in my Arsenal slot. Biggest emphasis with this build is being tanky as shit. Having a lot of self-healing and sustain. And enough instances of damage to kill stuff. You will not necessarily see any crazy hard hits with this build. The hardest hit that goes out damage-wise is like 400-ish when I crit on my block, when I have 3 stacks of it. But there is a lot of damage per second going out on everything around me because this build is a full AoE build. And it's all about sustain at the forefront. And the damage is just the second emphasis of it, which is quite nice. Every time you use your 3, which is your little slash on your Beef Fury, mobs lose 40% magic resistance, and you gain 40% magic resistance, which actual cheat code for pretty much every boss fight that has some form of magic mech, you know, involved in it. So I always try to keep that in mind. Anytime that I need to throw out, you know, any form of tankiness to magic, I just press 3. And then I am tanky magic god of all gods. I can pop my coolies for a shitload of additional damage and tankiness, so when the 3 bugs come out for this phase, I just get to stand and stuff even more and do ridiculous amounts of damage because I can pop my coolies. It's just, dude, it's a stupid build. It's a stupid build. Priest is really stable, really secure, really sustainy. There is effectively nothing that this build doesn't do right now, which has been to the disdain of some players of other classes, if I'm being honest. Some people really hate the shit you show talents after. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Talents right now, you can go a couple different routes with them too, keep in mind. But my talents are mostly built around just capitalizing on the damage that's coming out from sunlight all the time. Because we have sunlight going no matter what we're doing. Like I was talking about earlier, so when the boss comes out, you'll see I drop my zoomies. And then I stand in my zoomies and you just go into attack combos. And while you're in your zoomies and you have that, you just proc sunlight like fucking crazy. No, there's weapon enchantments you can craft. Yes, sir, ski. So every trade skill will have some form of benefit outside of the actual, you know, the gear crafting itself. So cooking has the obvious of food. And then you go into blacksmith, which makes armor plates for your chest pieces. And then you go into outfitter, which makes weaves for your cloak. Then you have alchemist, makes pots and trinkets. Jeweler makes jewelry and gems to be put in jewelry. And then enchanter does enchanting of some armor slots and weapons. So every trade skill has some form of utility that it brings. I currently use the utility of like none of the consumables. I don't have consumes up. I'm just kind of smacking because there's no reason for me to farm consumes. So talents, you go obviously sunlight, you have to. Big thing about sunlight, skills that affect allies. Empower them for 6 seconds with sunlight. The next final combo attack consumes sunlight to deal an additional 60% faith as magic damage. So I could technically put my sunlight on my entire group as well. You'll notice I have no buffs on my bar above my health. When sunlight goes out, or sorry, when my zoomies goes out, faithful wins. I get my sunlight and it refreshes constantly. So that's gonna proc, and before crits, that's gonna do 60-ish damage before any other modifiers, before magic resist, before crits, before anything like that, amplifiers. So that's immediately big scaling on every single combo. That is 60% of my faith. Off of that, you take each of these, sunlight heals for half the damage dealt, so every sunlight proc, you're healing. Purging Strikes. Your own sunlight empowers you for 6 seconds, causing all your attacks to deal an additional 15% magic damage. In Swift Justice, sunlight reduces the cooldown of all weapon skills by a second, so you're getting all your cooldowns up faster. Fervor by 4%. It's 4% damage done, healing done, shielding done, and 2% reduced damage taken. Sunlight damage increased by 25% because all sunlight damage is increased at that point. So really good to play around stacking sunlight like crazy, of course. Then over here, you go into 20% additional crit chance for sunlight. Crits, more sunlight damage, double dip. If sunlight critically strikes, it leaves a burn, dealing 50% of the damage dealt over 6 seconds. So this takes the damage here, the crit chance here, and then gives you your output of a burn here after all damage modifiers on it. So if you crit with a harder hitting sunlight, then the burn does more damage, and sunlight is still doing the burn, so then you get a heal over time for 6 seconds as well every time you put that up. So I'm getting a sunlight heal for 50% of the immediate damage every time I do a weapon combo finisher. I'm getting a heal over time for 6 seconds every time I trigger my sunlight. So I have a permanent heal over time, just tick, 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 tick. While that heal over time is going out, keep in mind, Benedict on consumption heals allies based on faith. This consumes all benediction stacks. This, when I put it up and it detonates, heals me 4 times for about 30 HP per heal. This gives me 40% magic resistance. This heals and gives me shields as long as I'm using it properly. This gives me the movement speed buff to always proc my sunlight. This does damage, but could also heal. This, gives me a bunch of damage and cooldown reduction, all that shit, but also reduces damage I take by 20% for the duration of it. This gives me 10% fervor, which is 10% damage, healing, and shielding. So all of those things together, you effectively just at times when there are any hard mechanics, you can pop everything that you have and just become borderline unkillable. And again, this is without, full bisc gear. I don't have double legendary fully upgraded weapons or anything like that. I haven't been funneled loot from my chat. I've been solo self-founding everything. So there's a reason I'm doing this over and over and over again, and it's so I can try to get a legendary weapon for my next build, which is my Pocket Hive build, that Beast Summoner build I was talking about earlier. So I still think that one's going to be really fun, but the entire emphasis of this build is crits and a lot of attacks. So with this build, anytime my finisher, my final hit on my combo, crits, it resets the cooldown on my 1, so I can just spam that shit anytime the cooldown comes up, and it's an 8-second cooldown regardless, so not really a big deal if I don't get the crits. But anytime I use a weapon skill, it empowers my next 3 attacks to make sure that they always crit. So you get where this is going. Anytime I have a weapon skill up, I can use it during my combo to ensure that I'm critting, and then anytime that I crit on my finisher, I make sure that I get an instant cast and a reset on my 1, which does damage, consumes 5 stacks, and then if I consume 5 stacks of the benediction, not only do I heal per stack, but also I'm giving myself 10% crit and 10% fervor. So just everything that I have stacks up insanely hard, right? I'm sitting at 31% crit, 24% fervor, which is just stinky, and that's before any other modifiers coming in, and that's not even like peak scaling. It's a little silly. Do you have purple gear in the game? I do not. I have blue armor, green jewelry, and then I have a purple weapon and 1 legendary weapon. So like purple weapons, yes. My legendary weapon is currently not fully upgraded, unfortunately, which is quite sad. I need to make an alt at some point, so that way I can grind out blue shards to actually upgrade my weapon. So I'll probably have to make the alt. God, honestly, I'm kind of just fucking myself over by not having it upgraded to at least 3 stars. So I should probably do that sooner rather than later. But I'd like to worry about both of my weapons at the same time type shit, and then just do all the farms as like a singular farm goal. But it just depends on, the pace to getting everything. I have already found 1 legendary weapon off Queen, so we know that the legendaries are rolling. I just happen to find the wrong legendary weapon, which is slightly tragic if I do say so myself. I have wing sabers now. I have no use for wing sabers. I do not need the wing sabers. I do not want the wing sabers. But unfortunately, I possess the wing sabers. It is a goddamn shame. But yeah, I mean, anytime that you guys hear that, like, high-pitched ding, right, when I'm just auto-attacking, that's my finisher going off. And anytime you see my 1 come off cooldown after that, it means that I, myself, am going to have a free cast. So, do you have any interest in leveling another class of 20 or not? I mean, I'm not opposed to leveling other classes. I'm kind of particular in my desires for the classes that I'm playing type shit. I really like to have something that's melee, tanky, sustainy, and a little bit dynamic past just Iuga, Ibuga. Like, a build that just hits hard is cool, but a build that takes all of the damage that's coming in and just can say fuck you is quite nice, and it will raise a lot of eyebrows. If I were to level another character, it'd probably be a rogue at this point. Warrior's too strong. If I leveled a rogue, it would probably just be to make fun of all the rogue players that are like, oh my god, you can't do anything on a rogue, oh my god. Because I do still think rogue is plenty fine. So if I leveled a different class, it'd probably be a rogue. If I'm leveling alts just to clear through really quickly, I'm probably gonna get a low-level weapon and gear setup on a priest, and then just face roll all of the content on a priest and get really good at, you know, a select route to go through and get some efficient blue shards and shit, and then run that character out and pick up the crystal with it, the purple crafting kit. So, started with my judgment spam build and it's great, been letting it go to waste. Oh, it's nice. It's real nice. Being able to throw up sunlight that much is fucking lit. I personally love the Faithful Wind cooldown reduction. When I was squishier, ran it as the heal, because my mentality on all of these fights in this game has always been things don't really have an enrage. It's like a soft enrage at best, and you just have to beat a soft enrage, and you can honestly beat a soft enrage by face tanking it. So I figured very early on there's not really a need for me to go too hog wild type shit over worrying about excessive amounts of damage, and everything that I was running was just inherently built around being tanky and letting the damage fall into place after the fact, and that's where the build stayed. And I have greatly enjoyed the directionality of it, because you can always add in damage once you get tanky enough. But people get very frustrated if they go into content not tanky enough in the first place, but they're a glass cannon, because then it's either a one-shot or you get one-shotted. And a lot of the time in early progression, you about to get one-shotted trying that shit. So, it's all this preference, but I try to kind of like build from the ground up with tankiness at the forefront. It's like you gotta throw accurate before you can throw fast. And that's always been very successful for me. Why do you need ults for blue shards? They only come from the named mobs in the world the first time that you kill them. In terms of the ones to actually upgrade weapons that we've been able to find so far anyways. I don't know if there's another source that just hasn't come across my mind. But as far as we know, that's the only way to currently get them. And I have unfortunately exhausted all of my current blue upgrade shards. So I'm not quite sure if there is a different route. Again, if there is, I will absolutely coom. But we haven't been able to find anything so far. On top of that, when you're going to upgrade legendaries, or honestly epics, like any weapons to 4 or 5 stars, you need purple upgrade materials for that. And the purple upgrade materials only come from one quest in the entire world, not repeatable. So, out here at this castle, Lee Van Cliff, there's Heart of the Matter. You have to get 10 ephemeral hearts, which draw from spirits either here or down here. You can find a lot of those farms. Get 10 ephemeral hearts, bring it over and turn them in. You get a purple crystal. Only thing is, that is the only purple crystal that you can get right now. They're supposed to come from heroic dungeon content in the future. Only problem is heroic dungeon content doesn't exist right now. You know what the drop chances for legendary? Allegedly 1%. Which, keep in mind, there is also no pity timer or anything, no pity mechanic on it. So that is a hard 1% every single time. And some people have been like, well, I've run 100 runs. How the fuck can I not have one if it's 1%? Because you are cursed. A 1% chance does not happen 1 in 100 times. Every single time. Some people get a first try. Some people will go multiple hundreds of runs without grabbing one of those bad boys. I, for one, did not find my first legendary until 85 hours played, I found my second one about 6 hours after that. So it was a fucking grind for me to get it. And honestly, it made it all the more rewarding when it finally did happen. I very, very, very much was excited to have a legendary, especially finding the legendary that I was going for first legendary. That shit was monumental for me. So, a pity timer for me, I feel like would kind of devalue a lot of that grind. Like, it was to the point where it kind of became my white whale. It was my Moby Dick. I was trying to hunt it down, and I swore that I saw one out there somewhere, and I knew it existed. It was just a matter of where the fuck it made off to, and I had to chase it, and I'm still chasing my second. And that's the thing for me that this game does really well, is the chase. Honestly, like, I know they're trying to go MMO light with things, but I know a lot of people that tried their damnedest to get very, 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 very kitted out very fast, and then they were like, man, what the fuck, I only got 20 hours of content. I'm at 100 hours of content by the end of today's stream, and I still don't have full best in slot. I still have so much grinding left to do, like a lot of hours. People are kind of crazy. They optimize the fuck out of a very accessible, cozy, easy game, and then they just get angry that there's no content left. And here I am 100 hours in, just smacking the shit out of bosses, wait until I get legendary drops, and then I'm gonna be smacking the shit out of ghosts over and over and over again. Foop! Oh, what up, my friend? Just got my cookie trays. Oh, I love cookies. Fubo, it's 90 degrees in the stream room right now. You could probably bake cookies in here, brother. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that actually is hot enough to bake cookies if you do it slowly. But let me tell you, I am thankful for the fans on this fine day, and I'm not talking those that check their Twitch primes, which you guys should. What the fuck? Bro, it's hot. We have not put the air conditioners in the window yet because, like, Maine has old houses. Tuco, thank you for following. What's up, dude? So it's... Oh my god, I got it! Fupo, you're good luck! Fupo! Oh my god, wait, we got the Lego Pocket Hive. Boys, we've done it. It shit itself out for me. Oh my god. We have done it. Double legendary weapons. Isn't that thing kind of bugged? The facilitators are bugged. So what I'm looking to do here is when the bugs are fixed, Bee Fury Pocket Hive, and then bring in the Bee Trinket. The problem is, Bee Fury does not consume our sunlight, which means that we don't get any sunlight procs, any sunlight damage, any sunlight anything whatsoever. The damage is way lower than actually being able to utilize the build. The Trinket doesn't actually summon bees right now based on your weapon abilities. So you'll notice, you know, I'll find my way into this fight here. You'll notice that there are still good instances of damage going out, but it is nowhere near the consistency of what my damage is supposed to be, nor am I consuming my sunlight for that big pop. I'm not getting the amount of sustain that I did previously. I'm not summoning many bees whatsoever. When I summon the bees hit hard. Like, if I actually get bees up, I can just let the bees tick here. Like, they do okay damage. I also think their scaling's a little broken right now, because they're supposed to hit much harder than that. Regardless, with this build, you're missing some very core facilitators along the way that are supposed to bring in some more functionality. Next Lego farm, Crab Shield. Bro, honestly, Crab Shield would probably be the one for right now. Or I could farm up a Lego Ram. Because we do have to wait for Pocket Hive to get fixed. Like, we do have to wait for Pocket Hive to get fixed. It's just, it's not usable right now, really, until the bugs with Bee Fury with it all are taken care of. Once those are taken care of, though, we might just be up a little tremendous. Just maybe. Just maybe. I think the build is extremely, extremely, extremely functional. It's just missing core facilitators. So I could farm up Lego Ram, or rings crit. Yeah, double crit ring, and then a fervor necklace, and I run the crit fervor gems in those bad boys. You know what? Let's go kill some crab. It's feeling like a hot streak today, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like we could definitely kill some crab. Maybe let's fix Bee Fury while you're gonna crab shield. I hope they fix I hope they fix the Bee Fury bugs. I hope they fix the Bee Fury bugs with the next quality of life patch that comes in. Also, like the bee trinket being janky is also very much a negative impact on it all, right? So hopefully they get that taken care of. Good news is, I guess I'll just keep. Nah, I can salvage those. I'll salvage those bad boys. I don't need them anymore. I have double legendary. We're up tremendous. We're up. Fupo, no shields. There are no shields here, Fupo. There is nothing for you to consume. Don't worry. The void does not need to feast on this fine day. I feel like I should just break down all of my prospectable ore. 100 deposits and harvesting plants. I don't want to go do that shit. I'm gonna drop like 30 of these though to clear up some space. That does literally nothing actually. God, I have so much tin. I have such an ungodly amount of tin. Alright, well this runs. I'll be right back. I'm filling up my water, chat. Good day, have returned, still hot. Like, really hot. Really hot. Also, sorry for the delay. I had to grind up some more Schweed. I had apparently exhausted all of my supply. Bro, I just have too much shit, if I'm being honest. I need to start vendoring some of this stuff, I think. Because I don't even have the spark samples to, like, use all of this. There's no feasible way that I will use all of these enchanting mats. I'm gonna sell a couple stacks of those. There's no way that I'm gonna use all of this tin ore. I'm gonna sell some of that. I'm gonna sell a lot of the tin ore because I'm stocking up on that shit. And then, what else do I have in abundance? I don't need multiple of these. I don't need multiple of these. Honestly, I don't need any of those. I'll keep pillars because people freak out about pillars. I'll keep that. We'll organize once again. This is what I need, by the way, spark shards. Those are what I'm currently down absolutely horrendous on. I'd sell linen and ore first and hide. I just feel like I also don't really need enchanting stuff. But I mean, it's fair to say that we probably need more enchanting stuff than other shit. But if you're mob grinding, then you're gonna find enchanting stuff out the fucking wazoo anyways. So even then, it's not really that much of a game changer. But I have too much shit. I get too much. I go through too much. All right, we'll get rid of all of this. I'd love to be able to buy stash tabs for gold. I've said that like 1,000 times, or like bank tabs. I've said it about 1,001 times at this point, and I will continue to say it. If I could buy slots in my bank in which I could add like bags that were player crafted bags, I would actually start gushing grannies. I would be so fucking smitten over the concept of that. I think it would be such a good addition. All right, Crabman's about to get absolutely fucking walloped. The crab fight's gonna be a little interesting because there are actual one-shot mechanics in that. I'm gonna have to pay a little bit of attention to that. Shame. Will they give him more bank space? They just need gold sinks. Gold doesn't serve a purpose. If I'm being completely real, like, the only purpose must be near an obelisk. Lick my entire tank. The only purpose that gold serves right now is sitting there. Is 200 per stack good, or will you decrease it? I would reduce the quantity that drops, honestly. I don't know what their plan is for late game crafting, but when something costs 15 light leather to make, and 15 light leather is 45 light leather straps, I don't need 15,000 light leather to drop every single day. I feel like the quantity of drops, or like the frequency of drops, either way could be tweaked rather than adjusting that. The alternative would be to increase the cost of like actual crafting, but I don't think that's the play, because then you run into the restrictor of making the reagents and having spark samples. So then spark samples would become a crazy commodity, which would mean that people would run around with bots and just gather all the time so they could spark sample max, because those are going to come from gathering. So like I feel like it's just a frequency of mat drop right now, in a way where it's too frequent, so it's inflating all of our banks very quickly. The only thing is, with this being an early access and without them having plans for wipes, if they nerf anything, then it becomes a power vacuum. So if they nerf something, they either need to wipe in terms of like acquisition, or they create a power vacuum, or they'll need to add in a higher currency down the road that's going to completely invalidate all of the work and all the scaling and all the currency of these areas, which is then going to completely change it up. Now, it seems like their currency is in tiers already, so it won't be too bad. In terms of like not having a wipe, it seems as though a lot of this is going to be bloat, but it also seems like a lot of our early materials build into later materials. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do it. If they do like the, you know, the hand over hand where it's tier 1 mats build into tier 2, which build into tier 3, which build into tier 4, then tier 1 mats are still going to be extremely valuable, and people are definitely going to bot the shit out of that. But give stat ranges on gear, so when you craft, you don't necessarily get a perfect roll. Want to create a bunch to try and chase perfect rolls. The shitty thing about that, though, is it creates such a restriction if you do it that way, because you have to get the spark samples in the first place to be able to refine the materials to like the usable state, and then you have to have the crafting points, which you get from refining materials. So you'd almost incorporate a stamina system at that point if you're asking people to craft a lot, where it becomes this tedious, fuck, I'm out of spark samples, or I'm out of energy, I need to go out of work points, I should say. I need to go acquire spark samples. So I mean, one way you're basically forcing people into the you go hit rocks and trees and stuff like that. The other alternative is that it brings in spark sample as a trade, you know, like a trade commodity would be the way that I'd say it. Just remove some of the spark samples / craft points things. I don't really like spark samples and craft points, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they should just replace that with gold. Like both of them. Just remove spark samples, remove craft points, and then replace the cost with gold so we actually have a gold sink in the game. And gold is worth something. Just my 2 cents. Right now, gold is worth nothing, and no part of me wants to go get spark samples because I can get mats from other means like disenchanting shit, and craft points just come from processing. I haven't really had much trouble with craft points, but the thought of like taking an entire day and just going out and farming spark samples is sad. Is it not possible to upgrade without making alts? It is. You just have to have foresight and not upgrade your early shit like I did constantly. So I'm someone who likes to test a lot of different builds hands-on for myself. And in doing so, I upgraded many different things. Multiple shields, multiple weapons. And it definitely ended up exhausting my materials a bit quicker than I expected, if I'm being real. So if you're not like me, who gets excited about the, you know, the slightest new upgrade, then you may find yourself able to upgrade without alts. It's just kind of like I didn't have the foresight, so to say, of, oh, I will most definitely be, you know, changing my weapons. This is gonna be bugged and it's not gonna get fixed type shit. Like, I didn't really have that element of, you know, knowing ahead. So for me, it became more of a matter of like, oh, look, I've upgraded all of these things, and now I'm down horrendous. Game worth getting. I've had a lot of fun with it. Depends on what you're looking for right now. If you're kind of coming in like, I am a PvX MMO enjoyer who traditionally covers PvX MMOs that are like player-to-player driven, right? And I personally had to temper my expectations a lot when I came in and realized that it is indeed at this point in time primarily a single-player title, which is not a bad thing, right? It is a very, 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 very fun game. And you can group up in groups of 4 for every bit of content that's in the game. Whether it is, you know, just exploring the world and progressing quests, whether it is doing these dungeons and these boss fights, you can group up for anything up to a group of 4. So, it's not entirely just forced solo, but the incentivization to group up isn't exactly the highest. It's definitely light on the MMO light scale. All things considered, though, very fun combat system, boss fights, farming up your builds, seeing your builds come together, very fun. Roadmap has a lot of good on it for the remainder of this year and past that for the remainder of early access until they go into their 1.0 launch, eventually TM. Outside of that, exploration-wise, if you're trying to 100% mounts and gatherables like companions and shit like that, and you're trying to have a fully best-in-slot build, I personally think you will have no problem surpassing 100 hours of content. Just for perspective, I have the map pretty much fully explored. That's not even counting, like, that's with the main objectives on the map. I haven't done, like, collecting all the orbs and the hidden things on the map. I haven't done any companion gathering. I haven't done, like, mount gathering other than what I'm getting from bosses. I've been focusing on just my best in slot builds and getting best in slot gear situated. Grant, thank you for the follow. And I am like 100 hours in. So there's, in my opinion, plenty of content. Some people will tell you that there's only 20 hours of content. Those people probably have blue weapons and take, you know, 40 minutes to kill a singular boss. Me, on the other hand, I have better than blue weapons and still sometimes take 40 minutes to kill a boss. Yo, Buzz Lightyear, much love, dude. I appreciate it. I have 100 hours and still have gear to get and a few objectives to complete. Oh, yeah. And keep in mind, I'm getting more time out of it because I'm not going the trade route. If I wanted to, I definitely could have been like, yo, chat, like, I need my legendary shield, I need my legendary mace, and I could have had that immediately. I would highly recommend doing solo self-found or group self-found, depending on, like, you know, what you're coming in as, because that is going to maximize your content for right now. There's nothing in the game that's not accessible solo. There's nothing in the game that's not doable. I have played entirely solo self-found with no handouts from chat or anything like that. I'm not streamer looting. I have grinded every piece of gear that I have. And you see the build is functioning quite smooth in these boss fights. So, it's fun. Same as Spirit Village, tried that. Banger game, solo MMO, but it's changing the direction for more group content. Yeah, absolutely. It's really similar to that. They also have their roadmap on Steam. They have the roadmap on Steam, and everything in blue is coming this year, and then purple is coming after this year, before 1.0. So more classes, more talent trees, PvP systems, more extensive PvE systems. Just a lot of good on the roadmap. I still don't think that it will resemble, you know, fully an MMO, but I do thoroughly believe that it has potential to maintain player base. It's cute and cozy on the surface level, right? You got a crab with a fucking sword. You've got collectible mounts out the ass, so horizontal prog everywhere. You've got gliders. You've got companions, which are your little pet. You can transmog your armor from anywhere, as long as you've collected the actual style of the gear. So if you're a completionist, you'll want to farm everything up, just in case you end up using it down the road or needing it. You'll want to have every piece of gear, every transmog, everything available to you. Low-key, I kind of fuck with this. But yeah, it's free to change up your transmogs. Literally just, you get the piece of gear, and then you equip it, and then it adds it to your transmog. So I don't even know if I have this cape. So I don't have this cape transmog yet. So when I equip it, and then unequip it, and then go back in, I now have that cape transmog, and I can put that cape on whenever I want to. So it's, dude, it's just a super accessible game. On top of that, I have a good build right now, right? I have a very strong build. So the content is going to more or less just fall over. Natty, thank you for following myself, dude. The content's more or less going to fall over, and this build isn't bugged or anything. It's just, it's a strong build. There are some builds that are legitimately abusing bugs. I play a priest class with a lot of self-heal in the first place. I have good gear and a very synergistic build, so my damage is also quite high. I can also strip mob magic resist like crazy, and I do a whole shitload of magic damage. So the entire build is just very synergistic as a whole, right? Fun fact, chat, I can also watch this. I just tanked that. It's one of my favorite side things about this. Once you're tanky enough, his fixate no longer kills you. So if you became tanky enough, you could technically fixate. 14k Steam charts 1 week ago, last 24 hours 8k, till due in 2 weeks, game is dead. Brother, it's a Wednesday. You realize this last weekend, you know, whoops, I might be cooked. Weekend over weekend comp, we peaked at 13.5k this last weekend. Which is what you should be comparing, not like Saturday or Sunday to Wednesday. So weekend over weekend, it was basically minus 500 players, which is actually really good. So just for perspective, I can show you how to interpret the chart though, if you have a problem with it. I can kind of probably help out with that. But you want to make sure you're comparing the same day week over week. And as a result, when you look at weekend over weekend, you see a net loss of about 500 players, which, considering other titles that dropped and the fact that servers were a big issue early on, it's actually quite good. It's like quite good. What games would you say are similar to FAREVER? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. The comparison that I've given out so far is it's like Pal World without the emphasis on being legally distinct Pokemon MMO light. It's Paleo with a combat system. It's like at its core, from a system standpoint, the emphasis of FAREVER, Zelda MMO Lite, very Zelda-y vibes as well. Yes, very Zelda-y vibes. Let's see, outside of that, the biggest thing about FAREVER for me that I try to describe it to people as is an incredibly accessible title where you are looking at effectively no problems getting into content, experiencing content, completing content. You can go into any of the content solo or with a group, no matter, you know, what the content is at this point in time. And it is effectively like the new age modernization of the MMO, if I'm being honest. Now, their MMO, like actual MMO structure, is quite light. Their layers, which are like the open world basically, it's run on layers up to a certain number of players. Those currently hold roughly 20 people, and their goal is to have them hold roughly 50 people as of latest communication that we have from them. So it's definitely still going to be on the smaller scale, but when we look at the systems they're planning to bring in, they want to have guilds. To what extent? Don't really know. Banger purple shield. To what extent? We don't really know where they want to have the guilds functional. They want to have an open world PvP region, which I, as an open world PvX enjoyer, am excited about but skeptical about because of the layer size being so small. It's a little intriguing there. They want to have instance battlegrounds. To what size? Hard saying right now. We don't really know that much. They want to have a world boss, at least one. They want to have rifts, heroic dungeons that bring in harder elements and exclusive gear rewards, which I'm hoping heroic dungeons bring in sets. However, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the way. Like, armor sets would be sick. But again, I have no idea. I'm just kind of spitballing. Also, can I tank the slash? I will tell you in a second. No, I cannot tank the slash. Thank you for asking. If I had shields up, I probably could. But as of just like naked, can you tank the slash? No. GG bad builds. Bro, literally, please nerf my fucking build. I am struggling out here. What do you mean? I'm supposed to dodge a fucking mechanic? Brother, I swear to Christ, this game is going to fucking die. You know, that one guy was right. Fuck the fact that it's Wednesday at 6 p.m. EST and the EU people are off for the night and the NA people aren't all on for the night. Fuck that. Barbara's like 2K as a warrior. I have like 1600, I think, but we're trying to set up to get the game, appreciate the input, never really been into the very lengthy sort of sludge-like MMOs. Oh no, if you like a faster pace and something that you can pick up and put down, that honestly is the biggest change for me. This game does not play like an MMO. It plays like a Zelda. It plays like a Pal World. It plays like a Palia. It plays like one of the games that you can hop in and out of as you want to. And you don't necessarily feel obligated to be on the level. Mustard, thank you for follow. You don't necessarily feel obligated to be on the level of the top players because you don't interact with them. Like, there's no forced PvP. If you're in the open world, nobody's gonna come up to you with best in slot gear and just absolutely shit on your day because you're working 9 to 5 and Fortnite take the L on your body. You're not gonna lose anything on death or be punished. There's even a stone that you can get that teleports you right back to where you died the last time. Their entire thing with this game is, hey, show up, play the game. It's a fun game. Crab's name is Crabgantua because it's a gargantuan crab. There is a giant blob that's named Sponge Blob. There are so many like punny boss names where it's one of those games that you just kind of play and, you know, you don't take it as a job. You don't take it too seriously. It feels like a game. And there is still depth to it. My build, like I mentioned, functions really well because it's a very good build. Outside of that, new builds, your first time fighting this boss, It took me 7 attempts.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Hatred, how you doing, my boy? It took me 7 attempts to get this boss down for the first time when I was actually leveling. 7. And every single attempt was fun as fuck. You can either try to like skirt over the wave that he does, or you can get on those pedestals, but those pedestals only come out every 18% damage. So if you can't pass the damage check, then you don't get the pedestals. So you'll notice that a lot of the time, I'll drop my zoomies right towards the end of this, and then I go over, I get ready. Right when 2 seconds hits, I go up, I get as close to the end of the spout as I can. Wave goes out, drop down, and start smacking before he turns. So, would it be fun to play as co-op? Oh yeah, absolutely. Would you be bringing in like a group of people to play with? Kind of like a couch co-op, but online type shit? Because I think that is honestly one of the best use cases for this game right now. It's also very accessible if you want to do like a co-op playthrough, so to say, with friends, but you also want to have your own character on the side to progress because your storage, your bank is entirely shared. So say you want to level something because you play more than your friends, so you can, you know, cook food to give buffs and make potions to give buffs and make everybody gear, then you'd be able to do that, send it down to your other character, trade it to your friends. Yeah, a lot of people really enjoy the co-op side of it. Proper Battlegrounds, this game will be main game potential. I do think it has potential. I think potential is the best way to describe it right now. And to me, they haven't really dropped the ball on the potential in the way that some others have. Also, Thoric, how's the Lego hunt? Actually quite well, brother. Actually quite well. So, I got my legendary Pocket Hive. I got my legendary Bee Fury. Now, Crab Shield calleth my name. Only problem is, the more legendaries I get, the more things I have to farm. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue. But I need the shinies. I need them. I honestly might go farm a legendary Amon Ram after I get this bad boy. Can any class use any weapon? No, actually. So they have some locks on weapons and armor. Hold on, I have to burp. Excuse you. So anyways, there are typically locks on classes, or sorry, on weapons and armor. So you'll notice this is Warrior Priest down at the bottom of the tooltip, but this has Vitality, Strength, and Faith. So basically you have 4 classes, and you have Priest, Mage, Rogue, Warrior. Vitality, general HP stat. Strength is Warrior primary scaling. Dex is Rogue. Faith is Priest. Is Mage. So if you have a Warrior Priest weapon, it's going to scale off of Faith and Strength. So a good way to tell is, A, you can look at the weapon itself, but if you go into your cursor mode, you hover over your abilities, this says emits a bright light dealing 79 to 80 magic damage. However, that's not static. It's 29 base, and then it takes 48% of my Faith. So you can hover over your basic attack, hold shift, and then you can also see that this takes Strength instead of Faith. So my Strength is quite low, so my basic attack isn't going to be a big point of emphasis for me. It's my Faith, which is my spells. So this does Faith. This goes off Faith and Strength equally. This goes off Faith for all of the scaling up here, pure Faith. This is off of Faith. So all of my, you know, abilities are primarily off of Faith. So for me, I know that I want to scale up something that includes that. Every weapon as well, you'll notice, has unique abilities. So if I put this sword in my main hand, then I'll get the attack and both abilities from the sword. The arsenal is basically your prison pocket. So with your arsenal, while you're leveling, you select one of the abilities off the weapon, and then when you're level 20, you select 2 of the abilities off the weapon, and you have those abilities on your bar. So kind of a cool system there. The arsenal brings in a lot of customization. There are some weapons that are seen more as main hand potential, some that are seen as more arsenal potential. And the cooking for builds is truly very, very, very deep, like on all levels. There's a lot of potential to cook. I have a different chest piece on. Is that the one I had on before? I think that's the one I had on before. I don't believe. That's what George Michael always says. Gotta have faith. You must, brother. We're gonna get a good bow. Sponge Blob is a popular bow for people right now, but that shit might be bugged. A lot of people also really like the flower shurikens that come from Queen Bee. So, tap target like WoW or skill base. Summer, thank you for the follow. Much love. So, basically, oh, Summer, okay. I appreciate you, Doc. Basically, it's an action combat base. It does give you kind of like a target lock, so to say, right? So, when I'm looking at something, you'll see that there's that little, like, caret downward indicator that I have that target locked into. Or locked onto, I should say. But a lot of my abilities, same thing with my melee attack. It's left click attack, right click block. You do have a dash as well. It's bound to, I don't know what it is by default, but mine is on shift. Credence is the best one as a world drop, so getting it to 20 sucks. Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why people use Sponge Blob Bow as well, because if you don't have Credence, then you have to alt grind the Credence, which is kind of tragic. Anyways, so it's an action combat base over anything else. You do have cleaves. You're not looking at a projectile like point and click action combat system. Again, it's got that target lock on range weapons, so your projectile will just go to the target that you're looking, you know, relatively close to type shit, more than just being like a full send. But Mage Rogue Bow's insane as an arsenal weapon. Which one's that one? Printing here to thank God. Cool things down a bit. Brother, I'm not gonna lie. The stream room hit 90. The stream room is currently 90. Dog, I'm melting. I am fucking melting, Willow. Good news, though. I got my Lego Pocket Hive. So now I'm on to crab grabbing. And it's time to conquer. I have found multiple purple shields. However, I will not be equipping the purple shields because they're not upgraded. And I don't have the materials to upgrade them right now. So, I'm going legendary or bust. Why do you have AC? Because we haven't put the air conditioners in the windows yet. We live in Maine. Maine houses don't typically have, like, central air unless they're a very, like, newly constructed place. So, like, heat pumps, not heat pumps, so, like, mini splits are very common here. But on top of that, like, window AC units. But it's only hot for a couple of days, so we didn't put the window ACs in because it's going to be 60 to 70 for the next, like, 2 weeks. It's going to be beautiful weather. But for right now, it's exorbitantly hot. And I'm a little angry about that. Jefferson, what up, my dude? Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Much love. I'm sweating like a motherfucker. Uh-oh, hold on. This can one-shot me. Oh! I'll hydrate. Appreciate you, my brother. What you getting up to today? Another one on Lady B. Open to see Lego B Fury before mount drops. I'm so glad I got my Lego B Fury. I was so happy when I saw that shit drop. Pocket Hive, I'm kind of like, I'm excited about the Pocket Hive, but it's a little bit dependent on the B Fury interactions actually getting fixed and then Pocket Hive Bs actually doing damage, because they're a little bit underwhelming right now comparatively to these builds. Now, we'll also see how that is when I can get an actual fucking swarm of bees out, if all of my interactions work properly with the build. I do still think there's potential for Pocket Hive. It's just like, at this point in time, Pocket Hive is not as exciting. B-build sounds insane if it all works type shit. Hear me out. Every bee that I summon extends the duration of all summoned bees by 3 seconds. Tell me what that means. If I summon a bee every 3 seconds or less, my bees don't die. 3 seconds or less for a bee summon. And I have infinite bees if it's replicatable. Swarm army. Yeah, it takes time to build, but once it builds, it doesn't go away. So, what I'm hoping for is the interaction with Bee Trinket to function properly. And then off of that, you're also looking at Bee Fury again not consuming our sunlight, which sunlight gives us an extra instance of damage on every single swing that we do, on top of a burn every time that crits, right? So, the thought is that we're always stacking up damage. I'm going to put a Fiery on my Bee Fury instead of a stat scaler like a Zealot, because Fiery is another instance of damage. The reason I'm using instances of damage as my main scaler is because with Mad Buzz, 20% chance on taking or dealing damage to generate a stack of buzzing, stacking up to 10 times. 5 hits or, 5 instances of damage done or taken on average to get 1 stack, 50 instances of damage, 1 B. With the number of instances of damage that are going out with this build, I should have no problem putting out 50 instances of damage in 3 seconds. Especially with burns, with Fiery, with abilities going off, with attacks going out. I really shouldn't be that down bad. And then we're also factoring in Flower Heart on weapon skills. So it's like, it's really just a matter of, can I get my TTB, time to B, under 3 seconds to have infinite bees? Because the baseline of this is summoning a bee extends the duration of all summoned bees by 3 seconds. And then with Brood Leap, they all enrage and get 50% more damage done. Shit's stinky. Like, really, really, really stinky if it all lines up. That's what I'm waiting on. Still rocking crab? Yeah. I salvaged my Dominion yesterday. Wasn't on purpose, but definitely salvaged my Dominion yesterday. My bad. Somebody probably would have paid good money for that shit. If you summon in under 3 seconds, it'll get nerfed. They melted when I had 10 plus. The thing is, everything melts right now. That's the thing. I feel like if the build functions as intended, and we can get like a 2 second, 2.5 second summon on average per bee, it's infinite scaling. They'll have to cap the number of bees that we can have, or nerf the, you know, the duration added, which honestly, I hope they go the first route where it's an actual cap to the number of bees that we can have. I would love to have a summon adjacent build where it feels like I need to do enough to maintain my 20 bees or however much it is. And then once I get my 20 bees, the build is at functional scaling and I just start clearing and maintaining with a ramp build. Dude, ramp summon builds are so sick. So sick. What's the difference in Elizabeth? I can avoid killing every healer bee and kill her through their heals at a still decent speed. Yeah, I was just farming Hanizabeth like the entire day. I do Hanizabeth runs in like 2 minutes. Bees don't hit hard enough right now. That's the thing. Even if you have 10 bees, it's still doing less damage than pretty much everything else. You need an infinite amount of bees with the bee trinket. Currently you can get 0 bees with the bee trinket and you will like it. The bee trinket is bugged. Part of the reason I'm not going bee build. So I really wanted to go bee build, like at my heart of hearts, but it just, the actual Bee Fury sword doesn't consume my sunlight stacks, which is like the primary thing with this build that does so much damage and healing and sustain. Amon Ram is still really good, but the sunlight stacks being consumed constantly on every single attack, putting up a burn whenever it crits and it's consumed, giving me the empower for 6 seconds after the consumption of it. It's so many instances of damage, and you can see that 6 second debuff on the boss anytime I put that up. It's just so much damage going out. So I don't know, man. I feel as though even with bees going out, we're going to need to ramp a lot of bees to be on the competitive spectrum of builds. I will say, once you have bees ramped, it's great, but they're not going to be at the duration where you just ramp a shitload of bees and then... I don't know, though. Maybe you could have infinite timer on them? Because if you're summoning faster than 3 seconds, then it would be stacking up the timer on your OG ones as well. So they'd have to like cap the timer that you could have on them. So you'd basically have a max duration and a max struggle count type shit. I'm struggling with Lady B. What part's getting you? Is it managing the floor? Must not be doing enough DPS. We have tips and tricks, my friend. I might die to this fun fact. We're good. Okay, we're good. So one thing that I did on Lady B when it was like very early progression, I was trying to work the outside of the arena exclusively. And there is also a trick where when you get to the outside of the actual arena, right? You're standing on the edge of a honeycomb. As your timer is about to expire, you can jump off the edge, bring the little circle out with you, and have it just go into a null and void area. So I was doing Lady B a couple days ago on my VOD, and basically I would just let the first air, like the first blow up hit a few of the tiles, so I had a place to put it. And then as soon as it was about to hit again, I would pop my movement, I'd fly out, I'd fly back in as soon as it popped, and that'll help you save a ton of floor space. It takes a little bit of getting used to, so you're not dipping your toes too crazy in the goop. But once you get it, it makes it so much easier. The fact that Amon Ram is brilliant, but for me it's time to test another Frontline Warrior build. Started to get a bit tired of counting hits. Just vertically reset Amon Ram's cooldown every time. And honestly, you don't really even have to do that with Amon Ram for Amon Ram to be absolutely insane. That's the craziest thing about it. Like, you can take an Amon Ram and you can go the full, like, cyclical. After my second attack in my weapon combo, I use a weapon ability and only then. Or you can just ooga booga press buttons and Ram is still fucking phenomenal and scales up enough crit with an entire build in mind that you are able to blast crits out regardless. Dude, it's so fucking good. It's so good. So now, if you're tired of counting, you're gonna have to go the other route where it's face tanking. Might really push you to your limits. Cheese Moon Dom is a good substitute to Ram Dom on Warrior. Yeah. Yeah, and then everybody just runs Judgment. Let's go Cheese Moon, easy peasy, more damage talents. Yeah, people fuck with Cheese Moon very heavy over there. I will not lie. And Judgment being like unequivocally the singular best arsenal weapon in the game is also fucking stinky. They have so much at their disposal. Are you trying to touch me? Please don't try to touch me. I don't want to be touched. Thank you. I appreciate you respecting my boundaries, Crabman. That was a little bit scary. A little bit close. I didn't know if he was going to respect my boundaries or not. Are Twin Pillars good? Yeah, people fuck with Twin Pillars heavy. Most weapons are honestly like completely usable, despite what some people will tell you about some weapons not being usable at all. I know that's crazy to hear coming from Streamer Man, but genuinely, you can't go wrong with most builds as long as you're aware of what makes your build function. Do you need crit? Do you need, you know, fervor? Does your build facilitate off of another weapon or a certain ability to actually combine with it? The bows are yuck. Yeah, I mean, the drop rate on the best bow is also really borked right now, so not a lot of people are getting access to the best bow, which is kind of unfortunate with Credence. And the Sponge Blob bow may or may not be operating off of bugs exclusively, so that's kind of unfortunate. I think the Credence drop rate is like the largest yuck with the bows. If people were able to get their hands on it more, I think they'd see some good potential there. But it could also just be a large synergistic thing too. Part of the reason why this build is so strong is every single thing that I do plays into my, you know, my procs, my other weapon, literally everything. Credence drop rate's annoying. Yeah, I hope that they fix those drop rate errors. Chibi, thank you for following my I hope they fix the drop rate problems where you do have to physically just make alts have a reasonable chance to find some things in any rarity whatsoever. Same thing with farming up materials for upgrades, whether it's enchanting, whether it's the ephemeral heart conversion at Lee Van Glyph. There are definitely some things that I'm like rooting for in their next quality of life pass that will help a whole hell of a lot. Aries, what you getting up to, my boy? Mage Bow's so sick in enabling the Shurikens. I fuck with your Shurikens. I just conceptually am jealous that I don't get Shurikens, and I think if I make an alt, I'm going to make a rogue and I'm gonna go Shurikens and Ramulus Ramus. I only have green Ramulus and Ramus, which is kind of unfortunate, but I still have potential that a Shuriken Ramulus build could absolutely fuck. The moveset alone for them is so awesome. Dude, it's so sick, isn't it? It's so zippy, it's so fun, it's so good. I love that shit. Chibi, hope you're having a good day. What you get up to? What do you think about them doing chest runs like New World had? Really enjoy the chest runs on that game. I feel like there should be an internal cooldown on the bosses and the chests that you can kill in the world, instead of just being a one-time kill per character. Basically, right now, you can kill open world bosses on a character once and get loot, but that's kind of what we're talking about with Credence. Credence is primarily an open world drop, so there are only a few opportunities to get it before your character is just out of, you know, out of dick. Same thing with Dominion. Dominion is another one, Ramulus and Ramus. The fire staff that mages like running. There are quite a few of those in the world right now that you can effectively brick your character from getting if you just progress and have bad luck. Which I am an advocate for hopefully seeing changes there. If we don't see any changes off of that, I think it'll be a little bit tragic. But they do have a quality of life and bug fix patch coming in literally this week, which I think is encouraging. If they are able to get some fixes in, I will be incredibly happy. What do we have here? Vit Fate Fervor. Those actually fucking slap, by the way. I will definitely throw those bad boys on. See, this is the thing. I haven't done a lot of these yet. Armor, Fervor, and then I'll be losing the Faith. The only thing that Faith impacts at this point, or sorry, losing Strength impacts, is losing a little bit of damage on my basic attacks, which aren't even my massive facilitator of damage. It's all my spell damage. How to some patches tomorrow? Logically, we could deduce that, because I don't think software development companies typically like dropping on Fridays. I don't want to speak for them or anything like that, but I can only assume that it would be tomorrow, you know what I mean? AGS. Bro, AGS would drop that shit like they were pulling the pin on a grenade, and then they would throw it and run away as fast as they possibly could. Oh, I thought about anything AGS. Goddamn. They threw that shit and just ran out as fast as they fucking could. But I'd be kind of shocked if we had to wait until Friday to see the quality of life fix come in. I also think it's very likely a pretty high prioritization for them, if we had to guess. Just trying to get that shit in. I don't speak for the developer, nor do I intend to. But I would have to guess that in a casual, cozy, accessible MMO light, they do not want people having to tell new players, hey, get ready, if you want to upgrade 3 legendaries all the way up to 5 stars, you have to make 54 alts to actually upgrade your items. Don't worry, that'll hopefully be fixed. Because if I tell everybody that I have to make 54 alts and run the same path across the map after farming up 540 ephemeral hearts that just drop off of spirit mobs, then people would probably be like, Dusty, what the fuck do you mean? Why are you even doing this? It'll get changed. It'll get changed. Can't choose third prayer, but I'm level 8. Will it open at level 9? I don't know what level it actually opens at. I want to say it's right around 10. If I'm being honest with you. I can't remember right off the top of my head what level it opens at, but you just automatically get it. Make sure you have an arsenal weapon equipped as well if you don't. Just that second weapon slot that you have. Because your third prayer is whenever you use an arsenal weapon skill. So you'll want to be using one of those bad boys. Rather than new content, feel there's no point in grinding the game anymore. See, I kind of disagree. I think new content right now, when there are still so many things that are bugged at the core, this is early access, and if they try to build a skyscraper on a very shitty foundation, then the skyscraper is going to topple over. See New World. New World reached 1 million concurrent players, 992,000 technically, but like they didn't have the foundation when they launched to be able to hold any players for their 1.0. And as a result, all of those players just atrophied from the game incredibly quickly, and it was 3 years of catch-up for New World, where by the time Nighthaven dropped, they got 50k concurrent interested again, but it was far from what New World was expected to be, and then eventually it got plug pulled. I think you can't really expand, you can't build the house until the foundation's poured, and a lot of people just want to skip pouring the foundation, and at the end of the day, we are a little bit finite on content right now, yes, but I myself have played 100 hours at this point in time. I'm still farming up my legendaries on a baseline because I don't have all of my legendaries yet. Then I need to do my ephemeral heart farm. Then I need to make 56 alts just for this build to turn in my 560 hearts, unless that gets changed. Then I have to grind up mats to enchant all my new shit. Then I have to go min-max my armor. Then I have to go get all of my mounts, all of my companions, all of my transmogs, all of my gliders. Genuinely, when we're looking at, like, there's nothing to do, I feel like a lot of people are opening a fridge full of food and saying there's nothing to eat because they're not in the mood to eat what's in front of them in the refrigerator, and as a result, they want to order DoorDash. Like, sometimes you just gotta eat what you got type shit. And we hopped into a game that we knew was early access with a very extensive roadmap planned to bring in a lot of repeatable content especially. But when we look at it here, this still gives a lot of hours of content. Now keep in mind, if you're trading, if you're being funneled gear, anything like that, that's gonna speed up your prog, but that's part of the reason why whenever chat says, hey Dusty, I got this for you, I just kindly say, I appreciate you so much, thank you for thinking of me, but no thank you, because that's gonna speed up my prog and my grind. I'm 100 hours in at this point, and I don't have a legendary shield. So I'm gonna try to get my legendary shield, and that's my next goal. And then I'm gonna go into some ephemeral heart grinding, and I've gotta get a shitload of ephemeral hearts before I even think about progressing any further after that. So there's a lot. Speaking of transmogging, the Crimson outfit, you have to make an alt for, since it's an open world elite, looks fucking sick. Oh, really? I fuck with that heavy. Wait, do you already have the stuff? Because just hold the shit for me. I will take transmog stuff. Would that be unethical? That might be unethical. But I do think there's a good amount of content already in. Now, is it the most incentivized content where you're like, oh, this is the verticality and everything that I am looking for? That's not it. It's a lot of horizontal prog. It's a lot of exploration prog, right? And certain people will also get very lucky on their legendaries. If I went in and bam, legendary, bam, legendary, bam, legendary, then obviously I won't have like 60 hours of boss grinding to look forward to chasing down my legendaries. So I'm definitely getting blessed, so to say, by the fact that my RNG is bad. Those are too easy, need more challenge. Yeah, I also think that's what heroics are going to be for, though. In an ideal scenario. Heroics are also going to alleviate one of the largest, like, oh shits of the game right now, where I have to make 56 alts, and I have to run all 56 of those alts out from the start of the game all the way to Lee Van Glyph with 10 ephemeral hearts to turn that in, deposit the crystal, then get on another alt, run it out 56 times to upgrade all 3 of my weapons to full when I do want to do that. That's a little bit of a problem. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, those crystals are also supposed to come from heroics. So when those actually come in, that's going to help a lot. There's supposed to be exclusive gear from heroics, unique rewards, new mechanics for bosses, challenge mode eventually coming in as well. Only thing is, pink is not this year. Pink is probably next year. Unless things get shifted up or down exponentially, we have to keep in mind we're in an early access that's like very core. So when we're looking at what's coming this year, it's like rifts. Hopefully rifts give a content treadmill where they're Diablo 3 style rifts, in my opinion. I would like that a lot. Give me a greater rift type shit where I can just push the level of that greater rift up and up and up and up, and I can do solo or groups. Seasonal events, awesome, but I don't really fucking care about killing Santa. Then you have activity types. I don't know what that entails. More instances, great, until everybody farms the instances. More factions, awesome, until we complete the factions. That's all temporary, right? The content treadmill that we have to look forward to this year, rifts, and maybe duels. But duels also without dedicated gear, I foresee a lot of balancing issues at the core. Killing the roadmap, it's on the Steam store. I actually can't link off of my main PC because I run dual PC, so I'd have to pull up Steam on my other PC, which doesn't have Steam. It's right on their Steam page, though. If you go into the, like, the FAREVER page, then you can just go here for it. Oh, yeah. All right, hold on. I gotta fill up my water real quick. It's hot as dick. I'll be right back. Heroics are the missing ingredient at the moment. Grinding hours for percent increases when the content doesn't require can lead to burnout. I mean, in all fairness, anything can lead to burnout in any system, depending on the player as well. Like, I don't feel any form of burnout on this yet at 100 hours, but I'm also not entirely, like, mentally there. So that's kind of a me thing more than anything else. Oh god, the balloons. They're all twisted because of the fans. That's like a me thing more than anything else. But I do understand. Now, content treadmills also lead to burnout. WoW has incentivization. WoW has reasons. WoW has mounts and cosmetics to get achievements. And people still burn out. Balloons barely hanging around for months. Bro, actually, like, they're firm again because it's so hot in the stream room.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
So they were like saggy before. They're literally firm again. It's 90 degrees in the stream room and they filled back up. Like, I'm not even shitting you. They're just twisted because I have fans going. So like the strings themselves got all twisted together. Oh shit. But like this is erect. This is, the strings are taut. It's just the fact that they got twisted as shit. So I don't really know how I'm about to fix this. I think I gotta like hold one side of it or something and get momentum going. Maybe like I hold it from the top and let it spin. I think we do this route. Alright, hold on, chat. This might take a minute. While you're here, check your primes. Twitch primes help support this channel, really make the world go round. And I could not do it without the kind consideration of all of your Twitch primes. And beyond. Nate, thank you for the prime dog. I appreciate you. We're working hard on this. Working hard on it. Can I just like speedrun this by doing this? Oh wait, I might be able to. I might be able to facilitate this. Hold on. Was that earlier? Things are like new? Well, it's also because it got to 90 degrees in the stream room, like currently. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the stream room, and they're firm again. Like, it's actually fucking insane. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't get it. These balloons were for day 1000 of stream. How is your CPU not melting? Because it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Brother, you realize that's like air conditioning for a CPU, right? Like 60 degree versus 90 degree air makes no difference. Minimal difference when you're talking about something that's running what, multiplicatively? How hot is my CPU? Hold on. How hot does CPU run?
Apes together.
150 to 185 under heavy load is normal. 90 degrees is so hot for a human. I'm not arguing that. I'm fucking dying. Shin, thank you for the T1. I'm getting cooked out here. I'm not arguing that. It's miserable. It's miserable. Drink some water. Do you have a fan? I have 2 fans focused on me right now. Yes. The good news, it appears the heat's breaking. It's sitting at like 79 according to the weather on the computer. So I'm gonna put a fan in the window. I had the windows closed because it was 90 degrees earlier and I was trying to fight the sunlight. But now I think I must embrace the cool air. So hold on. I'm gonna switch up the fan structure a little bit. One sec, chat. My boys. We're up. I believe that I may have found the solution. We have one fan in that window, one fan pointed directly at me. We're getting some cool, calm 80-degree air in the stream room to bring the temp down a little bit. It's beautiful. Beautiful. What was this? And it was a mobile game too. No mobile game on this end of things. Just very heavily stylized. This is FAREVER. It's a very... I don't even want to like be the one to call it an MMO because I'm an advocate for it not being called an MMO. But basically it's an MMO light. It's like Zelda with more multiplayer options in it type shit. They're eventually going to have an open world PvP zone, but they don't have the capacity for a ton of players on one version of the world or one layer. It's currently 20 and their goal is to get it up to 50 people at a certain point in time. So, like, even when they have full systems in, it's not going to be an MMO in the traditional sense by any means. It will have PvP, it will have PvE. It'll continue to just improve. I'm already having a ton of fun with it. The biggest thing about it is that it's accessible. So, like, every type of player can come in and play the game. I've done everything solo self-found so far, and plan to continue doing so, despite being tempted by the cruel sirens that are... Oh, I almost missed that. I might die to this, though. I don't get up high enough. Despite being tempted by the... Yep. Cruel sirens that are chat. I could have gone to one of the mushrooms, but I don't like the mushrooms. I feel like it's cheat code. Have you heard anything on AOC? Too much. Too much. Unfortunately, brother, Ashes of Creation is less likely to come back than, like, Ozzy Osbourne. I think I would be more expectant of, like, an Ozzy Osbourne featuring Kobe Bryant international tour with Billy Mays on the promos than I would to see Ashes of Creation come back, unfortunately. There is an entire, like, you know, the legal proceedings are basically like a knife fight between both sides without the actual knives, where everybody is just trying to salvage what they can for their side, which is very reasonable. I'd probably be doing the same if I had millions of dollars to contest in the first place and also had contests over millions of dollars. That would be something that would probably be at the front of my, you know, at the front of my to-do list. Protect assets and life, and then, you know, get back at other things. It's kind of a small prio list. But I think with everything that has happened, there is definitely an aura of... I don't want to say like an aura of stink around Ashes, but there's definitely an aura of something around it right now. And I don't know that other major developers would still want to come in and pick up where they left off. Maybe they would. And depending on the outcome of the court case, I've said that, you know, depending on when it ends, there's a slim, and I mean slim, chance that maybe a developer that wanted to get into MMOs will come in, see the baseline, and be like, hey, I'd take that off your hands. Excuse you. But that is extremely unlikely. Love Ashes of Creation. Would literally trade any of your guys' wives to have that shit back. I'd probably trade your left nut to have that shit back. But at most, at best, someone might take assets. Yeah, and I mean, one thing we've talked about is like the validity of IntrepidNet. There's server worker structure and, you know, things along that line. But at that point, you either have to have someone smart enough to reverse engineer IntrepidNet to learn it at a baseline, or you have to have the actual IntrepidNet engineers to be able to build on IntrepidNet when it wasn't. So, Ares, don't side-eye me like that. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck is this? Don't side-eye me like that, like you know about IntrepidNet. Jesus Christ. But that's like the largest issue for someone that would want to acquire Ashes. Would be having somebody that could effectively manage IntrepidNet, use it, and continue to grow it. because the entire server worker infrastructure and dynamic gridding was technically one of the, like, strongest selling points of that game, like, from a technical standpoint. So, like, looking at it from that standpoint, without Intrepid.net, nothing Ashes could succeed or even progress because nobody would know it. It'd be like finding, you know, finding a lexicon to a language that's not understood anymore. And unfortunately, without a Rosetta Stone of a person there to translate it and get everybody else understanding the language, that language very quickly becomes a relic and a lost language. And I think that's what's happening with New World. I think by the time New World ends up, you know, coming to fruition in any, like, negotiation ways, all the value in that would be gone. But, you know, that's just my own personal thing. Intrepid, that's a real value. Yeah, but you would need to have somebody to actually understand it. Like, same thing with New World. New World is also... Oh. New World is also written in a language that not a lot of people understand, being based out of the Azoth engine, which is a heavily modified O3 DE. Which they would still have to have people that are there to understand the engine that New World's built upon to then make changes to that. Are we gonna do it? Hey, yo, Willow. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Wait, you showing me that good? Oh, shit. Wait. Hold up. This shit kind of drippy. Okay, you said red or white? Hold on. So that was the first one. Okay, hold on. So we got red, we got white. I feel like if your belt or like some gloves or something were white, then you'd have enough white on it. But I feel like with everything else the way it is, red looks better. White shoulders? Yeah, I feel like you need a little bit more. I mean, the shoulders already have some white in them. So that's the validity there. Like, the shoulders are valid, which is why I think kind of another trim piece, maybe like hands or something like that, would be solid. If you had a pair of like white gloves type shit. Cape's like half white. I wish I could stop showing my cape, bro. I swear to God. I would love that so much. My cape's lame as fuck. I could be beautiful with my cape. I guess I could kind of stop showing it if I just rocked one of the short boys. Because that's just a scarf. So, I mean, that ain't the worst. But even then, I still got a little fucking scarf on, bro. I don't want to have a goddamn scarf on. Like, that just puts it as default. Scarf. Long scarf. I mean, I guess I can rock this. This looks good enough. I'll fuck with that. I think that's acceptable. Although then we have the entire dilemma of what about the fire ass, like, full dress type garbs? Because I have a couple of them somewhere. Where the fuck did it go? Wait a minute. This kind of goes crazy. But I think we have to stick to this for now. I think this has been the drip that's been working. Wish the X actually hit the slot. That would be too ideal. That would be far too ideal for an early access. I don't know. Whoops. I don't even know why we would even expect that to happen at any point. Goodness gracious. Us idiots. What are the gone keys to the door look instead of priest? That's fire. I'm currently with the full Mog. The whole, like, blind priest that can't see shit. That's just guided by the light. And also has a fire-ass mustache. So, I kind of look like my high school guidance counselor. If I'm being completely honest. I wish my older brother were in here because he would know the guidance counselor that I'm talking about. But, like, my character that has one-to-one looks like our high school guidance counselor. And I didn't intend for that to be the thing. But it just kind of worked out that way. If you ever actually look at the flying wreath above Lady B in her boss room, it's being perpetually held up by little bees tied to strings. Wait, really? No, I haven't looked up. I'll peep that next time I go over there. We'll have to write to OSHA, make sure they have the proper protection. How much do you need to talk to a said school counselor? Not much, honestly. I wasn't much of a problem child. I got bullied in school a lot. I was poor. I grew up in a trailer, and everybody let me know that I grew up in a trailer, which I didn't mind. Listen, I had a roof over my head and shit. I was kind of vibing. But yeah, I don't know. Kids are mean, dude. They bully you for the weirdest shit. It was weird. So yeah, I just chilled. I did my own thing. I lived a little bit off trailer. Listen. Did a trailer have wheels? No. Like, people couldn't even hook up to it and steal it if they wanted to. It didn't have a hitch. It didn't have wheels. We were on cement blocks, brother. We were fucking secure. My friends would be like, one day I'm gonna pull up and steal your house. And I'm like, bitch, you can't. I was good. Let's buy some land. No, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, the dream has shifted. But yeah, kids be mean about like the weirdest shit. So, like, my entire school existence, it was this weird dichotomy, right? Because I was always a gamer, very openly. I was always very nerdy about gaming. I played a lot of WoW when I was growing up, type shit, like through school. And I let people know that I really liked video games. Had no problem talking about it. Only thing is, I was also very good athlete. So I was in this weird, like, middle ground where the nerdy kids that I wanted to talk video games with thought that I was just like popular jock kid because I played sports and was good at sports. And then all of the like quote unquote popular kids bullied me because I'm poor. Oh, I'm dead. This is a less than ideal set of circumstances. No! I fucked up. Sounds like you lived in a shipping container. Like a wooden one, maybe? Like a tree fell on my house one time, and my dad and I had to rebuild our kitchen. I'm a little careless, I'm not gonna lie. Grab out a place like that, felt like a regular house. Oh yeah. Like, to me, there was no difference. Like, I didn't know what it was like having stairs in a home until I finally, like, you know, went to college. But, like, I had a roof over my head. We had a kitchen. I had a bedroom, albeit it was a small-ass room. But, like, I had a twin-size bed. Granted, once I was, you know, over 6'1", the twin-size bed was a little bit cooked. So, it got cramped quite quickly. I was 6'1". I was, like, 5'11", 6 foot my 8th grade year. And then freshman year, went up to, like, 6'1", almost 6'2", and then kind of slowed down. So that was a rough time. But other than that, I don't really mind, bro. I live in a rather spacious apartment now. At this point in time, that's perfectly fine. I'd love to be building equity, but we were looking at the housing market. Carla and I were, and you know, some shit ended up happening, and we're like, all right, well, we're gonna take 2 years, just full build, see what happens with rates and stuff, because rates are disgusting right now. They're not terrible, but like, rates are in the mid to high 6s now. We were getting low 6 on ours, but comparing that to like a 2%er of days past, kind of tragic. Other than that, though, we decided that we wanted to take a little like equity building type beat, but potentially have the option to build or move into a nicer house, because we were looking to build into a fixer-upper, or like move into a fixer-upper and like build it up. Nothing foundationally or anything. And then our bank, funny enough, just kind of like led us on a wrong loan path. So that threw a wrench in it, and then we're like, you know what? Maybe we just like chill, hunker down for 2 years, save as much as we can, and then see where we are in 2 years, and then maybe we can like move up the quality of house that we're getting. So that's our goal. But never look at it like that. Wait. Are you saying my cleanse pot looks like a bong? Always thought that was a bong. It's a cleanse pot from New World, you uncultured swine. The devil hath corrupted you. It's not meant to be a bong. I mean, anything's a bong if you try hard enough. But I would say, like, meant to, probably not. Just if I could guess. I got high as fuck off that one. I fucking zoomed up this time. We're so tremendous. That's an apple beside me. Bro, I'm telling you, technically, if you had enough suction, you could put a bullhead in somebody's asshole and then suck the smoke out of their mouth. It would just take a lot of force. I don't really know how it would go, but we are technically empty space between our, like, our mouth and our butt, with just like a whole lot of travel in between. So theoretically, you could make a human into a bolski as well. You could also have them put the bowl in their mouth, light the bowl, they inhale the smoke off the bowl, and then you suck it out of their nose. But you might not have a good experience off that. I haven't actually done that in a good decade, but I remember trying it. It was a dog shit bong. Wait, putting a bowl in someone's ass? Or an apple? The apple. Oh, okay. I was like, man, what were you doing a decade ago? What were you cooking up 1 decade ago today? Holy shit. I thought you had cooked that up already, bro. Goddamn. Okay, the apple makes sense. The apple makes a lot more sense. Yeah, no, we have technology now. When I was in college, we used to put bowls in each other's asses all the... No. We had a large, like, 1 liter water bottle that had really firm sides, like really thick plastic, that we cut a square out of, and then we took a pen, like a pen stem, the shaft of a pen, and we took all the inside out, and we put that through into the water, and then we duct taped on a bowl head that was made out of perforated, like, metal soda can. And the top of the water bottle was one of those sport tops. So you'd fill the water bottle partially to cover the down stem, and then you'd have a fully functional bongski. Homemade, fit in the car. You could take the bowl out of it. I may honestly have no brain cells left. I have, like, videos of it, dude. That shit fucking ripped. I have videos because the college that I went to, my second college that I played basketball at for my last 2 years, was smaller. Very small. So this college that I go to, dry campus, dry everything. You cannot smoke on campus type shit. Cannot drink on campus even if you're over 21. And our coach lived on campus. He had a house. And he used to pop around all the dorms and check on everybody and just make sure his boys were doing well. So we used to go after practice. We would finish practice and then just go, like, on a drive and get absolutely fucking hauled at the end of the drive and then just scoop back into campus. And basically, I have, like, an 8-month period of videos where it's just my friends and I getting absolutely fucking chiefed on that water bottle bongski. I just cleaned a trash can for $60. What? How stinky was the trash can? Already got kneecap and crabfist legendary? No, that's what I'm working on right now. I'm trying to get a legendary shield. I just got wing sabers and pocket hive. So I'm moving on to shield and seeing what I can get over here. I feel like my odds for a legendary shield are going to be better than legendary Claudius, but you never really know. But I'm hoping for legendary shield, and then I'm almost considering, like, do I want to take on the Amon Ram farm or no? Because part of me thinks Amon Ram is going to be really good for a very long time. And I worry that if I don't farm up a Lego Amon Ram, I might not have the best time if I'm being real. Which one are getting ripped on a buddy's porch again on a sunny day? Oh, bro, we went to visit my friend's parents, like my roommate's parents, one time. And all I remember is that we met up with a dude because he didn't have his med card. And I didn't know that I was supposed to bring weed. And he was like, nah, bro, I know a guy that has better than med, right? And so he hits up his dude and he's like, let me get a 30 bag. Like, what the fuck is a 30 bag? And he's like, honestly, I don't know how much it is. He just fills a bag for me for 30 bucks. He had never weighed it out. So I'm pretty sure he was getting scammed as shit. And this is like when I was very early into smoking. This is probably like less than 10 times smoking. We get this shit. And we are sitting outside of his parents' house, just on the porch at night, getting fucking fried on a rollski. We go in. No! I just got cucked. Free me! Anyways, we go in. What is that luck? That's fucking crazy. We go in, and we're looking in the kitchen, and I immediately see that he has an entire family pack of Oreos. And I hit him with the, yo, brother, can I get a few of these? And he says, yes, but you have to make sure you don't eat them all. Those are for so-and-so's snacks. And I said, all right, bet. Fast forward about 3 minutes of us just sitting there conversing in the kitchen. Pretty much that entire thing of Oreos is gone. He looks at me and he goes, dude, what the fuck are you doing? He starts laughing. I'm so fried, I start laughing. He's laughing because I'm laughing. I'm laughing because he's laughing. I got a mouthful of Oreos. He has no Oreos left in the container. Bro, those were the beautiful days. Those were the beautiful days. Now it's just like, all right, somebody's annoying me in chat. I go take a bong rip so I can tolerate them. The joy of it. It's not quite there. Classic stoner laugh loop. Dude, everybody has at least one. But yes, the stoner laugh loop has hit multiple times. My most recent stoner laugh loop was actually a pretty, like, glorious one, I'm not gonna lie. So, there's this place that I really like to go to. It's a restaurant in Maine. And Carla and I went there, and we were just chilling. It was, you know, slower time throughout the day. So, it was like us, and then a couple tables over, there was another couple. And then at the bar, there were some people. And the bar's far enough away that it's kind of like separated. And then there was one more group of two ladies that had come in a little bit like into our meal. And so it's like couple, and then sitting towards the middle of the floor, the two ladies. At one point during the meal, one of them disappears. And we now know goes to the bathroom. And it's not busy in the restaurant at the time. It's not popping. There's not a lot of background noise or anything like that. We just hear the most, dude, I want to like crack up talking about it. We hear the most heinous open ass just straight up like foghorn fart. Carla is looking at me like, please don't laugh, please don't laugh, please don't laugh. I'm trying to hold in my laughter. I look to the table beside me where the couple is, and I see the lady talking to her boyfriend saying the same shit, and he's about to crack up. We lock eyes, and then both just burst out laughing for like, I shit you not, probably about 5 minutes of laughter. I had to put my fork down and stop eating my meal. And I was legitimately like in tears, trying to stop laughing, going through the, you calm down, and it's like, like, dude, it was fucking awful. Awful amounts of laughter from it. It was never ending. It was like just when you thought you were done nutting, there's more nut. It was ridiculous. After you lock eyes with someone else trying not to laugh, it's over. The fact that like, it literally looked like SpongeBob and Patrick when they were in class talking about 24 and 25. Which, by the way, SpongeBob shot called 6'7" like fucking crazy. I'm just putting that out there. They had an entire skit in the show about 6'7" before it was 6'7". SpongeBob called the meta, and we all say kids are weird now for doing it. But I damn well remember walking up to one of my friends and going, 25. We all fucking do it. We all do it. Embrace the 6'7". You cannot run from it. Yeah, then the 1738. There's too much. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. You may as well just embrace it. But bro, just the... like the fart sounded like a woodwind instrument. It sounded, not even a woodwind, it sounded like a brass. It sounded like a horn. Like a tuba or some shit. Which is like the... like it kind of had like the flexion at the top of it as well. And it was just so out of the blue. It fucking cooked me. The rest of that day, I was thinking about that. That was my last good, I think, like, stoner laugh loop. And it was facilitated by, I think, one of the classic comedic treats, a toot. And I don't like that people ignore the value of a nice tootski nowadays. Voice Critical had a fart cited in court. I feel like that's the goal of pretty much any modern content creator at this point in time. But we just, I don't know, we're so spoiled nowadays with many avenues that we sometimes forget the classic routes that really got us here in the first place. Those routes, tootskis, your mom jokes, random numbers. 69 has seemingly been a thing since, like, numbers were invented. Apparently, the people who came up with numbers also plan to get freaky. We'll never die. No, literally we'll never die. If somebody farts 1,000 years from now, somebody's gonna laugh if they're around to hear that fart. Farts are gross. Shut up, pussy. Smell this shit. I feel like we must embrace the small things in life, lest we forget them. You wake up and smell the roses, you laugh at a good tootski or two, and it just makes the entire day a little bit better for you, you know what I mean? Excuse me, God bless. We're getting the fuck out of here. Food was great, though. Gonna buy Forza 6 with the money. Wait. Is Forza, like, still a racing game at its core? Or, like, what is Forza now? Because I'm not gonna lie, I saw a clip from Forza, and I'm 99% certain that I saw, like, a transformer running beside a car. Like, I swear to God, I saw, like, Optimus Prime. And I'm not quite sure if that's just, like, a me thing that I kind of, like, got baited by. Skate, but with cars. So you just go around driving and shit? Zooming around? Sounds kind of fucking lit. So, like, GTA, but without the carjacking? It's an MMO light with cars. Yo, a Cars MMO would go so fucking hard. So fucking hard. Oh my God. Like an MMO in the Cars universe where we're all different types of cars, and you've got like your sports cars that are your DPS, you've got ambulances that are your supports and your healers, you've got your tow trucks that are your tanks or your plow trucks, and there are different classes of vehicle that you can be. Bro, I swear to God, somebody get me in the stew right now. Fuck all these human MMOs. Only issue is that it's set in Japan, they drive on the wrong side of the road. Right, but you also don't necessarily have to, like, abide by which side of the road you're driving on in a game like that, right? You can just kind of smack people. No one waste their time actually making that, and it'd be really good. Oh, yeah, no, it would. Uh-oh. I got body blocks. Bro, I'm actually gonna cook. Yo, Bart's out. What up, brother? I'm beautiful. I may or may not be getting fucked on trying to reach out this much. First words that give me like that. Battle for Cybertron. How did it do? Just as a general question. How did that I don't know. This might be the hardest boss. Nah, I mean, there's a little bit of a breeze in the boss arena right now, so it's like it's throwing me off. But like, you know, once the breeze ends. Also, don't read chat when there are one-shot mechanics in the room. The one-shot mechanics of this guy are unironically the scariest thing for this build, because there's not much that kills me other than getting absolutely 100 to 0'd. Oh, well. Brody's stuck. I didn't try to get him stuck there, I'm just saying. I did not intend to do that. The one-shot mechanics in the room with us right now. Listen here. You tank one of these waves and you tell me about it. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, fucking Christ. I hate you guys so much. I hate every single one of you. I don't wanna be doing this anymore. I wanna go back and farm up another pocket hive. Man, that's crazy lag that I got. Holy chat, did anybody else get that lag there? I feel like somebody also got that lag there. That was a huge lag spike. That was crazy. I got DC'd from it. My game just crashed. It almost shit out entirely. Got your pocket hive? Yurt! I got pocket hive today. I got wing sabers yesterday. Lagged over here in EU as well. Bro, it's probably a global EMP. If I'm being honest, they should probably get NATO on this. I think this is something that surpasses just like the French side of the servers. It's fucking crazy. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I know exactly what I need. Un momento. Good day. Update. It's hot as shit. Ay, ay, ay. Any olive haters here? Oh, God, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I fucking despise those shits. I feel like olives are actually fucking cursed. I feel like if there was ever anything that, like, deserved to die, it's olives. I don't see any validity that they bring to the world. I don't see any good that they bring in. I might be missing it, but I'm just really not. I don't fuck with olives at all. I like olives. Why? What part of olives do you like? The part where they're gross, or the part where the texture also sucks? Olive oil for one. Okay, but an olive oil is not just raw dogging a fucking olive. I like smoking weed. I'm not gonna eat a marijuana plant. You like a byproduct of the olives. Right. You like Vaseline, but you're not gonna put fucking, I don't know, is Vaseline actual petroleum? You don't like pickles? I love pickles. Olives aren't pickles. Olives are like the version of a pickle that doesn't wash itself and does fen. I see them as the same. Olives are bitter and pungent and disgusting comparatively to a pickle. And I like sour pickles, I like sweet pickles, I like all pickles. I just got an actual lag spike. Slander. Brother, someone donate 20 bucks and I'll go get some fucking olives, like the good ones at the store tomorrow, and I will eat them on stream, and I will tell you how bad they all are. I swear to God, exclamation donate. Fuck that shit. Olives suck. I will sit here and I will tell you to your face how your God is a fraud. How you are believing in a false deity. Oh, you've been led astray, brother. I don't understand how you guys actually like olives. Shit's fucking gross. Get them as Zeta ones. Why? Green olives amazing, black olives taste like wood. I don't really like either olive. Also, what is the orange shit inside the olive? And why is that also so ass? The pimento. Isn't that a cheese? Sometimes it's cheese. Pepper. So what's pimento cheese? They take the pepper and then they make it into a cheese? Pimento isn't a cheese. Like 99% sure there's a pimento cheese. Chad, double check me on that, but I'm like 99% sure there's a pimento cheese. Habanero stuffed pepper. Wait, habanero stuffed green olives made me like olives. Why an olive when you could just have a pickle? There is. Yeah, uncultured fucking cheese swine. Doubting the cheese god. Jesus. Some olives are stuffed with cheese, some with pimento, some with jalapeno, habaneros, it really depends. Right, but there's also a pimento cheese. Pimento cheese does exist. Tea with crackers and shit? Right, that makes... Wow, I'm running hot today! Holy shit, boys, we are absolutely slamming clams out here. Oh my God, we are running hot. What the fuck? Genuinely, should I go farm up RAM? I need to make an alt so I can upgrade these to 3 at least. Because I don't have 3 on my Bee Fury. I don't have 3 on the Crab Gantuas in Lego. And it doesn't really impact anything on this side. Like, it's just armor. So I need to get them to at least 3 to upgrade, unlock the upgrade bonus before I do anything. But holy shit. That's actually crazy. The luck is 1000% lucking right now. And I'm a little curious if I should just try to carry it over and get a ram. Unsteady shards? No, it's okay. It's okay. I must do it the ethical way. I must do it the ethical way. I feel like... Right. You're not bored yet? I don't know, I just enjoy it. Keep in mind, I played Diablo 2 for like years and years and years and years and years and many ladder resets over and over and over again. I have probably done more cow runs than pretty much anybody here has done in, you know, of any singular loop in any game. Granted, some of y'all be old as shit, so I'll give the old heads one. But, good mentality then. Yeah, I love the grind. I really like a loop that's actually enjoyable for me. If I feel like I'm making progression on my character, or I feel like I am able to cook up another build, or there's something I can do, right? I have epic stuff, but I'm trying to chase my legendaries, which I'm actually having really hot luck with legendaries today. So when I try to upgrade my legendaries, I'm gonna have to make an alt. I'm gonna have to run through the world to get some of the materials, which honestly I might start now. So that way I can get these upgrades rolling, because if not, it's going to be quite quite sag. So I believe that actually may be the play. Because if I can get some materials and I can start upgrading stuff, then we're kind of vibing. Should take crystal donations. It's unethical. It's unethical. I must not. I feel as though it would diminish the grind that I have established. Because if it starts at getting a crystal shoved in my ass, where does it end? At what point does the tyranny stop? Okay, hold on. Mount. And then crab. Equip. Crab. Alright, we're up. I think I might be able to craft some low gear on my main and send it down through storage as well once I get into the first area. I just have to physically get into the first area. Oh my goodness gracious, boys, it's different out here. It is different out here. Oh no. I pulled too many goddamn crabs, boys. We gotta hit the dip set. Oh fuck. I forgot that the scaling at level 1 is actually kind of cooked. Whoopsie daisy. No! Oh my fucking god. This crab has it out for me. This guy's a fucking psycho. Jesus Christ. I think that's the single hardest thing that I've done so far in this entire game. I'm not gonna lie. That in itself just terrified me. Item can't be removed. What do you mean it can't be removed from Z? Since fucking when, brother? Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Time trial increase small select balls. I think I know which one you're talking about. If I'm being honest. I think I know which one. Jerry Longballs, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to, dog? Yo, Bush. Thank you for the 10-day, Jerry. Bush, thank you for the 2-day. I appreciate you guys. Much love. What is the grind for y'all today? I have been on my shit trying to get Legos, and honestly today succeeding. I actually don't need to do any of this shit because I can probably just craft an intro gear set and then I effectively just need to go through and I think kill named mobs for the first time if I'm not tripping. Work right now, so I go some queen bee for glider. Yo, that's one thing. I haven't seen gliders at all yet. I don't know if that's just like a me thing or what. But I have not seen I don't think I've seen a singular boss glider. I don't know even like where to farm for him. I've had great luck with Legos today though. Why are you leveling into the priest? Just because it's gonna be the fastest and easiest to level. Because I don't have to learn anything. So pushing through real quick to try to get some materials for the main. And it's gonna be one of the characters that I naturally like, you know, send out into the nether to get a crystal as well. So more or less just trying to get very quick spark shards, which I just have to make another character for. I'm out of shit to do on my main. So at this point I just make the alt, do some stuff on the alt, get some spark shards, send it up to the main, and then once the spark shards are on the main, I can upgrade my weapons again. Because now I have legendary shield and legendary pocket hive to upgrade to 3. I also have to upgrade my bee fury to 3. So, thought farming the 3 sparklies was good for those shards too. Does it drop these faster than alt grind would? I'm down to try it. Which 3 sparklies? I'd rather do that than grind an alt. I'll be completely real. I think the greens, they dropped E to them. Oh, no. Unfortunately not. No, that's a different one. So these aren't like the disenchanting mats. These are the ones that you just get from like killing bosses in the open world and then killing or completing activities. So unfortunately, that side's a little cooked. This is all like level 6 stuff, so I don't need to worry about that. I can send down some bags, perhaps. Wait, I sold all my linen. Oopsie daisy. Chest and one-time shits? Yup. Just a whole lot of one-time shits. Well, you hate to see that. Let's see. Main menu. We'll see what I have over on my other character. Oh, somewhere I still have 400 plus 2. I went through a lot. I've upgraded a lot of things to plus 3. Not knowing how finite those were. and kind of like learn through suffering how finite they were. So now I'm at the point where like I've gone through a lot of them. I've shit through most of what what I would have had. Throw that over there at least. I've shit through most of what I would have had, at my accessibility for those bad boys. I don't have any on my alts or anything. So I'm kind of down bad, so to say. But all things considered, it's not the end of the world. I shall persevere. I'm sure I'll be just PG. Thank you, darling. What is looking somewhat more for you? I mean, I'm gonna just progress the alt a little bit. It doesn't take long to get an alt leveled or anything like that. So I'm just gonna switch some gear over, pump the alt for a few, get enough shards to upgrade. I don't even know how many I'll need to plus three legendaries. But ideally, we can plus 3 that shit. I'm going to do that for our quest. I'm not too worried about it. I'll come across it when I come across it. I got plenty of time. What else? I want to send over bags. So now you go make a few bags real quick. And then the journey of priest number 2 begins. I swear, if I start shitting out legendaries on this character, I might be liable to make him my main. Feel like they're gonna address the hearts and crystals for +5 with the additional patch we got this week. I really hope that's their highest priority. Like, genuinely, at the bottom of my heart, I hope it is the single highest priority that they have right now. Because all they need to do, hear me out, make this a repeatable quest. It's that simple. It's that easy. There are multiple continuity bugs right now. That are very, very, very prevalent. Microcheesing access material that isn't supposed to exist yet. We going from a leveling quest. They're supposed to drop from heroics. But they should just make it a repeatable quest. Make the horse more each time you do it. Nah, I think just a static 10. Literally just a static 10. If I want to upgrade 3 legendaries, I already need 540 hearts. So as of right now, I would have to farm up 540 hearts, and then I'd have to make 54 alts. And I'd have to run 54 alts across the entire map, one at a time. Rather get heroic dungeons. I'd rather the game just be finished too, but not this year. I'm not even the dev and I can verify that. Heroic just doesn't exist until at least next year minimum. So, unless we think it's solid to just keep doing this over and over again for 7 months, which I don't think it is, but honestly, in the next 7 months, I might finally be able to get all 54 alts made and run over there. Shit's terrible. Technically, it says during EA. That is valid. Maybe they just got like the rest of the game done, and tomorrow they just give us 1.0. That may actually be it. Many better things to focus on. I think just making that quest repeatable is such an easy fix for that continuity issue. And then named mobs and chests, in my opinion, should be a 24-hour reset. My personal thought. Like any chest with a random loot table, any name mob with a loot table, until they figure out a better system for loot tables to fix that. We currently can't get blue upgrade materials without an alt. We can't get multiple items without an alt. And in a lot of scenarios, we're having to make multiple alts to chase those items if we want to. It's less than ideal. Not the end of the world, but less than ideal. Does sound like an easy fix, but I'm not a dev. Yeah, I also don't know. But you would hope it'd be an easy fix. Does that not make it dailies? To a certain extent. I mean, I'd honestly be okay if they just took the time constraint off it entirely and allowed us to, like, farm named mobs. I don't think you should be able to sit there and spam a chest on repeat. But I would rather have something be accessible in a daily route than not accessible at all. If I'm being honest, when it comes down to preventing people from getting gear, preventing people from progressing their character without making an abundance of alts, it's the lesser of two evils to bring in something that feels like a daily as a stopgap until they come up with a better system. Because right now there are multiple weapons that don't exist in the loot table, except for 2 chests and like a named mob for some of them. Once those are looted, they're gone. If you don't get your RNG, you might not even get the item, let alone in good rarity. Cries and Radiance Mage, yep. So they either have to add those to the loot table to an achievable manner for people, slap them into a boss table somewhere, or give players a route to actually farm that. I have green fist weapons in my storage that I guarantee if I traded these, somebody would give me a legendary for them despite them being a level 16 green weapon. Because these are not included in loot tables, and these are also hard to get. Unless you want to spam alts. A little bit of a problem. I got lucky with my level 18 purple radiance. Oh yeah. Yeah, you got really lucky off that shit. Has anyone tested out for reverse crit stacking so far? People have done a lot with damage meters being out, but I also don't trust people's damage meter testing because so many people A, don't press buttons optimally. B, don't know what they're testing for. C, hit dummies without real world scenarios. So the thing that I've been telling people, very simply put, oh fuck. That's it. That's it. GG. That's all. Basically, if you're too, like, sorry, if you're getting killed too quickly and you're not tanky enough, Fervor can help a lot because it's improving your shields, improving your heals, and a flat damage reduction on incoming damage. If you're taking a lot of instances of damage and dying, you're struggling with that side of it. Crit stacking as a unilateral, like, offensive, if you're playing off a crit build and you also have crit damage to complement it, can outdo the raw damage of Fervor, but Fervor brings more to the table than crit, at least in my opinion. I think Fervor, if you aren't just like rolling through content, is very high value because it gives you like the triple threat, so to say. Honestly, 4 threats with damage reduction as well. It's just very good across the entirety of the board, where crit is crits on heals, crits on attacks. I don't even know if all heals can crit. Now that I think about it, I don't even know if it's the same modifier on that. Once every 24 hours would still feel all spamming, but it's a step in the right direction. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. I'd rather just remove the lockout from it entirely. Maybe chest once every 24 hours, and then named mobs just killable. Could be kind of nice. I do hope that they address some of these things, though, in the upcoming patch. Primarily material restrictions for progression is like the largest issue that I have at this point in time. What do we farm for now? Bro, I don't want to do the rat. I'm gonna go start on some heart farming, I guess. Because regardless of it, I'm going to have to farm hearts. Just one way or the other. Like, a lot of them. So I think it might be time to heart farm. I'm gonna need to knock, like, multiple hundred of these out. Which should be nice and easy. But I just don't know, like, how long it'll take to brute force. Chat, where do you guys do your ephemeral heart farms? Because I'm just thinking about going down to, like, the Tioka area. Was server shitting in bed tonight? No, I haven't run into anything. Is it just the crones coming back for you? Tioka Castle on repeat. Just down here. Like the floor that has all the main spawns, right? You can farm the first 3 floors, then jump back down to the start. That's what I was thinking. Like where the little cracks are in the corners, we just jump back down type shit. Because these guys can all drop them as well, right? I need like a hyper spawner with the density. I also don't have anything to pull people in right now. Oh, that's gonna fucking suck against casters. I actually hate that so much. Boys! 1 out of 540 complete. I'm feeling fucking good about it. I feel like this is probably going to be one of the quickest things I've ever done. Actually, I wonder if this is going to take longer than getting the legendaries did. Like, surely it's not that bad, right? Oh. Surely it's not that bad, though, right? I'm going the wrong fucking way. I am slightly struggling. Can I make it over here? And... Nope. Nope. I cannot. How's your yogurt? Delicious. Way better than yogurt usually is. I think it's because it's granola and fruit with a side of yogurt, but the shit fucks. Been getting these frame drops so much. I, too, have been getting some wacky frame drops since server stability came in. Yo, Jay, thank you for the follow. Much love. I, too, have been getting some wacky frame drops since the servers got more stable. It's kind of like the devil's fucking pawn shop. So... servers have been much better, but I get random stutters throughout the day. The weird thing is, one of them happened a couple of days ago, and I asked chat if they were also getting it, and they got it at the same time that I did. Which was really fucking weird. Like, really weird. So, I'm not sure if it's something actually server side, or if it's something like us side. Or what's going on. Is he farming spark crystals? Honestly, I decided to come do some heart farming instead. Because the prospect of just getting a shitload of alts going made me sad. Made me quite sad. So I decided that I should probably do something else for a little bit. We'll see what the patch this week brings in for quality of life stuff. Because maybe they see that spark crystals are down bad and they hook us up, but I'm not really banking on that. But I do need the hearts anyways before I upgrade everything, so I figure I might as well get a couple of sets of hearts ready, which is going to be 180 hearts per. So 2 hearts, it'd be 300. 2 sets of hearts, it'd be 360. So I got a little bit of farming to hit still. Every time that I kill one of these and don't get a heart, it is going to be very, very, very sad. And also, I don't have anything that does AoE damage right now. Not AoE damage, but I don't have anything that does an AoE pull right now. So I might have to go back over to my pocket hive instead of the bee fury for this, just so I can pull things in and slam it. Because fighting against casters is kind of fucking annoying. Game's talking for instance. Mine's smooth right now. What are you doing right now? I wonder if it's like a zone in the map, because I know some zones have also had some pretty notorious lag issues. So part of me wonders if we're looking at that again. Just running through the map. Oh, okay. Well, that might not be it this time around. That may not be it. Interesting. See if we sync up. Whatever you do in the last couple of days. I appreciate that, dog. I appreciate that. Genuinely means the word. Glad you've been enjoying the time. Yeah, so I didn't really have like the mental. I looked at it and I was like, all right, I could definitely make the ult. I made the ult. I got it to a storage where I'd actually be able to get some gear on it. And I was like, damn, actually grinding this out right now sounds kind of fucking boring. I want to go hit stuff on my main. So I just wanted to go hit stuff on the main. I'm pretty content with this. So we have no idea even like if the patch is actually going to be tomorrow or not. We're hoping that it is because we think, you know, we all desperately need a patch over here for some quality of life stuff to maybe prevent people from making 54 alts to upgrade their legendaries all at once. But as soon as that patch hits, we might be up tremendous. We genuinely may be in a really good spot. It's just a matter of getting those bottlenecks out right now. I think bottlenecks are so detrimental to so many games, and people not being able to progress on their main if they want to progress on their main feels bad. Just the fact that like I can't physically, oh, god damn it, I'm in jail. The fact that I can't physically progress my weapons because I apparently decided to upgrade too many early on in my character's progression when I didn't really know what I was doing does feel kind of bad. Like, at least to a certain extent. I would love to not be punished for exploring in an explorative game to the point where at 25 I physically run out of materials and then have to make an ult for them. That's been the number one thing that like I'm a little sad about right now. But also, that's part of early access. We're here to hopefully help find some of those bugs, find some of those pain points, and point them out. And hopefully, they get to fix them. Don't they want to patch on Friday? That's what I've been saying. I don't really know many software development companies that like pushing patches on Fridays. Maybe there are some out there, but as far as I know, Fridays usually fix the things that were brought in on Thursday and then call it a week and then come back in on Monday and see what else broke over the weekend. I'm not a software developer though. Cannot say from the inside. I have played a whole shitload of video games though, and I haven't really seen many patches on Fridays except for like Amazon games. And I don't really know if anybody should be trying to steal the Amazon games way of life. Endure, hope you're having a good day, dude. Appreciate you coming through. What up? But yeah, I would definitely have my money logically on patch tomorrow, just if I had to throw a guess out there. Again, I don't really see why they would hold a patch until a Friday. I think you're just naturally at that point opening yourself up to a Pandora's box of issues over the weekend. But we'll see. Maybe they pull a full, 7-day work week. Maybe they don't give weekend off this week. Maybe they have a skeleton team doing some OT, even more than they all already probably are. We'll see. Are expecting anything big from the patch or just some quality of life stuff? I mean, at this point in time, quality of life stuff could be large if it's the right quality of life. You know what I mean? So, effectively, what we are looking for are some continuity issues and some bottlenecks to be addressed. As of right now, leveling a weapon to 4 and 5 stars, like upgrading a weapon, I should say, to 4 and 5 stars, epics and legendaries, requires purple crystals for the upgrade material. Problem is, those purple crystals only come from one singular source in the entire game. and it is not a repeatable source whatsoever. So you do it once on a character, you get 1 crystal, and then you're cooked and you can't get any more crystals. You need 18 to upgrade 1 item to 5-star. You need 3 to upgrade it to 4-star, 15 to 5-star. So already you don't get enough crystals to actually upgrade your items past the 3-star, which is kind of tragic. Kind of tragic. But there's a workaround. So I don't think they intended for us to be able to upgrade our level 20 legendaries to 5-star this early. Probably just 3-star, but I don't know for sure. They said that a lot of the materials that are in this bracket based on dev communications are in this bracket and will be replaced later on. So even ephemeral hearts are going to get replaced later on for different materials, for different quests. This is only in Valley of the Eternal Autumn. And when we actually end up seeing heroics come in, we'll be able to farm up those crystals, and heroics will be coming in before the 1.0 launch. So I was assuming those because people do the shit out of them. No, there's just a progression to things. So you already have certain drops that are needed for crafting that are only in, you know, Island of Scover, some that are only in Valley of the Eternal Autumn. When they bring in a new area, there will be exclusive materials that are only available in a new area. It definitely seems like they're tiering it up a little bit, where they want to have those zones of prog, so to say, with some tie-in. Almost like your tier 1 materials will weigh into your T2 somehow. But I don't necessarily know that we're going to see, like, these hearts being used as a sole form of accessing the crystals in the long term. I feel like, again, they give us 1 crystal, and the crystal's only use is upgrading. So why not just let us upgrade? Second part is it kind of means any farming people are doing right now is completely useless. I mean, welcome to gaming. If I'm being honest, like, that's the mentality of a live service game. So you farm now to prep yourself for future patches where your current gear will be invalidated, but your knowledge and your wealth will be extremely valid the entire time. So you prep by accumulating as much information as you can, as many materials as you may need, and the best gear so you can hit the ground running with the next content expansion with any live service. Same thing as when, like, New World expanded their item level, right? A lot of shit got replaced, but those that had the best eye level, those that had the best gear, everything like that. Super pre-roll, you know what I mean? For loading on mats, most of those are still useful. I mean, it seems like there will be some form of usefulness. Like, I don't want to say it's completely devalued, because you do still end up needing linen, which is everywhere, right? Then you end up needing chitin from the bees, soft fur, and then melee frags. So you do still end up using low-tier materials. It just doesn't seem like every low-tier mat, especially the drops, are going to be a sole form of proprietary anything, you know? I'm assuming they're changing mount requirements can lead to once cap increases. Maybe. Hard saying. I feel like they most definitely intended for crafting to be extremely easy. I think the core of this game is take an MMO, give it a snappy combat system, take away a lot of the massive in the multiplayer, motherfucker, that leads to people feeling forced to play with others, bring in accessibility for small groups to play together, and make it accessible. I feel like the whole thing here has always been accessibility, 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 at least on my end that I've noticed as a standout. And I don't really see them going into a realm at any point where they're like, hey, we're taking this thing and we're making it way fucking harder. Maybe adding in new hard things eventually. But, I don't know, not to say that this game's inherently an easy game, but part of me thinks it is inherently a pretty easy game. As I died at Crab Boss 3 times. But I think it's designed to be accessible. You know, I just don't know if I see that route of accessibility ever really changing. Definitely seems like they built this as a mostly single-player casual game. I don't realize they can be a lot more with this. Excuse me. I'm dying. I also believe this is their verse venture. I have granola in my throat. Carla's killing me. I can feel it. Oh, holy shit. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, I like feel granola in my throat. That's miserable. Oh, it's very casual. I think that's what they want. Maybe with heroic dungeons comes with other mechanics and fights, but that'll be for the grinders. I even wouldn't necessarily expect heroic dungeons to be crazy, like, for the grinders exclusively. I could even see heroic dungeons just being, like, a harder form of available content. And as much as I'd love it to be something that forces people into groups of 4, or is balanced around foursomes, I don't think it will be. I think it'll probably be dynamic scaling, soloable, and just bring in some new mechanics. I feel as though this game was made to appeal to a different community than it did. And they had a lot of homeless MMO players show up because we heard that there was MMO. And now they're like, oh shit. Wait, what's going on here? What the fuck? Y'all want to play together? What do you mean? Because they've done RTSs and stuff before. They're actually well loved in the RTS scene as a developer. But I have a feeling they made this to appeal to like the cutesy wootsy, like Pal World Paleo type players. And then ended up having a lot more of a positive response to the combat and the baseline gameplay than they really expected. This is already by player concurrency one of their more successful titles. A lot of people getting us upset it doesn't fit the MMO mold. I agree, and it's unfortunate to see. I personally, I am an MMO enjoyer through and through. And even I have had to acknowledge that this, like, is not and will not be a traditional MMO in the sense that I and my community may play them. And it functions as a single-player game through and through, where there's, like, a little bit of room to play together if you really want to. And part of me hopes that they bring in content, like I mentioned with Heroics down the road, where it does get a little bit more group incentivization to it. Because I do love having, you know, having a little push in the direction of playing with other people. Even just from a balance standpoint. But, that's odd. I also don't feel like them forcing people into groups is really in their ethos here. If they increase the drop rate of groups, could incentivize it. I mean, even right now in groups, every single person gets one piece of armor, which is kind of nice. So they changed that the last patch from 2 pieces for the entire group. But like, every person gets, or I should say 1 piece of equipment, just in general. Which is solid. Solo you get 2. Yeah. So groups of 2 aren't really incentivized at all. Trios are okay. Foursomes are okay. But yeah, I mean, the scaling is definitely a little weird. They should do, you know, N+1 basically. Where N is like the level of your dungeon, or sorry, the level of people that are in there, the number of people that are in there +1. That's my personal take on it. So if you have 4 people, you get 5 drops type shit. You just keep adding. Just get more drops for doing longer dungeons rather than boss fights, stuff like that. Or do some worthwhile drops in the dungeon throughout. No mini bosses that actually drop anything, I think feels kind of bad in those longer dungeons. Because then it's only about the final boss fight. And the final boss fight's just delayed for no reason other than to be delayed and inconvenient. And I definitely think that's a part of those longer dungeons that hasn't appealed to a lot of people, I mean myself included. I'm not really out here gushing grannies about the long ones. I very much have been a fan of like the quick hitter one-off dungeons, the boss fights especially. Interesting part is that the item lockdown, sometimes I can't see it. So it looks like 2 if you grab the items first. Weird. So maybe they did do N+1, but they said previously that everybody should get at least 1 piece of equipment with the last patch that came in as a part of the patch notes. I want to say it was the last patch. We replay as our first day you tried forever. Bad news. What's the bad news? Is the bad news that I'm a bitch? Because I'd believe that. How many hundreds do I have? I have 39 hearts. Yo, honestly, this isn't taking that long to farm hearts. Like, this isn't the absolute worst. This isn't the best. Yeah? Wait, what'd I do? What Nin do? I blame Nin. I blame Nin now. I want it on record. Nin did it, not me. Just need to give created characters and run in a turn in the quest. I don't want to. I want the quest to be repeatable. That would save me so much time. And I feel like if I sit here and complain about it enough, they'll just make the quest repeatable so then I can get my shit. You'll see when it goes up. Oh no. Oh no. We're down bad. New world test runs without the alts. Chat, X up Merc guard. Jesus fucking Christ, we're not going there. Where are the bright void particles? Are those the ones from disenchanting purples? Or is that a different thing? X, please God, bring it back for one last chest run. Wait, we're getting closer and closer to that, like, final day in New World that everybody had planned, right? You get the void particle from disenchanting green gear. Why did I think it was purples? My fault. Why did I think void particles? Jesus Christ. I'm losing my mind. It's too hot in here. Holy shit. Dude, it's still 87 in the stream room. It's like not cool enough. It's 76 outside and 87 in the stream room. I don't even know what to do. I'm dying. Any greens over level 13? Oh, okay. So just go to Crimson 3 then. Farm those bad boys out here, Johnny. Here. 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 3 spawns. They'll drop you a shitload of loot. And then you just go DE all that. Bro, I'm going like delirious. Yeah, I am, I'm really hoping that by the time this patch comes online tomorrow, I don't motherfucking piece of shit. I don't have to make 56 alts to upgrade all of my pieces. Because as of right now, actually, I already have 1 crystal. I would need 55 alts. My apologies. I don't want to be over dramatic. I would need 55 alts. Is it confirmed tomorrow? No, but logically, like, patches don't typically come on Fridays. And it would be a little weird for a patch to come on a Friday, in my opinion, for an early access. I know they're French and, like, they just kind of do their own shit over there. But I'd be a little surprised if they dropped the patch on a Friday that was supposed to be a substantial quality of life and bug fix patch. Because naturally, that can introduce more bugs that could require extra work. So if they do that right before a weekend, it's in my opinion, like, guaranteed you're working a weekend that weekend. So, they've been working on the weekends. Well, yeah. I mean, as they should at this point. But, I don't know that they'd throw a patch on a Friday. Especially if it substantially gimped something with the game going into the weekend. I mean, coming in France means it's even more likely the patch should be tomorrow since France has better worker rights. Yeah, that's a fucking tragedy. Bro, I feel like we just need to take game development to, like, I don't know, maybe Sierra Leone or something. Like, one of the places where we can chop a motherfucker's arms off if they're underperforming type shit. Like, your class designer throws in a bug with your classes and fucks up the design on a new class deployment, so you take 3 of his fingers off. I guarantee he never fucks up again. I feel like we're too soft in game dev. The developers get away with too much these days. We should rule with iron fists at the top of game development studios. Also, chat, looking for any talented developers that really want to be a part of an ambitious upcoming project. Inquire within great benefits, really family-oriented work environment. Really everybody feels important, like a part of the team. So, depends if they decide to take like a Monday or Tuesday off next week. Yeah, why the fuck would they do that though? I'll be real, even when they are quote-unquote off, they probably have a skeleton crew. But by all standards, their team is kind of skeleton crew sized right now. So that's not inherently anything too crazy to think of, them having a skeleton crew on. I think it's also kind of likely that they end up outsourcing some things as they try to keep up with the title. Because if the title does keep expanding, they're either going to have to expand the development team to match the required content cadence and attention that the game does take, or they're going to have to outsource. Maybe they can manage a larger player base without it, with a smaller dev team. But I think they've already expanded the development team to my knowledge, right? Reminds me of New World, almost every big patch will be during a 4-day weekend or during peak holiday season. Yeah, I played New World the entire step of the way, and I was very, very, very upset by the number of patches that came in that were functionally broken, that they just, the way that I described it earlier, was they pulled the pin on the grenade and then they just dropped it and walked away and didn't stick around to see what happened. They dropped that shit. And it fucked so much of that game's longevity. I don't know who was doing their scheduling for patches. I don't know much about game dev. But man, I sure as hell know that there was a lot of hoopla going on. Scott Lane? I unfortunately think it was above Scott Lane. Like, yeah, Scott might have dictated a lot of the direction of the project early on, but I think it unfortunately went far above Scott Lane into Amazon Games corporate with Mr. Fartman. Some days are just too good at being paid to wait on trucks watching you. Wait, what? Being paid to wait on trucks watching you. What do you mean by that? That's a cryptic sentence. So you're being paid while you wait for trucks that are supposed to come watch you? So you're getting paid to do absolutely nothing but chill? Sounds like me daily. Except you're probably making way more money than me. You're getting fucking clams out in the oil field for that. Truck driver on hold? Truck might have blew up. He works at oil. So, I don't know where his gifted sub badge went, but as a true oil worker, waiting on trucks to offload trucks. So, oh, you're watching me while you wait on trucks. I'm a fucking idiot. Nope, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Yup, that checks out. That checks out. My bad, I brain farted that. Brother, I'm not gonna lie, it's 90 degrees in the stream room and has been most of the day. Actually, it's dropped to 86. We're getting into the cool, crisp fall evening that we have here. But let me tell you what, my brain is fucking mush. Mush, I tell you, mush. It's bad out here. Genuinely cooked. So, how far behind is the truck? How long have you just been vibing for today? Because that definitely doesn't sound like the worst thing to get paid to do, I'm not gonna lie. We got a patch coming tomorrow? Hopefully. Hopefully. They said earlier this week that we would be getting a patch that would be quality of life and more bug fixes to follow up on the patch that we got a little bit earlier in the week, which was more of a minor patch. It had like the 4-liner, right? Oh, there's one like yesterday. Yeah. They said after that one that we would be getting another one later in the week. So presumably later in the week would imply before the end of the weekend. And the end of the weekend, theoretically, or the end of the week, I should say, effectively is Thursday, because most companies don't want to drop on a Friday and then not be there to troubleshoot anything. So from a logical standpoint, it kind of makes sense that we'd get it tomorrow, just from a, I guess like a logical basis. It's a lot of hope. Not really. It's just a software cycle. Like, not even to sound like a pirate software, but most game developers and software companies don't drop something on Friday because on Saturday and Sunday, people go home for the weekend. Whether it's game dev, whether it's anything else, people do have 2 days off a week that are like guaranteed to them through labor laws type shit unless they're being compensated for it, which they're outside of probably the stretch period post-launch, so I don't think they're forcing 7-day weekends, 7-day weeks at this point. So it'd be reasonable to believe they have 2 days off, 15-person dev team, so their weekend crew is probably one guy holding it down. So I don't think they're going to push on Friday and then leave all the potential bugs to somebody on a weekend to take care of that would come with a weekend patch on their third weekend. I don't see that. They also haven't pushed a Friday patch yet since the game's been up, and they've dropped multiple patches, so we have every indicator that they like to drop them before Friday so far. And I couldn't really find much information about them even as a studio dropping Friday patches. So like, it all makes sense that it would be tomorrow instead of Friday if they're truly dropping this week. But also, I played New World and Ashes of Creation. So my predictions might be a little bad. I might not be the one to trust predictions from. I'm just out here theory crafting. I think if I were a betting man, I would be much more likely to bet on Thursday instead of Friday, though. Just from a standpoint of all of those, like, oh, those bugs and shit. It was 71 hours for the week. Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell? That sounds terrible. I say as I stream 60 to 70 hours in a week. Good news! I just play video games. I was eating a parfait a few minutes ago. It's fucking delicious. Delicious. What do hearts do? Ephemeral hearts. 10 ephemeral hearts are exchanged with Lee Van Glyph here for 1 crystal to upgrade a legendary or epic to tier 4. Or tier 5. If it's a legendary. You need 3 crystals to go from tier 3 to tier 4 for your upgrades. And you need 15 to go from tier 4 to tier 5. Problem is that quest is not repeatable right now. And I don't know if they have plans to make it repeatable or not. But you physically... You get those crystals from dismantling purple too. Different crystals. So, dismantling gives you enchanting mats. These are different materials entirely, only for upgrading gear. The only way to get those crystals for, like, upgrading gear is only through the intended form of progression, which is heroic for it. Only problem is we don't have heroics yet. So, currently, there's 1 quest in the game that gives it, like I mentioned from Lee Van Glyph. It only gives 1, and it's not repeatable. So the entire thing that people have been doing that we've been bitching about a lot is you farm up a bunch of hearts and then you run your batches of hearts out 10 at a time on alts and then you turn them in 10 at a time to leave Van Glyph. You get a crystal, you send that crystal over to your other character. Everything's tragic. Do you think the enchanting mats will change since these mats are from level 20 items? Probably. It'd be bracketed. I could almost imagine it'd be like the shard and essence system from World of Warcraft, where as you go up into higher level brackets and higher enchant brackets, you're looking at, you know, higher level disenchanting. They said basically all of the materials that we have right now are for this bracket of gear. So presumably every bracket will continue to bring in new stuff, based on, you know, what they said so far. They said it'll change. Yeah. Sounds so tedious. It is. It is terribly tedious. So what I'm hoping for is, if I'm being completely real, that quest becomes repeatable. We're still going to need hearts regardless. So I'm farming up the hearts, but I'm really hoping that that quest becomes repeatable. They only did that because of the duping, though. That wasn't intentional. To have tiered off materials when they already have tiered off materials? No, they literally have things that come exclusively from Scover and exclusively from Valley. Like, yeah, dupes impacted it, but they already have some form of exclusivity in material drops. It's not confounded to think that they had that planned for the future of the game as well. I'm sure the dupes basically forced their hand with it entirely, but we already saw bracketed mats. We just saw low tier mats still being used. They don't intend on having to change the materials to upgrade weapons. Oh, you're just talking about the purple crystals. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about crafting mats in general. My apologies. My apologies. Heroics will drop these crystals. Only problem is when are heroics available? Not this year according to the roadmap. So, as of right now, solution 1 is slam heroics into the game or make them drop from non-heroics. I guess it would be 1 and 2. Solution 3, which I think is the easiest solution, is make that one quest to turn in hearts a repeatable quest where you can just turn in 10 hearts over and over and you can get the crystals. And then you're good. That's personally my thought on it. I don't know how hard it is to make a quest repeatable just in terms of the lines of code and the ones and zeros and shit. But from a just I play video games standpoint, repeatable quest, easy peasy. Make the quest repeatable and gives XP only the first time. Yeah. Honestly, that is about it. The XP being nuked after the first time would be a bonus, because then, yeah, people would just use it to power level. But you would also probably have to farm up so many hearts to power level a character. I don't know what the completion XP actually is. I haven't checked that out on a low level character, but easy fix go next. Listen, I'm open to consulting, man. I'm very open to consulting, and my rates are cheap. I'm here to help. I feel like we could fix most of the problems just from a logical standpoint. Unfortunately, the fixes come in on the dev side, and that's where the actual changes can take some time. I think it's very easy to just like round table think tank some fixes, but actually getting them implemented in a way that they don't break a million other things is also quite large. But again, I don't really know what harm comes from a repeatable quest that gives us the crystals that we need to upgrade when we're already able to get them just from creating alts. But you're seeing my sub emote. What do you mean, your banana? Or I'd be assuming they intended for people to easily be able to farm those mats, but I don't think that'd be. I don't think it'd be that difficult to implement. I mean, regardless of whether they intended to have those easily farmable or not, you get like player behaviors that come about after the systems are actually established. You get emergent gameplay. And as players get their hands on the systems, they're naturally going to stretch those systems and figure out how they can manipulate those things. And I think the intent is different than the actual premise of it. If their intent was for us to not be able to farm that at all, then just removing that quest as a baseline until a later update in the game would have been the play. But they basically gave us just the tip, and we're asking for the rest of the dick, and they're saying, no way, not until you beg for it, and I'm here begging for it. I want it. I need it. I need the repeatable. Well, let's find a way to abuse the limits of the game. Doesn't some people making new tunes around in that area? Did they not, though? Because honestly, that's something that didn't take long for players to figure out. The same thing with items not being in the loot table. Like, that shouldn't take much for them to figure out that players are going to do that. When I was getting ready for Scars of Honor playtesting, we were talking very much about how the Scar system being RNG-esque in that game was going to lead to people re-rolling alts and feeling like they bricked their characters and making alts and alts and alts. Looking at the systems over here, there are many things that are similar to like a Lost Ark power cycling, where you're trying to make alts to throw that power into your main because your main wasn't able to get enough or get the right thing the first time, you know? And then when their heads on the sand are up their heads. Yeah, I think from a developer standpoint, like, I'm very dev-sided in a lot of my takes, and a lot of people say I cope for devs, but I feel like you almost have to know that players are going to make alternate characters to get things if they can't access it the first time and they're locked out of it. They're going to do what they can to not be locked out of that. If it requires alts, if it requires, you know, re-rolling, whatever. People will make and delete characters like crazy. There was an entire sword in Path of Exile that was built around Hillock farming. It's just, well, there's going to be min-maxers. And it's, honestly, it's not even a min-maxer standpoint. It's just a simple progression standpoint. The fact that this isn't like a hyper fast way to get it, right? This isn't like, this isn't a hyper fast way that does anything differently. This is the only way to do it. And it's baseline progression of upgrading your weapons to get the most value out of them. Is that Disturbia by Rihanna, Nin? Why do I feel like that's Disturbia by Rihanna? It's a very distinct, like, bum bum beat 'em. Is it? I hate that I picked up on that. Really hate that I picked up on that. Can I have your opinion about getting to a Sparkly, killing him, going to the menu, reload, exploit? No, I don't really think so. It's just layer hopping. If I'm being real. The way that the devs could stop layer hopping if they wanted to is just assign your character to a layer for a minimum duration of time and add a cooldown before you can layer hop again. But then it makes it very easy for people to contest others, be caught in like pee pee poo poo. I mean, so Spurs are OKC tonight. Oh, dude, Victor Wembanyama is probably tonight going to drop a 50-point triple-double with 5 blocks. Victor Wembanyama is the closest the NBA has seen to Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan's mentality, with a body that the world has never seen. We're talking like mentally an absolute fucking freak. Insane. Loves basketball more than he loves breathing. One of the few players in the league right now that loves the game more than the money that he's getting with the game. Because the game is everything to him. He is fucking dominant. See the monk training stuff he was doing? Yeah. Yeah, he's trained with KG, he's trained with Hakeem, he's trained with Shaolin monks. Like, his mentality is Kobe-esque. It's fucking insane. Imagine having Chet and being that tall and being so bad that they have Caruso guarding Wemby. No, that's different. That's different. So basically, the reason why they have the bigs roaming, it's the same reason why they frequently have Wemby assigned to somebody that allows him to float. So effectively, when you have a shot blocker at the rim, a lot of why Wemby's able to alter shots is because he isn't always assigned to the other team's big. Because when you have to match up big on big, then you don't get to roam, and you don't get to contest shots, like, at the rim. Which is the largest thing. If Chet was on Wemby, he'd be fouled out in like 5 minutes. Wemby dominates Chet, but there is an actual basketball reason why Chet's not assigned to Wemby. And it's because Chet is a 7'1" rim presence, and Victor Wembanyama is a 7'4" point guard that will transition the ball up the floor and shoot from 30 feet away. And with somebody that's a 30-foot threat, you don't want to have your 7'1" rim protector being 30 feet away from the hoop. Chet can't guard him, but there's also a basketball reason why. And it's also because nobody can guard Victor Wembanyama. You just try your best. And the best way to do it is have somebody get a low point of leverage on a very tall player and then have help side there, which your help side is Chet Holmgren. It's just basketball. Like, Hakeem's a good friend of my dad's. I have so much stuff signed by him. The fuck do you mean Hakeem is a good friend of your dad's? Who the fuck is your dad? Does he hoop? Do you hoop? I feel like if Hakeem is a good friend of your dad's and you're bad at basketball, it's like an insult. Got a basketball signed by him. But can you put that basketball in the hoop? That is my question. NBA is rigged. Hate to break it to you. Mob owns the outcome of all the games. Say I'm wrong. Oh, I'm not going to say you're wrong. NBA is probably the same thing that wrestling is. What game is this? Spurs OKC. No, this is FAREVER, my friend. It is an early access. They call it an MMO Lite. It's basically a co-op adventure-y thing. More than anything else. I do, but I'm no pro. That's surgery on my torn ACL. Gross. Gross. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like all connective tissue stuff scares me. Fuck that shit. That doing for the wildest group together in Houston? Oh, that's fucking fire. So was your dad a hooper as well or nah? It's fucking crazy running into Hakeem and just chilling and not playing basketball. Huh. Alright, hold on. I gotta bring this bowl out. Hell no! Alright, reasonable. Reasonable. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. But, yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing about Wemby. Wemby is like prime Dirk's jumper with LeBron's level of physical demand, not from a muscular standpoint, but from the fact that he can score from anywhere on the floor at any point in time with anybody guarding him. With, I'm not going to say Steph Curry-esque shooting, but I think he is every bit of a Kevin Durant level shooter already at this point. I think he doesn't need to be, but I think if he were forced to play outside, he could every bit mimic Kevin Durant's game at this point in time. It's just a disgusting combination of literally everything that's been assembled through some of the best players of all time put into one package. And it's wild that when he gets asked about, like, why don't you bulk up more? He's like, I don't want to bulk up and lose the flexibility that makes me so dynamic. Because he's already strong enough just from his size to score on whoever. And the fact that he's got like a 9'10" vertical reach is fucking disgusting inherently. So you don't really need to bulk up. You look like a rookie Giannis, but you're out there hitting like a fucking Mack truck. All right, hold on. I'm bringing this back out. Handball. I've seen handball shit. I get weird Instagram reels sometimes. When I see him moving, sometimes he scares me. Bro, that's what his body's built on, though. Nephilim, thank you for the follow. It's like preventing the connective tissue injuries that so many people are going down with. It's preventing the same thing that happened to Yao Ming. And, like, I feel like he has probably received the best like flexibility and long-term sustenance training that you could possibly get. Wemby over under 13.5. I think Wemby goes 35, 12, 10, 5 blocks. If I'm being honest. I think 35, 12, 10, 5. I said earlier that he was getting a 50 piece tonight because he was just going to absolutely victimize Chet Holmgren to the point where, like, say Wemby is about to score, but Chet is standing outside of the paint on the far side of the hoop. I think Wemby is going to cross over to the other side of the paint instead of scoring, elbow Chet Holmgren in the fucking throat, and then turn and score. You know, him and Chet have beef from playing as youngins? Well, it's not even like necessarily that. It's primarily the U16 tournament, because that was like, I'm a large high school basketball enjoyer as well. Grew up in the high school AAU circuit. Cooper Flag coming out of Maine, had to follow that, and just following upcoming prospects. Like, I followed Giannis when he played in Greece. Loved Giannis, saw him live earlier in his career, and I like following up and coming players as well. So the Wemby Chet matchup was something that everybody in the hoop scene was like hyped up about, and at that point in time, that was Chet showing the world that he was the alien and not Wemby. Everybody was hyping this kid out of France that could do it all, that was literally unstoppable, and he was stopped there. And when people saw Wemby's reaction, people were like, wait, what the fuck? Is this man actually psycho? Because he had a very emotional reaction, and he was like actually tied to it. And then when he translated over here, it became very, very, very personal. That's why I say he's like Kobe mentality. I was someone who was a walk-on for University of Houston, and his brother plays in Spain right now. Oh, yeah. No, the levels of basketball are fucking crazy. Like, I am 6'5", can shoot from 30 feet away, was like a 40% three-point shooter in college, and could in college, I don't know how much I can get up now, but could in college just catch, drop step, go up, dunk. The difference in every level of what I just said between me and even a Division I college player is different. You put one of them on the level of competition that I was playing on, and they are 55% from three because they're getting uncontested looks everywhere they're going and they don't fucking miss. They're dropping like 40 points a game against the competition. I was like a 12-point a game role player. Like, bro, it's just, there's levels to it. There's levels to it, man. It's crazy, like, how steep it gets. Because when you go up, it just gets more selective. There's no room for error, right? That's the craziest thing. D3, D2, D1. Oh, yeah. People forget every player D1 and in the NBA was the best in their locality by far. And it's not just their town. It was like their immediate vicinity. And they're players that can do every single bit of the game. Score, rebound, pass, defend, all of it. But as you ascend into higher levels of basketball, you play a role, right? You immediately fill into that role. And on a D1 team, I wasn't even on that level. On any large successful team, you have your players that you put them in just a public run, and you can go to any YMCA if you've played in college and just shit on pretty much everybody. But you go on to a larger team, and shit, you put me even on a transplanted terrible D1 team, and I'm not driving to the hoop trying to yam on someone against D1 competition. I'm out here sitting in a corner, spreading the floor, a little catch and shoot three, a little off ball movement. And that's at 6'5", because I'm short at that level. Everybody gets taller, everybody gets stronger, faster, smarter, which is something people don't think about. I played JUCO, and like the first years of JUCO, you saw people that were every bit of a D1 player, but they were not smart enough to mentally play Division I basketball. So they would make the worst, like, boneheaded mistakes, but they'd get into the open floor, or they'd get running downhill, and they'd go up and just, like, full extension, reach back, cock one back in traffic, and you're just like, brother, you're at a community college. Holy shit. Holy shit, chill. It's just, it's ascensions of people, man. Truly fucking crazy. Okay, I'm bringing my bowl out real quick. Did you copy my build? No, I made my own builds. I didn't even know what your build was. I'll be right back. Momento. Good day. Chat. What we on? I need to farm up more hearts. Infinitely more hearts. Part of me kind of wants to go cook up some ram farm as well. To see what's what. Do some like casually. Basketball? Not as much as I'd like to. I just don't really have the time with streaming as much as I do, and in the middle of the day, like, I would either have to find a run that's super early morning or super late night. And in Maine, those aren't like the most accessible. Like, I'll still like shoot when there's a ball and a hoop, but I haven't played any form of like serious men's league or anything in probably, shots for like 5 years or so. Nothing too crazy, but definitely been lazy for a while. I think one of the last times I played a men's league, I legitimately went up to dunk once, and then my knee started hurting, so I was like, I'm gonna just jog for the rest of this, I think. And I didn't go back after that. I was like, it's not worth getting hurt, bro. You're too old for this shit. Spot up in the corner, shoot some threes. Is that Ski Mask the slump god in? Why do I feel like I'm being quizzed on musicians, like, taglines? No. Oh wait, Roddy Rich? My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I had a different eater at the start. No, that's the box. My bad. I don't immediately default Roddy Rich. I listen to more Ski Mask than Roddy Rich. That's on me. I had a different tempo. Yep. Yes, yeah. No, Listen, I don't know why I'd pick up on those. But for whatever reason, I'm picking up on those. What are you playing? Like, what have you been on? What are you cooking up? Why are you bored? Brother, there is a world out there with hundreds of thousands of games, and some of them even have titties in them. There's no way, whoops. There's no way that you were bored when America exists. Terraria. Why not just come play this instead of Terraria? What if I'm about to get back? Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I feel you though. I feel you. Because no PvP. He's not good at PvP anyways. The fuck do you mean, no PvP? He fucking uses Blizzard. No PvP. I don't think he wants PvP. I feel like he just wants to chill. This pisses me off. Rats are over 100 runs, no legendary and crab, 30 plus no mount. I mean, honestly, 100 plus no legendary is definitely not too crazy considering it's a 1% drop rate. Like, that unfortunately makes sense. My first legendary took me 85 hours of gameplay to get. And I swear to God, once I found my first one, they started going faster after that. Because after my first, my next 3 have come way quicker cadence. Way quicker cadence. Are people like a 3-8 runs? Oh yeah, I mean, well, those people are also probably lying in all fairness. And then some people definitely will have hot streaks, but a lot of people will also just straight up motherfucking lie. Backlog forever until the patch, waiting to see what they do. Yeah. I also am hoping that they're able to throw some, you know, some interesting curveballs in with player progression. I think it's important to keep in mind too right now that FAREVER is nowhere near what it's going to be for its complete game suite, right? It is still early access. It is still lacking a ton of content. It is still lacking gameplay loops that'll bring in player retention. It's still, you know, level 20 instead of level 50. There's still a lot that'll need to come in with it. So as of right now, I think it's definitely important to keep in mind that we are far from finished with it, right? Back this week just waiting for the quality of life stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's almost, like, I think even with the quality of life changes, people are going to hit walls content-wise if you're playing this game every single day right now. Like, the fact that I still have stuff to do is more of like an achievement than anything else, in my opinion, and should not be the standard. Because genuinely, the game is fun. I think we just have to be realistic that not every title has 1,000 hours of content, especially not right when the title becomes a title in the first place. They're going to need time to get their footing underneath them. They're going to need time to cook up a little bit more with the game and the systems. And if we don't give them that amount of time that they need, then I think it's going to be more detrimental to this game's future than anything else that we could do. So I hope people realize that, like, we do have a solid core, and the reason why people are running out of content to do in their mind in the first place is because the content's good enough for them to do it. Otherwise, it wouldn't run out. You'd never hit the end because you wouldn't do the content in the first place. So I try to remind people of that side. Try to remind people we're all here playing it, watching it for a reason. And at the end of the day, we probably believe in it at least a little bit, whether we want to admit it or not. And we all want to see what the game could potentially become, but that's not going to happen if we're all just here yapping and talking shit about it, not giving them any time to cook up, making new players that are potentially coming in think that there's nothing to do here, even though we played a shitload of hours already. Like, it's crazy how people will put in 100 hours to a game, and then someone will come in and they'll be like, yo, Dusty, is it worth it for me to check out? Is there content? And people will just be like, no, just 10 hours of content, 20 hours of content. Like, man, I'm at 100 and I still don't even have my abyss. Like, what the fuck do you mean? The fuck do you mean? I don't necessarily understand why some people, when they feel they've reached a point of completion, need to immediately try to ruin it for others, if I'm being honest. Everybody's gonna reach a point of completion at some point. Oh, I gotta fix my fan. Hold on. There we go. I feel like some people, when they reach a point of completion, immediately feel the need to kind of try to cook it for others. So, 100 hours, don't have any legendaries, but I have epics and this. Not a bouncer gliders, but 2 level 20s. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, like, the legendary grind is part of what eats up a lot of time right now. Just from a standpoint of, yeah, it's inconvenient. But I do not want to talk about the amount of time required to get hearts for and run out 56 alts to 1 quest giver to turn in the alts quest, get the crystal, and then turn that into my main. It's fucking tragic. It's fucking tragic. I will say that that's gonna get us a lot of time, but it's not gonna be good time. It's the kind of complaining going on in the Discord. People complaining about paying $18 and being 60 hours in, saying there's no content. Yeah, I mean, it's just part of the gaming community. People are just like more or less unreasonable at this point in gaming a lot of the time, where we have to remember that the developers work 8 hours a day, and that 8 hours a day does not implement 8 hours of content every single day. And if we as consumers come in and play 8 hours a day, we have to realize the scale at which content is created is far slower than the rate at which it is consumed. A 2.5-hour movie typically has years of filming, production, post-production. I mean, before that, you even have casting that's involved with it. Like, one movie that might result in a 2 to 2.5 hour movie is an incredibly long process to put together. Yet, people want to come in, and when they can only play 100 hours of a game that's in early access, that is not a 1.0 build, they're like, oh, this is ass, there's nothing to do, this game's DOA, it's cooked. I'm like, brother, the game was good enough to keep you here the entire time until you ran out of content. Doesn't that inherently mean that the game is really good and you should instead be saying thank you for everything we've got so far, can't wait to see more? Maybe I'm the idiot here, but I feel like at that point it's like, hey, go devs, you've got something really good going on here, and we should probably be celebrating that. We've got 60 hours of good content, 100 hours of good content, 200 hours of good content already, instead of just shitting on it. It's this weird backwards mentality that some gamers have. I don't really get it. I don't pretend to get it. It's fucking millennials. Name one game that has enough content for people in general. Even games like PoE with the deepest layers of content get complainers after a week every league. Well, PoE's entire model is very openly built on the fact that you will always have people that reach a point of completion in games, whether it is actually from completing everything that that game has to offer at that point in time, or a personal point of completion where you've achieved your goals. You have the armor that you want, the weapon that you want, you've done the content that you want, you have something else that comes up. People will always reach a point of completion. And PoE literally has built its longevity around that, hey, you're gonna complete the game this season, we'll see you next season. And one thing that Chris Wilson said in an interview that I really enjoyed was you always have to give your players zero doubt in their mind about if they are leaving, when they will be coming back to your game, and what they will be coming back to. Because if people don't know when they're coming back once they leave, then they're not going to make plans to come back. It's kind of like me, streaming every single day. You guys know, Dusty's going to be live. There are a lot of people that come back because of that. If I stream sporadically 3 days a week and I didn't announce which 3 days and which time it was, then it'd be a lot harder for people to plan around coming back. Therefore, you'd find something a little bit more consistent. You have to plan on player exits. You have to always account for player exits. They will always quit. Players will die. Players will have IRL commitments that come up, whatever it may be. People burn out. People have bad things that happen. Maybe you get in a car crash. Maybe your dog dies. Maybe your wife cheats on you or something. You never really know what's going to happen in life. So maybe you need to step out of a league a little bit early. You need to know when that next league is So that way, when you're done being a depressed, sad man, you hop back into Path of Exile and you're ready to go. Crib actually helped come up with that whole idea. Makes a ton of sense. They also front load their monetization for the start of the league. Every bit of Path of Exile is built around the start of the league. Gonna watch Wembanyama do alien shit. I feel like he drops a triple-double with 5 blocks tonight. That is my early prediction. Call me crazy if you'd like. But I said 35, 12, 10, and 5. How do you defend versus that? You don't. It's kind of funny. The thing that would actually defend against Wemby the best is like a Draymond Green. But even then, Wemby can just literally go over the top of Draymond Green, as we've seen before with the spin move and the dunk with the lob at the rim on the inbounds play. You don't defend it. Just foul him to death? Well, actually just kill him, yes. But he does poorly with people that can out-leverage him. So when he's being defended by somebody smaller, you'll really frequently notice him bend over at the hips and try to get his shoulder into them while he's bent over at the hips because he's too tall to get leverage on short people. So if you're trying to put your hip into me to leverage me and I have my entire body, including my shoulder, at your hip, then you might be able to catch up here. But what are you going to do if you can't move your legs? What am I going to do about my legs? So you basically take out his ability to maneuver in the way that he does with his length, and you force him to play length. The only bad part is he's also 7'4", so then he just dunks all over you. It's actually tragic. There's no actual way to defend him. He is a fucking alien. Genuinely a goddamn alien. And I pray to every basketball god that exists that he stays healthy for a long career. We have seen too many of these players that have alien potential, that have put it less together than Wemby, that have had their careers cut short. Please, for the love of God, let the big guy hoop for a little bit, man. He's just trying to vibe. He's just trying to... Ow. Oh, shit. That kind of hurt. Kind of hurt. Spurs, Knicks in finals, Knicks in 5. I don't know if the Spurs lose if they're healthy, bro. I'll be real. Genuinely, I do not know if the Spurs lose if they're healthy. I think they may be the best team in basketball for multiple years, pending any trades. But they are really, 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 really fucking good, man. They're really good. I definitely don't think it's Knicks in 5. I don't think the Knicks would manhandle the Spurs regardless. And I feel like the closer Wemby gets to sniffing a chip, the more psychotic he's going to get. I feel like if he makes it to the finals, he's going to go fucking crazy. I think Spurs get beat up versus OKC a lot. It's going to be a series. Is it, though? Is it? Is De'Aaron Fox back in for game 2? Because they didn't have De'Aaron Fox for game 1. Hold on, let me check. Game 2 injury report. De'Aaron Fox is out again for game 2. So when De'Aaron Fox comes back in, that's going to be a complete game changer. But he was not in for game 1. I do think both sides beat the shit out of each other. But I also think that the Spurs are young enough to where they just bounce back. The Spurs starting lineup that they put out the other day was like one of the youngest starting lineups to ever exist. That shit was stinky, brother. Like, they are actually building for Pop's second life. So when Pop eventually gets reincarnated in another future NBA executive's body, he just comes back to the Spurs again and it's full circle. I swear to God. I swear to God, I don't want to like shot call it too early. I don't want to Baba Vanga that shit. But I think they upload Pop's consciousness to AI. God damn. What's that number looking like? 116. Everything is misery. Literally everything is misery. It's definitely not bad to have 116 of these. But I'm also far off of where I need to be, man. 180 for one upgrade is a little crazy. Like, a little crazy. Even considering the fact that, like, I might not even use Pocket Hive if Pocket Hive's buffs don't go through. Like, how many do you need? I need 180 per. And I have 3 things that I immediately would like to upgrade. So I would need 560 of the ephemeral hearts. Which means that I would then have to create 56 alts. Excuse me. Create 56 alts. And run every single one of those alts across a majority of the map. So they could turn in the one quest that exists to convert the hearts into the crystals. This is the fun part of the game. This is the joyous part. This is what we came here for. It is, it's a goddamn shame. But this is also where we earn our stripes. Do you remember that stream of someone restreaming some major sporting event, but the guy was pretending it was Madden 26 and pawning it as a video game when it was restreamed? Yeah, that was like a meta that people were hitting for a while. They were like holding a controller and trying to say that it was the video game itself. I believe most of those people got their channels deleted. Holy egg farming and WoW Batman? Yeah, I need a couple of these. The worst part about it, right? I wouldn't even mind if I could just, you know, go get the crystals on one character as I got the hearts for it, because if it was a repeatable quest, I could do that. It's more that I need to farm the hearts, make the ult, run the ult out, try not to die on the way out, get out there, turn in 10 hearts for one crystal, put the crystal in the storage, delete the ult, make another ult, do the same thing. It's just a little, like, extra, if that makes sense. And it may very well have been an unforeseen part of the gameplay loop coming out. Because these are intended to be farmable from heroic dungeons later on. But this is most definitely the largest inconvenience in gameplay right now. That's just solved partially by making it a repeatable quest. It's still going to be a very long farm, but I have 2 Legos and 1 epic 41 crystals. I need 39. It's 3 and 15, I think. So you need 18, 18, 36, and then 3, which is 39, right? I think it's 3 and then 15. Unless I'm tripping and it's 5 and 13. I think you only need 39. So, either way, fuck that. Okay, hear me out. Well, you only have to farm up 370 crystals. Realistically, you could do that over one 8-hour session as long as you're killing quickly. And I'm sure I could have a build that's killing more optimally than this one is. If I really tried for like the, you know, just the trash side of things, since stuff doesn't have a lot of HP. I'm sure I could put something a little bit better together. But I mean, look at me. I'm already at 127. I have like roughly a third of what... No, I actually have just about a third of what you would need, because you would need 390. And I've been here for... Chat, how long have I been here? I feel like probably an hour or so. I'm definitely getting more than 1 a minute. I can vouch that much. So you're maybe looking at 4 to 6 hours of farming this. And if you break it down over a couple of days... Oh, Farm the Hearts is just a run. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Literally just the run that's cooking it for you. Okay. That makes sense. I understand entirely, actually. Yes, that is also, like, I'll be real, I'm in the same boat. I really hope the quality of life patch makes that quest repeatable so we're able to actually exist in some capacity without funneling 35 alts, 39 alts, 56 alts, not made up numbers, by the way, into one character. Because that feels bad. That feels very, very, very bad. Well, consider we have a max of 8 tunes now. So I'd have to do it and delete tunes 30 plus times. Yeah. No, it's not lost on me. Believe you me, brother, I'm here with you. Because if they don't fix it tomorrow, I might have to do it. Keep in mind, too, I don't even have enough blue shards to upgrade my weapons to tier 3 in the first place. So after I do this and get all my crystals, then I have to make an alt to farm up blue shards. Do you think limited resources is an actual design decision to force choices? I fucking hope not, because it'd be a really bad way to do it so far. And I think forcing choices in an explorative game is effectively like telling someone to take their shoes off before they go into a cave. It's fucking stupid. You have an entire game that's built on accessibility to all of the systems, being able to cook different builds, test different things, and kind of like come as you are, play as you are. And I feel as though limiting resources, limiting gameplay, limiting agency of what somebody can actually do within the systems is like antithetical to what this game is, you know, structure-wise and design-wise supposed to be about. So I really hope that's not where they're going with it, but was delivering supplies to a drill out site. They left 4 boxes of Slim Jims in my truck. I would get heartburn if I ate those. I think they didn't think the part out. They didn't expect people would want tier 4 to 5 weapons, so hopefully they'll fix it. I mean, I'm sure they expected that people would want the highest level of weapon that they put in the game. I think that's pretty straightforward. If there's progression in the game, and there's a quest that exists that says, hey, you get this crystal, and then there's something that says, hey, you can use this crystal to upgrade something, I definitely feel like they should have seen that coming with epic and legendary weapons in the first place. But that's just on me. I think when you put the crystal in and the weapons themselves can be upgraded utilizing the crystal, you kind of open Pandora's box where it said like, okay, I know this can be done. How can I do this efficiently? Not this quick. I mean, maybe, but even then, just take the quest out to give us the crystal in the first place if that's the case. The fact that they left the quest in, kind of at this point, means that they have to give us some leeway to work with around that quest. If the quest wasn't in, then they could just come out and say, oh, these aren't supposed to exist yet, you'll get them from heroics. That's not the route they went. The material already exists, so now people want more of the material. That's the lightweight in the food area? Nah, I unfortunately know. I know the snap into a Slim Jim. I also know that Slim Jims give a motherfucker heartburn. I cannot snap into a Slim Jim because the Slim Jim will snap into me. If I snap into a Slim Jim, I'm gonna be up at 3 AM taking a shit, crunching a fucking Tums angrily. I must be cautious. Man, what the fuck? Rather see them remove the rewards so people don't feel obligated to do tedious farming and alt resets. That's not gameplay. If they remove the reward entirely, then your entire community that doesn't have their legendaries upgraded is gonna bitch about a power vacuum and the fact that they can't access it anymore. I feel like that's probably the worst route to go unless they also strip all of the things that people have been given, but then you're gonna have people quit the game because their upgrades got stripped. So it's really like they don't get the luxury of handling it in an ideal scenario where the reward just doesn't exist. Because now everybody knows about the reward. There are people that have the reward. If they disable the reward, then everybody's going to complain that they can't farm up gear as quickly as the people that got the reward in the first place. And that there's an inequity there and that they can't play the game. It's unfortunately kind of a thing in like every MMO. Getting tired of farming for a legendary. They just need to give us one in the cash shop. No cash shop legendaries. No, you stop that. I do hope the quality of life patch brings in some loot table fixes as well, though. That's another big thing. Let's make new material to use to upgrade legendary from 20 plus. Sure, but even in the time leading up to that, if you have your legendaries upgraded here, then you're going to have, if they remove it, you're gonna have the ability to farm much faster and shit. Spark Crystal, Jewel Crafter, Rare Mats fix. But then you would have to have a Jewel Crafter able to do the rest of the mats as well. For like the Spark realm of things. Or like a trade skill for it, I guess. So it's not just that. Because there's not just a shortage on that as well. Like the Spark shards also have shortages once you've upgraded a certain amount of things. Because those only exist from, you know, your initial clear of things. The Spark Dust you can farm up easy, fortunately. But Spark Shards and Crystals are already a bit hard to come by. And we haven't even seen any legendary material come out yet. Which is intriguing, just like as a little bit of a thought. But yeah, I unfortunately don't think there's a way that they can handle it where nobody's going to... Actually, if I'm being honest, I think the way that they can handle it without people being upset is just making the quest repeatable for now. Leave the materials in, make the quest repeatable for the 10 heart turn-ins, and then just let people farm up the hearts like I am now, and then just not run a bunch of alts out. Because right now, I've got almost 15 crystals in my inventory, which if I farm up 180, then that means I can fully upgrade one legendary. Which if I do that each day, even when I don't have one to upgrade, then I'll have a surplus of them. So for me, this really isn't that bad of a farm. The tedious part is honestly just running the alts out, and the thought of running the alts out over and over and over again. I don't know if I'm crazy for that, but just not having to run out the alts would make it still like tedious grinding. But it's not going to be the point where you're literally making 18 alts in bunches to run across the map, then delete the alt once you've got the crystal. I feel like that's a little more chalk. People would be okay grinding the alts as degen gaming. It's just an inconvenience. Like, a lot of people have... I don't want to say like a sense of connection with their character, but for a lot of people, they want to be progressing their character on their character. They want to not have to feed, you know, 100 alts into one character's progression. They want to be able to have a main and play their main for their main prog. And having to go back and farm chests on an alt, and having to go back and, you know, hunt down one-time opportunities on an alt. And then if your alt doesn't get that, you just put it down like a racehorse with a limp. It feels bad. And I don't think the inherent nature of this game is intended to feel bad and inaccessible to players. That's actually like the antithesis of this game. This game is, from everything we've heard from the devs, supposed to feel accessible and good for players to play without being an extremely tedious measure, which, great. Pompeii Bastille. Oh, that one's kind of like gray area though. Chess and boss loot needs to reset maybe every 24 hours. I think chess on a timer basis would be great. I think like the named boss in the open world should probably just be farmable the same way that we can farm normal bosses. Call me crazy. Give them more HP, give them more damage, and then let us farm them in the open world and get the actual like loot from them. That could be a step towards solving the, you know, the loot table issue. They could also just add the things that are missing from loot tables to current existing boss loot tables as a band-aid solution. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Can I see your equipment and talents? Yeah, I mean, I use Amon Ram, and then I use Crab Gantuas, and then Bee Fury right now. I'm currently getting mats so I can wear my Lego Crab Gantuas. That's going to be fucking huge. Off of that, a lot of my equipment's just going to be like Vitality, Faith, and then whatever you can get on it as a tertiary. Fervor and Crit are my favorites. If you have a split piece like this, you want Strength if you're running this build because your weapons scale off Strength as a secondaries. The Intel doesn't really do much. So more or less, I try to get as much faith as I can, just because faith is our primary scaler for everything. Strength is a secondary scaler, you know, of course, not considering vitality as the first one. And then fervor, crit, more than anything else. Talent wise, I just take all the modifiers for sunlight. So all 3 of these up at the top, and then sunlight crit strike chance, and then if it crits, deals 50% more damage, 25% more damage on the first place, and then 4% fervor, so we get more damage, healing, shields, all that good stuff. Really, 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 really consistent and solid build. Clears pretty much everything as well. Don't grind and focus on more collecting stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a really horizontal progression system. I think having verticality with a horizontal prog system isn't inherently bad, though. What I've noticed is that legendaries are seemingly not necessary in any way, shape, and form, nor is a completely min-max build at this point in time. And part of me thinks that they're going to try to keep it at that route where, like, yes, if you have a min-max and optimized build, then you are probably going to be blasting content down and absolutely ripping shit down at its core. But you can still do content if you have a slightly worse build, all things considered. I try to keep in mind, again, accessibility seems to be literally everything with this game. And I really think that's going to remain at the forefront. Yo, what up, Struck? Last time I watched stream, you were into WoW. Did I miss the mark for you? Not as much like miss the mark. I think there were things that WoW does exceedingly well that are part of the reason why it has been a titan of the industry for so long. And I think it hit the mark that I expected WoW to hit. But I don't think that mark was for me, if that makes sense. Like, I knew what WoW was going to be, and I thought that I would really enjoy it a lot more. And I think with WoW, I ran into a lot of the resistance to the WoW brain on my end, where a lot of people in WoW at this point in time have become so dependent on add-ons, so dependent on follow build guides, so dependent on optimal comp. It just wasn't really like, I don't know, the mentality didn't match the product, so to say. People would stress about the easiest content, freak out about shit that they shouldn't freak out about, and like, it felt more like a job than it did a game. And for me, I'm not afraid of that because gaming is my job. But when I consider like how fun stream is on a daily basis, when I'm able to just kick back and like do whatever I want to do, versus WoW where I felt like I would log on and every single day it was, all right, M pluses, unless it's Mythic Prog Day. I looked at that from a matter of like, I plan to be streaming if I can 5-10 years from now, right? I'd love to stream for 20 years if people had me for that long. Looking at the prospect of doing M pluses for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 1 year, had me like, oh shit. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe WoW would be one of those where it's like better to play than it is to stream type beat, you know what I mean? And if I didn't have to entertain people and like sit here and yap and bring good vibes and stuff, it'd be a little different. What about TNL? Oh god, no, never. I refuse to play any games that have pay-to-win elements. Also, I will not touch anything that Amazon Games puts out ever again. They would have to pay me a substantial amount of money to do a sponsored segment over there. And honestly, it wouldn't be a substantial amount for them because Amazon Games gave T-Pain like $1 zillion to play New World. But like, they would definitely have to pay me to get me to play TNL. Also because I couldn't afford any of their pay-to-win without getting paid. So, be slightly tragic. But for the material issue, this removal doesn't upgrade requirement, so it's easier to get max upgrades. Can always reintroduce rare upgrade mats in later phases. Yeah, I mean, they could also do that, just so it's from a convenience standpoint. Just depends on, like, how frictiony they want it. I think those are the two best routes, so I do agree with you. If they want to make it super easy for people to upgrade, then removing the material requirement. The thing about it, that's also going to lead us to another discussion. Because then the material scarcity is not just around the crystals. Once you've upgraded multiple pieces, you can also run out of the blue, the shards, that are lower rarity than the crystals that you get for first time activity completions and like boss kills in the open world. Can't time out mods, get fucked. So off of those, I'm at the point now where I upgraded a few too many things, and I'm actually looking at having to make an actual alt just to go out and do stuff in the world, so that way I can get some of those blues. So even once we're past like the crystal debate, now we're on to the whole element of like, okay, well, what about when people run out of their blue shards? Do we just remove that as well? Well, what's the point of upgrading at that point, right? Or like even having the upgrade, why not just make every weapon as powerful as possible and remove the friction of that? So there is an element of like, they want friction somewhere, and playing around the element of like, they do want some friction is great. Like to upgrade on that level, they either want us to do heroic dungeons, which are supposed to be the hardest dungeons, which aren't in yet, which is terribly hard to do them if they're not in, or seemingly this quest and potentially other quests throughout the world to get some crystals. So I mean, if we just completely say cook all the friction, then I do feel like there's a point where everything becomes a little bit too like flat ground and nothing's uphill. But as a temporary fix, anything could definitely work. Anything could definitely work. More friction, some PvP. Oh, I'd coom for some PvP. I don't want to concern anybody, but I would absolutely go nutters for some PvP. I would fucking love every element of that. Even just a little battleground experience. Oh, I'd be so happy. The balance would be fucking horrid right now, though. I don't care if it's balanced. No, that's what I'm saying. Something to just see other people in the world. There's no interaction with anybody right now on a player-to-player standpoint. And there's no real reason to. And I want there to be something. Like, it really does feel single player right now in pretty much every capacity. The most fruitful thing to do with other players is, like, trade with them, and even then it's add on Steam, drop trade, and then call it good. I have 168. I'm gonna farm up 180 and then kill more bosses. I almost think I might run out and try to get a legendary Amon Ram, maybe? Mayhaps? Look, a random player, wait, he's AFK? Yeah, and I mean, even then, you see a random player and, like, there's no implication of running into the random players in the first place. There's no risk of PvP, there's no risk of them taking your mobs because you can just hit the mob and then you can share loot from it. The player doesn't really matter. That PvP still might be so toxic. Do you want to know why I'm like kind of skeptical about the PvP zone? Layer size. Very tiny. Very small. 20-person layers right now, with potentially a cap of 50. It would have to be grade 2. Yes, they would have to very much incentivize people to get out there and play in that area, but just do a Minecraft PvP server like a real man. Honestly, I haven't ruled that shit out. Bro, nothing's off the table at this point. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm looking at like fucking GTA roleplay servers for us. Shit, we can all pull up and just yap and hang out a little bit. Bro, I don't really know like what even on the horizon interests me, other than the long-term like knowing Daddy Riot's out there somewhere with their big donger ready to drop an MMO. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Roblox in the future. Dress to impress? Roblox is inevitable. It's the largest game in the world. Like, by far, too. It's the largest platform. Working on my 4th million master on Echo. I have no idea what that means, Trent. I have no clue what that means. but something tells me you're a fucking nerd. I have a very large suspicion that you are a nerd. And I feel as though I should call that out. So, like, what is on the horizon for MMOs, chat? Oh my god, it's so hot in here still. Fortunately, it's under 85, but dude, I'm not gonna lie, it is fucking draining being in this hot of a room. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is that a sudden realization? What's that? Many things are sudden realizations. It's League? Oh, that's gross. That's what I feared when he said Echo. Where do you live that your room is 90? Would you believe me if I said Maine has been 90 degrees and humid the last 2 days? Yesterday was 90, today was like 85. Actual butt cheeks. Like, terrible. I have had fans pointed at me the entire day. Yesterday, like, I actually looked disheveled on stream. I was sweating. I was uncomfortable. Like, at least today, I thought to bring in some extra fans before stream started and have some air blowing in the stream room. But brother, holy shit. Holy shit. I have been cooking. 64 degrees here. I have my heater on in my truck. It is now 71 here. But like the stream room still hasn't cooled off. I have a fan in the window and a fan pointing at me. And the fan in the window has helped a lot. It's cooled it down by 6 degrees in here. It was literally 90 in the stream room. Now it's 84 in the stream room. But bro, I'm like, I might not look it because I have a fan blowing on me. But I am like 7 levels of hell hot right now. It is fucking terrible. Terrible. Was in the 50s today. Oh, dude. I can't wait for that. Maine is supposed to be 60s to 70s for the next like 2 weeks. Window AC unit. I'm not putting in a window air conditioner for 2 days of heat followed by 60-degree weather. Because then it's going to be 60 degrees in here instead of 70 degrees in here, which is where I like it. I like it to be 68, 69, right in there. I feel like 67 to 69 is the greatest range. But, different discussion. I'm not throwing in the window AC units when it's about to cool right back off. That would be silly. So, we tank it for 2 days. Just run as many fans as we possibly can. Sleep a little hot. And then when it's all said and done, we're men. We make it through it. Yo, Vitamin, what up, dog? Been seeing a lot about this game. How is it? It's very fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm about 100 hours in so far. There are obviously, it's an early access. So there are things you'll hear us talk about that are definitely not the long-term intent. For example, one thing that I'm doing right now, I'm doing a grind to upgrade my endgame weapons. But the grind is very tedious. You have to acquire a lot of these ephemeral hearts. Once you acquire the ephemeral hearts, you take 10 out to this one quest giver and turn them in to get a crystal to upgrade your weapons. Only problem is you need 18 of the crystals, 10 crystals per one, 10 hearts per one crystal, 180 hearts for 18 crystals to upgrade one weapon. Oh, and also that quest isn't repeatable, so you have to make 18 alts and run them out. There are things like that where it's like, okay, that's clearly going to get changed and that's clearly not the long-term intent, right? And then there are the advantages. The game is extremely accessible, and the boss fights in the world exploration is very fun. There's a lot of horizontal progression for you to get into in chasing down mounts, different gliders, different companions that are little pets that run around with you. There are different weapons, 4 different classes. You can combine weapons to get different abilities. There is a lot to do within the game. I myself am at 100 hours, and I have still like a boatload of content to chase down. Between cosmetic chases, testing different builds, optimizing my own builds, there is still so much that I myself can get into. So trying to keep that in mind, I would definitely, if you're looking for something that, again, is pretty cozy, casual, accessible at its forefront, this is in a very good spot as of right now. They had some early server issues that were really some pretty large problems, but fortunately they've got the server issues sorted. The worst thing in the game right now, in my opinion, other than the, you know, the inconveniences through some quirky bug stuff that'll again be sorted out, is probably just a weird frame drop that exists right now. But even with that, gameplay's fun, combat's fun, exploration's fun. It is solo heavy right now, and it's not necessarily the most MMO feel. But if you have any questions specifically, feel free to let me know. I'm gonna go probably... I guess I go do some cheese station, huh? Hit a bowl? Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit a bowl and go to cheese station. But also, Master Chief, I can't hit too many bowls. I gotta save money, dog. I'm broke as shit. I'm broke as shit. Need some of that dang cheese? Bro, I'm running hot on legendaries today. I got my pocket hive and my shield. If I pull a legendary ram, I might actually just come. Right, will come out sometime before baby Jesus comes back. Bro, if the riot MMO comes out, I'd be so happy. Up there, window units are more expensive as they aren't as common. Not really. I mean, I have window units literally in the basement that I could just put in. I do it every summer. It's just not time to put the windows in yet. Like, it's just not hot enough. It's gonna cool off tonight. And then it's back to normal. So, alright, hold on. I gotta pee. I will be right back. Who? What? The fuck do you mean? What? What? Want to consider this game to be an MMO? On top of the developers themselves saying that it's very much not an MMO, it is not built around any premise of group-based or multiplayer content, especially on a massive scale, which an MMO is a massive multiplayer online game. Geralt, hope you're having a beautiful day, buddy. What you getting up to? So, they can have guilds. Guilds exist in ARPGs. Guilds existed in Club Penguin. Guilds exist in NBA 2K. Guilds are just a group of people that are, you know, under the same banner by default, regardless of what they're called. Guilds aren't indicative of an MMO. The layer size is up to 20 people on one layer. Valheim, which is an open world survival, can, I'm pretty sure, accommodate up to like 20 people with modding. Now, again, when we're looking at the scale of MMOs, massive multiplayers, I feel like there's a level of expectation that there are going to be massive numbers at some point for any form of content. Group size is 4 people, right? No raids in the game yet. No indicator of raids in the roadmap. So by all means and measures, it doesn't really have like an MMO core to it. It's much more similar structurally to Path of Exile than it is an MMO, if I'm being honest. Like, different parts of the world, different zones that you can go to with different mob sets and things to farm. There are some instances that you can pop into over and over and over again and farm stuff up. You can be in a small group or you can be completely solo. And everything's meant to be accessible on the smallest common denominator, which is solo farming. Which isn't inherently a bad thing. But the game is more akin to a Path of Exile or more akin to like a Zelda than it is like a multiplayer Zelda type beat than it is an MMO. I'd be quicker to classify it as a co-op adventuring game than I would like an MMO. Got 2 legendary weapons already. Is there any armor? No legendary armor or jewelry. I don't know why I'm just running around in a circle. No legendary armor or jewelry, only weapons and shields at this point in time. We will get more. That time just has not come yet. I always feel like I miss things. Most painted house, blue and orange for Oilers. No god. Please don't. What else name makes you think it's a patch tomorrow? The fact that the developers said we were going to be getting an additional patch this week, and the days of the week are running low, and typically patches aren't dropped on Friday. So, based on, like, I don't know, all of the signs, they would point towards tomorrow unless they wanted to throw a patch out on a Friday, which I get PTSD from New World if they start throwing patches out on Fridays. So I hope they don't, because patches are almost always going to bring in some issues. But, you know, they can do what they want. It's their game. I do substantially worry about Friday patches. So I'm hoping that they do choose for a Thursday patch instead of a Friday patch, but that was per the communication from the development team regarding the update that went out yesterday, and then their follow through with the rest of the week. So we do have indicators with it. It's just not a guarantee, right? Kind of a hope and prayage thing, if I do say so myself. Would be our luck. Patch info, random bug fixes, quality of life updates, more bank storage, and see you next week. I mean, honestly, I would love more bank storage. I'd be fine with that. Are they updating New World? Is it gonna pull through? No. No, New World is no longer dropping Friday patches. I have terrible news, Streg. The New World Friday patches are gone. They don't exist anymore. Is Amazon Game Studios officially cooked? No, they're still open. I actually did a little look into it, and according to LinkedIn, Christoph Hartmann still works for Amazon Studios, Amazon Game Studios, AGS. So apparently Christoph Hartmann does still work for them as vice president. There was a rumor circulating that he had resigned from his position. It unfortunately does not appear that that's true. Absolutely tragic, but this game scratches that New World itch for me. Yeah, the combat itself is just is somewhat similar. It's like a New World-like combat system, but from a social level, even though New World wasn't inherently the most social game, especially towards the end of it, it did have more social implication than this, which the social implication is something that really does appeal to players like myself. I'm perfectly okay with the fact that there isn't much social implication in here. I knew what I was getting into. But man, oh man, I do miss the OG days, especially when people were excited about wars and shit. Oh, it was fun. It was very fun. Thought I left back in January, a few dozen articles saying he's out. I fucking hoped and prayed, but I checked his LinkedIn yesterday, and maybe he just didn't update his LinkedIn. But I'm not quite sure, because he's still listed via LinkedIn as vice president of Amazon Games. But that's what I was thinking. I saw articles saying he was out a few months ago, and I was like, God, I was fucking coming through my britches. I thought that something finally good happened in gaming. But then I checked his LinkedIn, and I was very, very, very sad immediately. All of my excitement left my body, and I realized that Fartman may still have a job. Their goal is AI slop games. I don't even know what their goal is with Amazon Games, like losing Fartman, because he was their vice president. I don't really know what their directionality is going to be. I wouldn't be shocked if Amazon Games went down. I mean, looking at it from a realistic standpoint. Wait, whoops. King of Meat. So, Amazon Games cooked New World, and in the process of cooking New World, attempted to launch King of Meat, which Hartman claimed was their first step out of the MMO genre. And King of Meat peaked at 320 concurrent players, and Christoph Hartmann hyped up this title. That is where Amazon Games went. And it makes me incredibly sad that Amazon Games went down that route, if I'm being completely real. Favorite thing about New World was the big dungeons and all the lasers. The lasers that would mentally break groups. I know exactly which lasers you're talking about, my friend. I know exactly which lasers. And they were some beautiful lasers indeed. They have Lost Ark still, I think that's about it. I mean, Lost Ark, they're only publishing. They're not the developer on. And then same thing with TNL. They're a publisher, not a developer. So, I mean, they could always get rid of publishing rights, I guess, or, like, be cooked from that. But, yeah, Lost Ark, TNL, I believe, are the two major things that they're still involved in at this point. Which is, again, not necessarily a, you know, a banger 1-2. It's not exactly like an all-star lineup at this point in time. So, little teamwork as well as in the dungeons were so great. Yeah, I really hope that when we go into heroic dungeons, we see a little bit of group incentivization. That's one thing I've been talking about a lot that I really would genuinely love. Is basically when we go into heroics, having some reason to be in a group for aforementioned heroics. Because in the past, we just haven't had a reason to be in a group for aforementioned like dungeons or anything. The content is just so soloable, almost like to a fault, so to say. And I'm hoping that there is at least a smidge of group codependency here, all said and done. Boys, a smooth transition. A smooth transition. I really hope that there is accessible, inclusive content for everybody that wants to go that route. And then there is the exclusive content that actually causes the sweats to sweat a little bit. But this game also, being a cozy-natured game, isn't inherently you know, statistically likely to bring in that super sweaty exclusive side as a priority whatsoever. Part of me is hoping that there's, you know, something brought in with the higher tier of dungeons and the higher tier of content that they want to bring in. I'm not certain, though. I just stand against the wall? I bet you do. I bet you stand against the wall and spread him for Monster Chuck. Only thing is, I'm Monster Chuck's daddy, not the other way around. So I determine where this fight happens, and I like standing in the middle of the goddamn tracks. I like being a little risky. Train can't hit you on the wall. I don't fucking care if the train hits me. I got a goddamn glider. Fuck am I gonna care if the train hits me for? I ain't no baby bag bitch. I'll be out here living my goddamn best life, brother. What the fucking did you think I'm on? Been doing some wild sweaty content for PvE and PvP, especially with achievements. I fucking hope so. Like, I really do. I think that there is a chance that they could. I just don't know if I see it at the forefront of their focus. Which for me is like, you know, it is what it is. I'm happy with the game and the, you know, the capacity and the facet that it already exists. And if sweatier content comes in, then I am absolutely elated. If it doesn't come in, then I'm already having plenty of fun with it. And, you know, will I yearn for something a little bit more? Almost definitely. But, all things considered, it's still been a great time so far. I have literally no regrets about coming over to check this shit out, so. Like Monster Truck in under 2 minutes and stuff. Yeah. Some exclusive achievements there. Only problem with that is the second you have a bug ski that, you know, results in that being completed faster, then everybody complains about the achievement being reset. I'm such a, like, cynic now because of my interaction with other MMO player bases. I don't allow myself to ever be, like, happy about anything anymore, dude. MMO player bases have ruined me. They're all just so negative and terrible, just at their core. It's so sad. It's so sad. We used to be better, chat. We used to be better. MMOs used to be better. They used to be amazing. They used to be special. Look where we are now, god damn it. Excuse me, sir. Gonna need to hop on here. Where can I go? I'm on RAM. You're looking at it, baby. And get ready because everybody fucking hates this place. Thank you, my good man. Literally everybody hates it here. Nobody wants to be here. Ah! Nobody wants to be here at any point in time, no matter what. Everything is bad. Monster Chuck is an asshole. Fuck these trains. And that is what I've got to say about this, if I'm being honest. Like, it's not even that Monster Chuck is difficult. It's that the fucking asshole trains are difficult. The Monster Chuck phases are the easiest phases in the entire fight. He's just annoying because he has very long, like, interruptions between his phases. He's got, like, a fucking poop bomb. He tries to bring you in front of trains like the fucking sewer rat that he is. I just hate him. I hate him. Him and the motherfucker Hayden Seek, bro. Two largest rats in the entire goddamn game. I bet you on Heroic there won't be a safe place to stand for trains. Oh, yeah. I hope they Bonnie blew the fuck out of us on Heroic, brother. Uh-oh. I hope that we feel the wrath of every single bit of this train as it comes through. Why, Brody, at 0% fucking round? Bro, just come over here, please. For the love of God. He had like 40 HP. He had like 40 HP. He's launched into the wall closest while riding the train. Helps a lot with getting launched off. Oh, well, I'm not getting launched off while riding the train. I'm getting launched off with fucking standing here. Lego vibes. If I get a legendary ram first try, I'm going to bed. Like, just straight up, I'm getting off stream. I wouldn't have anything else left to do. That'd be great. Yep, nope, we're back to mediocrity, boys. We're back to mediocrity. I got pillars in blue, but the luck has slowed down a little bit. This is going to be the long grind. Can you open your map? Yeah. It's up towards the north of Exod, so you can drop down at a Monster's Crossing, and then as you go up the spiral-y thing, there's a kind of cave entrance to come through here. You run through here, and then you have the cave. So, pretty much always to the north, as far as you can go. Yeah, of course, dog. Happy to help. Riot MMO coming September. Dusty Met. Nah, I'd come through my pants for the Riot MMO. I'm not gonna front. I don't have a reason to try to act cool. I would absolutely shoot wads over the Riot MMO being announced at any point in time, especially if I got to test. Like, my wet dream at this point is Riot hits me up and they're just like, hey Dusty, we know you have absolutely no motion, no clout, you know, no anything good about you whatsoever, and you're also completely irrelevant. But we want to pause. Thank you for following. Much love, dog. But we want to fly you out to the stew, and we want to give you a look and get your feedback on the Riot MMO as it currently stands. You know, kind of establish a relationship, so to say. I would scream like a schoolgirl and just start uncontrollably sobbing and coming at the same time. It would be one of the weirdest things that I would ever put my body through, and I would happily do it. The people that think you aren't relevant, what the fuck you saying fuck me for? I don't want to be relevant. Listen, my goal is to be niche, but have a few sugar daddies who make sure that I don't have to worry about anything while I just maintain a nice community that I actually enjoy streaming to. I do not want to be a celebrity. Being famous is for fucking sociopaths. You have to do so much extra at that point, bro. I would hate that. Would hate that. Relevant to me? Listen. We gotta up that gifter badge a little bit before that. But no, I mean, I don't necessarily want to be like big famous celebrity man or anything like that. I like where I'm at right now. I consider myself very blessed to be in the spot that I'm in. I can get by. I make some good content. At least I think it's good content. And as long as that continues, man, then I live the absolute dream past what I ever thought I would. And for me, that's the coolest part of it. I have never really yearned for more. And I hope that I never do, because I truly live a great life right now. So hopefully that's able to continue, man. I really am grateful for it all. But I don't want to be a celebrity. I would actually fucking hate that. Going out into public and like not being able to exist as a normal human being. Celebrity? No, I'm not. Not even almost. No, I'm talking about like you go out into public and you can't even like grocery shop or like go out to a restaurant because everybody knows you. That would terrify me, bro. I would hate that so much. Being like speed levels of large, where he's probably getting recognized like 99% of places that he goes, like Mr. Beast levels of notoriety, like fucking Tom Brady or Victor Wembanyama. Nah, bro, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I would get so annoyed. I would be like taking a shit somewhere and somebody would poke their head in and be like, yo, can I get a picture? I have no trouble public speaking. Oh, I love public speaking. Public speaking is fun as fuck, especially when you're bringing people on a cool little journey. But yeah, no, fuck that shit. Celebrities get bothered too much. I don't like being bothered. I want to live a nice, quaint life. My ideal scenario is stream until all of you stop giving me money. And then hopefully at that point, I've established enough money that I can live off interest. I can disappear somewhere and then I can die irrelevant and happy. Surrounded by those I love. That is literally the entire DustyWhy goal set. You know, Supernatural already celeb. Bro, I gotta do a Jensen Ackles link up. I guess we gotta like make out or something now. I don't really know what the whole like procedure is when people say that you've got a doppelganger. But I feel like there's definitely something that, you know, we could figure out. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't really done this whole thing before, but I'm sure we can figure it out. There's always something that can be done. I've learned they're very resourceful. Sir, I'm gonna need you to fuck off. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. It was like a cockeye with Down syndrome? Well, then he might be even better at shooting arrows. He might be one of, like, the savants. Or you might be, I should say. Maybe even better at arrows than Mr. Hawkeye? Maybe truly best arrow man to ever exist? Do I die here? Oh, everything's fine. And then, oh yeah! I'm not gonna lie. I got this, like, exit down on the train. The exit was kind of the thing that I was worried about the most. But I got that shit down pat. That's easy as hell. I have... Oh, fuck! Oh. Okay, everything's fine. I'm telling you, bro. It's those stupid-ass, bitch-ass trains that are doing it. I swear to God. It's the hardest part of the fight. Nothing else is difficult. Except this asshole trying to lead you into trains. He is a dick. Whoever designed this mob AI is demonic. They made a fucking suicidal rat. Oh, no. Oh! NA got flooded with level 20 Dom now. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean NA got flooded with 20 Doms? Like, there was a dupe. You trade for one. I don't want to trade for one. What do you mean though? Like flooded? Like more than when the dupes came in? Or... Because I don't believe they went back and took any items out. If I'm being honest. Do you have a Lego Pocket Hive? I got Lego Pocket Hive and I got Lego Crab Shield, brother. I'm not going to lie. I have been running hot today. I got Lego Crab, I got Lego Pocket Hive. Yesterday I got Lego Wing Sabers. So now I'm just like, okay, maybe I can tempt fate a little bit. And I can, oh my God, if I shit that out there, I would have cried. Were people banned for the duping? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think we've seen a lot of people banned, if many at all, for the dupes. Which is slightly unfortunate. Strength, faith, and then raw crit. That is better. Because strength gives me something Dex does not. Shaw, thank you for the follow myself. So, yeah, I unfortunately do not believe that anybody was banned for duping. I think that it was all more of one of the slap on the wrist, hey, don't do that in the future, haha. Which, when you're looking at not wiping before the start of the game on 1.0 launch, it gets a little bit hairy once dupes exist and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna allow these things to exist. It gets into a completely different realm of things. So I'm hoping that maybe they change their thoughts on wipes. Maybe they take a little bit harsher of a, you know, response against dupers, but trade for the items, they don't know the value of it. I mean, a lot of people that have duped most definitely just trade items for super cheap to try to secure anything legitimate in case duped items do get traced and poofed. That's like, it's like the money laundering equivalent of duping in games. You effectively just dupe something, trade it for something legit, even if it's cheap. Somebody thinks they got an insane deal. And then worst case scenario for you, obviously other than your entire account getting banned, is the person that traded you the legit stuff logging in and having their stuff poofed. And then they're like, oh, well, that guy's a duper. And at that point, you don't really care, because if it's figured out, then your account might get banned. So if you're already doing it, you just launder it. Like it's happened in every single game where dupes exist. It's just laundering. You create the dupe, and then you launder the dupe, and you ruin the entire economy with the dupe. And it truly fucking sucks. You really fucking hate to see it. But that's part of why I'm choosing to do this as like a solo self-found route of progression. Because really, anything other than that right now, I think would be quite taxing. Especially trying to worry about, like, is this shit duped? Is this coming from a dupe source? Any of that, right? Playing this SSF and farming every piece of my gear myself has not only given me way more content, but has also kind of let me sleep easy at night, knowing that all of my gear I know drop from actual bosses. When I do eventually get all of my legendaries upgraded, I'll be able to know that I earned the legendaries through playing the game the right way, and I didn't dupe, I didn't exploit to get them, I didn't run cheese builds for them, other than playing priest. Some would say that inherently itself is a cheese build. But like, I'm very happy with the route that I've taken, and I feel like that's also led to me enjoying the state of the game a lot more. The amount that there is to do over here, it's not the highest if you're trading for everything and you get full legendary. What do you do once you're full Lego, full upgraded? Make an ult and trade for it again? Okay. Well, then what happens once that's done? Do it again on another ult? Well, then you complain about content when it's all done. SSF is peace of mind and time efficient. I love the concept of like a solo self-found-esque gameplay route. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much over here, but it has truly been such a game changer in terms of like, saved it. It has been such a game changer in terms of my worries on things, keeping up with other people's progression, comparing my prog to theirs, worrying about where my character is. I've just tried different builds, scaled up, known what, you know, obviously what the meta was, but I wanted to experiment with different builds and let them rock a little bit, and I did that, and I've settled on a few builds that I really enjoy, and now I'm trying to optimize those builds because I've taken my time with it. Meanwhile, a lot of other people are already burnt out. A lot of people are like, oh, there's no more content to do, this is all bad. And I'm over here having the fucking time of my life. I'm just smacking the shit out of bosses and mob grinds each day. I farmed up like 180 hearts today. I think I put them in my storage. But I farmed up over 180 hearts today, so I'm gonna try to do 180 a day, just so that way I can fully upgrade a legendary each day. And then I just need to get the other mats, of course. But, I don't know, I'm having fun with it. Very simply put. If I wasn't having fun, then that'd be one thing, but like, I don't know, I'd be enjoying this shit. Once I played the Mentality and PoE back in the day, I was playing like 1 to 2 more hours per session. Yeah, it's great. You just find yourself enjoying it a little bit more. It's less of a comparative nature of how you're doing versus others and more of a, you know, how's my build performing versus my build previously. Also, I fell under 20. How can be Fury over Toothpick for Arsenal weapon? Both are very, very, very good. Toothpick generates infinite shield. First of all, I think Toothpick is inherently more likely to be nerfed with the first balance patch that comes around because it is the outlier that's infinitely unkillable. B-Fury brings in my opinion, more damage potential than Toothpick does. With B-Fury, you lean into the magic side of things, and on B-Fury, you have the 3 on my bar, which is like your little AoE cleave. It strips 40% of the mob's magic resist that's hit by that, and then transfers it to you. So minus 40% mob magic resist at all times. Well, 10 seconds out of every like 16 seconds. And then transferring it to you. Really, 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 really strong there. So I mean, both builds entirely viable. I think all things considered, they're pretty comparable. I think damage here is better than Toothpick. Toothpick is just ungodly safe because it generates infinite shield. 30% of the damage of every crit that you do is shield. This still, in my personal opinion, has zero problem with sustain or survive whatsoever. I actually sometimes feel this build is even too forgiving.
I'm not good at math.
Yeah, you can't go wrong
I'm
with
not
it,
very
man.
smart.
Can't go wrong. Listen, I don't even know math to know that this shit's invincible. But yeah, you can't go wrong with either one of them, if I'm being real. The core facilitator of it is just proccing sunlight on everything, no matter which weapon you're running. You rat whore! I hate this so much. I was reading Phoenix's message. We got a 1%er, boys. We got a 1%er. God fucking damn it, I hate it here. Out of I want to ram between Glory and B-Fury for main, would it be better? Her B-Fury's bugged. Yeah, so I have been trying to make B-Fury main hand work with Pocket Hive offhand and the B-Trinket. Unfortunately, B-Fury main hand is bugged. It doesn't consume sunlight procs. So you can proc the sunlight all that you want to, but when you have your final hit of your attack combo, it just doesn't do anything with the sunlight. So as a result, you don't get the damage, don't get the healing, you don't get the follow-up 6 seconds of Empower that makes all of your attacks do more damage. With B trinket not working, you're not having the chance on weapon abilities to summon a B. So it's kind of just, you know, cooked all together in terms of the B build. I really would love to run the B build. It's just not like in a valid spot. That was the first build that I tried to make work at 20. And the damage was very clearly not there comparatively to other builds. And so I decided I had done enough frontline work to bring education to the B build and the injustices done to it. And I got myself a RAM and said, I'm gonna use this until the B build's fixed. Hope that it was soon. It has not been soon yet. So here we are once again, loving life, enjoying life, and embracing life as the friends we all are. It's absolutely tragic though. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, we made it. We made it. Bro, I swear to God, I hate this fucking fight. If I have to do like 100 of these for a RAM, I'm gonna be so sad. I really hope the RAM RNG is better than the Crab Shield RNG was, and my Crab Shield RNG was really good. Really good. So yeah, B Fury right now, largest bug is that it just doesn't consume anything. B Trinket's also bugged. Let's see, what else is really bugged? There are a few other things, I'm sure, that I'll think of at some point in time. But yeah, we have a few bugs. Unfortunately, it really cooks the Pocket Hive offhand. I do think from a damage standpoint, Pocket Hive offhand has the potential to absolutely fucking slap with a B Fury main hand and the right setup where you're just pumping out a lot of instances of damage. Again, unfortunately, without sunlight being consumed, we're not putting out a lot of instances of damage because we're missing out on the empower, we're missing out on the burn whenever our sunlight crits. It's kind of tragic. So, I've been hoping that gets fixed. We do potentially have a patch tomorrow. They did say this week there would be another quality of life patch that comes in. If they get that in, great. If they don't, then I completely understand. But I'm really hoping that they get quality of life and bug fixes in, and we see the B patch, where it's like, fixed B Fury being bugged, fixed B Trinket being bugged, double the B damage, double the summon rate of Bs. Because I have this B build cooked up where if you can summon a B in under 3 seconds on average, then you can have infinite duration on your Bs. Which is really interesting to me, to just infinite duration the B-boys. Seems like it would be very beneficial, if I'm being completely honest, to just never run out of B summons. Maybe that's just me, but I see some strength in that. So, I really want to get my hands on that and scale it up. It's dependent on, oh god, the desync. It's dependent on a few things, and honestly, dependent on those few things working. But in the event it does work, we're good. Almost 9 p.m. and still light outside. Bro, that was one thing that really fucked with me in Iceland when we visited. They have the whole, like, Alaska type shit, where it's basically, you know, some days it just doesn't get dark. So some nights we were going to bed at, like, 3 a.m. Icelandic, and it was just, it was bright. The sun never set. We watched it at one point, start to set, and it looked like a basketball just bounced off of the horizon, and it never really went down. You just had it in your vision the entire time. It was really fucking weird. Made sleeping odd, but fortunately I have like a little eye mask thingy. That shit blocks out all the light, bro. That saves my actual life out here. But I didn't like that very much. It's dark as hell here. It's 9:49 here. Unfortunately, it's cooled off now. It is 69 degrees outside and a cool, humble 82 degrees in the stream room. So I'm hoping by tomorrow's stream I might be back in hoodie weather, because let me tell you, I miss hoodie weather a whole lot. Like, an immense amount. Immense amount. Everyone's PC? Yes, you must download it. You must download it, Mr. Phoenix. Yeah, no, this drops the main hand weapon that I'm currently using. So I already have one in Epic, but in traditional form, I feel as though it's best to press my luck and try to get one in Legendary. Just, you know, just to celebrate, just to bring it. Motherfucker! Just to bring a little pizzazz into it. So, the more Legos I find, the more people will think I'm cool. Therefore, the more clout I will have. Therefore, the easier I will be able to see the Riot MMO. It is a full circle that has been entirely calculated from the ground up to result in me seeing the Riot MMO before anybody else. And it all starts with this legendary farm. And if I can pull it off, boys, then the world is our oyster. But we need a legendary ram. And then I also need to make an ult, and I need to get a bunch of blue shards. So that way I can actually upgrade my gear. And then once I can upgrade my weapons, we farm up more mats for some enchants. Oh, fuck you. This is a safe spot at least, though. That would have been very detrimental if he hit me in front of that train. I'm gonna just chill here for the rest of the fight. I'm not really fucking with that. God damn. Bro, I already got trained once. That was almost a wombo combo of doom. I really just want to see a Lego and get the fuck out of here. I hate it here. Dude, I don't like it here. Oh, it's so stressful. This is the only, I won't say it's the only boss that we have to do mechs, but it's definitely one of the more mech dependent bosses, which is sad. I have to pay attention. I have to lock in a little bit. It's near the end of the world as we know it, chat. My armor's actually looking really good at this point. I'm kind of very happy about that. My pen probably looks a little low, if I had to guess. Yeah, a little bit. This needs to be replaced. Those are okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So really, I need a helm for my armor at this point in time. And then I'll be feeling pretty solid about the armor. I just have int on my helm and need to replace that. So I don't even really know what the entire loot table is from this asshole yet. I have not really done the most of him. He is an absolute piece of shit. His fight is boring. It is hated. I hate it. Everybody else hates it. We should just delete him. Monster Chuck is a fucking asshole. Do we know, is he supposed to be like the last boss, so to say, at this point in time? Like, is he the big baddie? Because I feel as though if he's not, I do not want to see what they have cooked up for us in the future. That seems like it's going to be absolutely fucking miserable. Chuck is a son of a bitch. I fucking hate Chuck. I am glad you agree, Mr. Sewer Servant. I hope you've been having a beautiful day, brother. How's your grind been? Mine has actually been oddly lucky today, which is weird. Alright, bye. Bye, I'll talk to you later. I got a Lego crab shield. I got a Lego pocket hive. Like, if I do say so myself, the world is lining up in our favor for once. It might be DustyWhy on top here soon, man. I'm not gonna lie. The gear is looking good. Everything's looking nice and shiny and put together. I love it. I love it. So I hope you've been getting some good RNG as well. I may have had to siphon everybody else's to get my own, but it's way of the road. That's how she has to be. This is my little catch-up face. I just popped my, oh no. I just popped my own heals. I stack up a full judgment for when little rat asshole decides he actually wants to come down. And then as soon as he decides to join, we start blasting and I miss all of my abilities. Absolutely peachy. But at least we started full. Guardian momentum kills me the most. Almost have 2 inventories to loot for rats, but give me the other legendary instead of my judgment. Wait, what do you get for a legendary? You got Gorgon Ratsies? Like the spear? Yo, Jazz. What up, dog? How'd you get in here before the raid did? The fuck? You beat your own raid in here. Jesus Christ. What up, brother? What you getting up to today? I appreciate the love. I hope stream was good. I'm fighting an asshole right now. Everybody hates this absolute piece of shit boss, myself included. We all want him to die. We all want Hayden Seek to die. All the homies hate Chuck and hate Hayden. Back in the Apex some. Oh my god. The fucking world traveler. God damn, brother. You be making your fucking rounds and I respect that shit. How'd the Apex go? Who do you main? They probably added some new people that I have not played like in a while. I've been out that shit for a minute, but where's the Rogue's Blades as other options for rats are? Oh, like the double dagger? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, if you're trying to trade, Legendary Double Dagger sounds like it would go hard as fuck. Octane? Nice. Nice. I will give you 2 guesses at who my main is. Or was when I played. And I will respect you immensely if you get it right. But I have a growing suspicion that you will not get it right. Caustic? No, though I did dabble in Caustic for some ranked metas. Because that shit was extremely fucking annoying to deal with. But Caustic was more when I'm having a bad day. Gibby Mirage? Nope. Nope. Gonna give me a category, tanky or healer. That takes the fun out of it. That takes the fun out. I can't reveal. I can't reveal. I need everybody's guesses. Because now y'all are just naming everything. Y'all are just naming everything. I need everybody to lock in like one final guess. Where the robot? What, Pathfinder? Was I Pathy? I don't know, was I? Was I? There's still some that you guys haven't even said yet. Which I'm kind of shocked about. I know this. Carla does actually know this. I'd be surprised if she didn't. My main guess is Horizon. You are for sure Mirage. Any like movement types? Bloodhound main? Carla, do I tell him? Do you want to tell him? Oh shit, I'm gonna miss my train. No! Alright, we're good. What are we talking about? Who chat thinks my main in Apex was? Don't tell me you were a Wraith main? Was I? I don't know, I can't reveal that information. I can't reveal information privy to the state. You if you were. Why you hate the Wraith mains? What if I made nasty plays where I abducted people? What if I made the abduction plays, brother? What if I was just snatching people out the crib? Then you wouldn't hate me as a Wraith main. Not every Wraith main was... Oh, fuck. Not every Wraith main was a rat. From an MMO player perspective, you were for sure a more chill player. Oh, well, that's completely incorrect. I had no chill back in my shooter days. I had zero patience. I was a different man in years past. I've grown. I've become much more patient. Motherfucker was Wraith? Was I? Now, hear me out. Hear me out. 100% he's defending the race. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll wait for Jazz's guess. Don't tell me I must guess. Jazz will guess, and then after Jazz's guess, we'll have Carla reveal, because Carla knows. He's giving Wraith propaganda. Am I? Well, what if I wanted to play Bloodhound because I really like information in fights? What if I really wanted to play... Did anyone even say Valkyrie at this point? Did you mean the fat one? No, I did not mean Gibby. Good guess, though. Saying the statement, I would say Rev. That's the first Rev guess. Who plays Valk? I played a little bit of Valk. Valk was in game when you played? Yeah, Valk was in game. Lil Nas X was in game. Seer. I call him Lil Nas X because he looked like Lil Nas X at the time. Let's see. Who was added after Seer? The bird bitch. There was like Crypto was in. There was like a bird bitch where you could like put your bird somewhere and teleport to it, I think. Something like that. As you can tell, that's not the one that I made. Somebody said that too. They actually had a solid amount of Legends when I played. Is it Legends over there? I don't really know what the fuck it is. Heroes, Legends, Apexes. Vantage, yeah, Vantage was added when I stopped playing the last time. Not that I was playing seriously at that point in time, but Watson? That's the first Watson guess. That's the first Watson guess. Okay, Carla, hit him with it. Hit him with it. Some people are going to be very happy with their guesses. Some people will not be happy with their guesses. Carla knows. Carla knows. I said Loba as your 7th guess. You went through half the fucking roster. That was not your first. That was not your first. First guesses only get acknowledged. Goodness gracious. Don't see it? Oh, Loba's nuts. Loba's insane. So I started playing Loba prior to the bracelet buffs where you could only walk when you were throwing your bracelet. So one thing that I was really good with, like, I'm an aimer and I love movement, right? So I basically would find somebody, start an engagement on them, shoot, shoot, pew, pew. And then I would one-clip people with an R301 to start the fight. Because I would bracelet behind them, I would fight while my bracelet was on cooldown, and then I would bracelet back out, secure kills, top off. And with Apex ranked, going in prepared to every single fight, with all of the bats you need, never having to run out of ammo, always having the guns you want, the consistency that's afforded by that. And back when I played, like, in any capacity, it was the map that had the vaults on it. So you could drop a Loba buy, everybody could grab their shit, and then for my last buy, I could steal something out of the vault. So even if we didn't rotate and we just wanted to rat, like say we fought off spawn, one off spawn, we could just steal vaults for the first two the two first like mobile vaults that I had, or whatever the fuck they were called, the first buys that I had, and then we could rotate off of that with vault loot without even getting into a vault. It was such a strong start. I don't see this Dusty as a Loba player. I don't know if I have a lot of like Apex clips. If I'm being honest, I'm not 1000% sure. I think most of my Apex clips are probably from when I was smurfing other people's accounts up. Content, clips. I can search those shits though. Very tactical, tactile to play Loba. I loved Loba. The movement once they changed bracelet. So anytime I was about to lose a fight, right? If somebody was shooting me from the direction I'm facing, I would throw bracelet over their head, run this way. They'd start following me. I would move behind a rock or around a peak. And then I would activate bracelet, pop up behind them, and then just one clip them from behind. So... Can we mess with your wrist or arm? I'm a low sense player. So I have a very like army movement. My entire forearm sits on my desk. I play 800 DPI, and when I was playing shooters, typically low sense as well. Very, very tracky player. Yeah, very tracky player. Hold on. After this fight, I'll see if I can find an Apex clip. I'm getting this all wrong. Yeah. How forward is your hand? My hand? My entire forearm's on my desk. My arm span's 6'8". So you have like probably, I don't know, a few inches. Can't see it in your shoulder? Well, it's because my tracking's smooth. It's because I've aimed for tens of thousands of hours. Is the keyboard equally deep? Yeah. Yeah, I sit very ergonomically. My keyboard and my mouse are both like equal distances, so I have a 3XL for my mouse mat. Didn't try Deadlock? No, I did. When Deadlock first dropped, that was one of the highest win rate Moen Krills in the world, and then I just stopped playing Deadlock. I just didn't vibe with it as much. I had an entire series that I was gonna launch called Deadlock for Dummies that I never ended up launching because I just stopped playing, but I recorded the first Deadlock for Dummies video based on like how Deadlock was when the invites first went out with the original soul splits and everything. I was actually really into Deadlock for a while, but my channel didn't grow there. And like I went down to one of the lowest average viewerships that I ever have, like since going full time. I literally dropped to like 30 average viewers because Deadlock was so early and people didn't want to watch it. And I didn't have the means to stick out a drop like that at that point in time. So yeah, the Deadlock dream died. But I live vicariously through my boy Ido. He's one of the homies from the New World days, and I love and appreciate him, and I hope that all of his success continues. Am I dead? Oh my god, wait. I didn't get a judgment off. I hate this so much. I hate all of that poop. God fucking damn it. Okay, hold on. Let me see if we have Apex Legends. I don't even know what any of these clips are, if I'm being honest. Oh. Like, I have no idea what any of these are. I have so many clips from back in the day, if I'm being honest, and all of them have, like, no views, because I was completely irrelevant. Funny enough, I used to stream with Handycam. The Handycam was a part of the old Dusto streams from back in the day. But it was a completely different vibe. A completely different vibe. Let's see. Yeah, I don't even know if I have good clips. I wish that I was, like, more organized in compiling my clips for each game. Oh god, I just saw a Rev clip. Oh no. Apparently... Oh shit. Wait. Hold on. This is 2021. 2021. And I may or may not have been playing Rev. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This was 2021 though. So, I was not, like, phenomenal by any means. Was very not Insano style, but was fun game. Spent some time there. Dabbled. This was also, like, after... This was after Fortnite stuff. Oh, I don't know why the clip cut out there. Well, this was after Fortnite stuff. But I liked Apex. It was fun. I just don't have, like... I don't have the drive to be, like, a cutthroat competitive shooter player anymore. Clipping it before he died? No, honestly. I probably did throw that, if I'm being real. Who knows? Who knows? Apex is fun again. Apex movement was great. I really enjoyed it. Out of the two, it wasn't even my clip. That was a nice thing. Somebody else clipped it for me. Cut the cameras. No, I don't make my own clips. That's part of why I don't know what any of the clips are. I just always have to, like, fucking guess. I do have some clips that I've made, but most of them are just, like, not my own. Favorite FPS game right now is Deadlock. Deadlock is Deadlock DPS? No, Deadlock. Is Deadlock TPS? Deadlock's TPS, right? Yeah, it's third-person shooter. It's a TPS, not an FPS. It's TPS, but I use a mod to make it FPS. Oh, why? Why would you want to play FPS instead of third-person shooter? Because it's fun. Stinky. Ew. Gross. Why would you want to do that? The fuck do you mean? What about Rivals? I played Rivals for a little bit. It was just kind of like past when I was interested in shooters. I played... What was the shark name? Jeff? Played Jeff and just tried to throw people off the map. So that was nice. Sadly, the mod only works on Haze. Why wouldn't you want to look at Haze? Feel like you're kind of ruining a good opportunity for yourself there. Same. Yeah, Rivals came out and I was like, man, I can't be taking shooters seriously anymore. I'm too washed for all this bullshit. So I was just like, I play Shark. I try to throw people off map. I sing Baby Shark into microphone and live best life. That was my entire goal there. And honestly, I did quite well with it. I was proud of myself. But Rob was too chaotic. Rob was just Overwatch with a different IP, which I also, like, I played Overwatch for a little bit. I never really got too far into it, but Wemby is cooking. I told you Wemby was going to come out and absolutely fry tonight. I said Wemby was going to have a triple-double with 5 blocks. What's he doing? What's he doing? I need to know what Wemby is doing. I'm assuming he is absolutely abusing Chet Holmgren in any way, shape, and form that he can. The man just missed a shot. Tell me he didn't get his own rebound and just slam it on Chet's head. Ran up, got his own rebound, and dunked it on someone. Nah, bro, this motherfucker's different. It's so crazy, too, because ever since I was a kid, I was taught, follow your shot, you shoot, and if somebody gets back on transition defense, then you go in and get your own rebound, and if you're somebody that's tall and shoots like I am, you damn well better be getting your own rebound. Then ran down and blocked Caruso on the other end in transition. Yeah, no, he's insane. I said he was gonna have a 35-point triple-double with 5 blocks tonight. I don't know how the rest of his stats are looking, like rebounds and assists-wise, but I said 35, 12, 10, and 5 blocks for my early prediction. Scoring slide at the moment. 35's nothing in the NBA though. You can get 35 in a fucking half if you have 0 in the first. Oh wait, Wemby plays more than 10 years? Man, I fucking hope he does. Genuinely. Like, Wemby is one of those where we were talking about this earlier, right? But he brings in the closest thing to the Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan mentality that we have seen from any modern players that have the capacity of being that good. Like, LeBron is the best athlete to ever exist, but Michael Jordan's killer instinct is just unfucking matched. Bron a killer too, but Kobe and Michael Jordan have the greatest mentalities in basketball history, and I don't think it's very debatable. Just can't imagine those ankles and knees lasting. See, that's part of, like, what he talks about as his healthcare, though. So when people ask him why he doesn't bulk more, he frequently talks about how he doesn't want to lose any bit of his flexibility and his range of motion that makes his body so unique. And he doesn't want to decrease his longevity, basically, to bulk a little bit when he's already, you know, functionally strong enough. It's interesting. He seems very aware of the fact that he's literally a one-of-one human, like, to ever exist with his physical capabilities. And it's every bit of, like, the size dominance that Yao Ming brought in that was polarizing as shit, that led to, Yao Ming was Liz Frank fractures, I believe it was, into just no sustenance off of that, no end off of that. So that's the big thing. You've got to worry about not just ankles and knees, but you've got to worry about feet, you've got to worry about hands. Yao was way bigger than Wemby, a couple inches. Like, Yao was 7'5", and Wemby's 7'4". Like, Yao was not that much larger than Wemby. Not taller, but, like, stockier. Oh, yeah, Yao kind of fat. But that's also part of why Wemby doesn't want to bulk up, right? Like, it would put so much stress on it. It's like you build a giant house, but build it super high, and then your foundation is just this little tiny thing. Because you can only bulk connective tissue so fucking much, right? But yeah, Yao was, I mean, weight-wise, I'd be willing to say probably like 100 pounds heavier than Wemby without looking it up. Wemby's got to be what, like 7'4", like 230? He's got to be heavier than 230. Hold on. Wemby height weight. Oh my god, he's 7'4", 236. What the fuck? And then Yao Ming is 7'6", 310. So Yao is 70 pounds heavier than Wemby and an inch or two taller. Which all things considered is not that crazy when you're all the way up at like that level. But it is like a 33% increase. So he's basically like Victor Wembanyama in terms of Yao. He's got another 33% on at the end. But I really hope Wemby has some form of longevity to his career. It would be incredibly sad if he didn't. Because being able to watch somebody like that play is, I think, genuinely a once in a lifetime thing. Oh, wait, Dylan Harper just got hurt? Wait. That's not good. That's not good at all. So Dylan Harper just went back to the tunnel. He has 12. Wemby has 17. Stephen Castle has 18. Wemby has 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. I don't think he's getting the triple-double. But apparently he's going way over 13.5. I thought he was going to be under on the 13.5 rebounds. There's a reason I'm not a betting man. God damn, bro. I figured the Spurs were going to try something to keep Wemby, like, off the glass. But I think they're just getting killed on boards. Shy? Oh, wait, that's assists. They have no fucking rebounds. Holy shit. OKC's highest rebound is 5. And Wemby has 11 for the Spurs. That's fucking crazy. The team motherfuckers are shooting scared. Shots are lacking confidence. Well, that's the Wemby effect. So, Chet used to have that effect on people. And then everybody realized that Chet's fucking tissue paper. So, that was the entire thing, man. Like, Wemby is so impactful on a basketball court because he doesn't have to block a shot to block a shot, right? It's like somebody goes in to rob a store and they see Chuck Norris, RIP Chuck, is the security guard for that store. And they're like, maybe I just do a different one. Maybe I just go somewhere else. That's how people feel when Victor Wembanyama is playing defense, man. You have a 7'4" person with like a 9'8" standing reach that is effectively at the rim. Angel Reese would cook Wemby, don't at me. Bro, I feel like I might be able to give Angel Reese some bucks. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I might be able to beat Angel Reese one-on-one. I'm old and out of shape at this point, but I think peak Dusty definitely could beat Angel Reese one-on-one. I think at this point in time, if the game doesn't go too long to the point that I get winded because she's going to be in way better shape than me, then I could probably score. And could probably play a few instances of defense. Her me-bounds are on point. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen. Sometimes the easiest way to a double-double is to get your points and get your rebounds on the same shots. I don't understand why that's a foreign concept to people out here. Acting like goddamn criminal because she's trying to get a little stat pad up in this bitch. Sometimes wide open layups are the hardest thing in the entire game. Source, I airballed my first collegiate foul shot attempt. And it wasn't good. I think even the worst players in that tier would cook anyone that isn't above them. Like, depends on the type of game. The thing about Angel Reese and why she's kind of an exception to that versus somebody like Caitlin Clark who will just shoot 40-foot threes over you is Angel Reese can't shoot, she can't dribble, she can only post up and be physical. And her physicality is a lot less there when she's against, like, naturally a fucking dude that's very strong. So, like, the fact that she can't just go in and drop elbows on, like, a 160-pound point guard, honestly, I'd say less than 160. I'd say, like, a 130-pound point guard in the WNBA. And if, just the hypothetical, right, having somebody equally strength to match up against her would be a big thing. Now, I'm still probably getting cooked because I'm winded after 2 possessions, and she's been trained by WNBA trainers that we give the WNBA as much shit as we want. They're a legitimate organization with some of the best trainers in the entire goddamn world. They are way more in shape than my lazy ass is over here playing video games for 10 hours a day. Let me tell you what, if I had to run a singular set of sprints right now, I'd probably vomit. So, keeping that in mind, like, if it just starts out and we're both fresh, I can bump and grind. That's perfectly fine. I think we're about the same height. Angel Reese height. Wait. She's 6'3", 165. So I have her by 2 inches and 35 pounds. So not saying that I'm inherently stronger because that bitch is probably pretty strong. But I do have the big body on her. So that's fair. You're 6'5"? Yeah. I am relatively large human being. There's a reason I talk about basketball so much. It's because everybody in my life always said, well, you must play basketball all the way up there. And I said, yep, I do, and I will forever, and I will make it my entire personality if it's the last thing that I do. So I have done just that. Ever since that day. Last round, my entire bag filled from this bus. Uh-oh. Oh no! Sewer, why do you do this to me? I didn't run off the edge. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. I can't stand this boss. I have a trick for you that I found myself. Is it dashing into the wall? Because it doesn't matter if I'm reading fucking Sewer's message because I thought he was a friend. I killed myself there more than anything else. I didn't even die. I killed myself. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need a minute. I hate this boss. I hate this boss so much. This is a disgusting, hellacious thing. Push you into the front of the train you ride on and you survive. Weird. Weird. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Good day, Kimosabis. This is too short. I can't see him on screen anymore. I know. I had to go into my hidey hole real quick. I had to get to the bottom of something real quick. It was a bongski. I had to have a beautiful little break after that one. Bro, sometimes you have one of those deaths on a boss that really makes you question, motherfucker, what you're even here for in the first place. If it's all really worth it. I wish there were more MMOs right now, if I'm being honest. Like, I really have fun with this, but I yearn for a true MMO experience again that's not just like a 20-year-old game that people are playing on the nostalgia of and the fact that it simply exists as the sole reason to keep playing it. I really want something fresh, man. Guild Wars 3's in the works, I hear. Yeah, I mean, so is the Riot MMO, but like, in the works doesn't necessarily mean much at this point in time, as we've seen so many MMOs that were, you know, in the works that ended up getting scrapped, cooked, whatever, right? It is really unfortunate. That's kind of like where it's come down to, but at the end of the day, it really is that, like, so many MMO projects that were looking promising just ended up not making it out for various reasons, you know, whatever you may have. It's truly shitty right now for MMOs. It's really hard out there. Excuse me. Skrrr. Okay, we're up. Third of an economy, PvP and crafting is better once badly all together in a game. Yeah, Imagine if everybody was just behaving and acting just a little bit different with the whole Ashes situation. Imagine if everybody just got along and it was a slightly different story and we were still just playing Ashes at this point in time. We would have had secondary classes by now. We actually would have had secondaries in the game by now. It would have been crazy. Found out the world was a perfect place. Well, it is because I'm here. I've hit 20 in forever, and I just don't know if it's worth playing more. If level 30 comes around, we finish everything in the game, or we force a grind mobs level. I mean, no, because when level 30 comes around, you're naturally going to see, like, expansions in content as well. So they do have new zones already planned for the roadmap. So presumably when they upgrade when they up the level cap, they're also gonna up the amount of content that's available for us, and like the zones that are there. It wouldn't really make sense not to. So I don't really think you have anything to worry about from an explorative standpoint. When new zones come in, you're looking at more experience opportunities, more quests, more collectibles, more pretty much everything, you know. So I wouldn't stress too much about that side of things, honestly. I would explore and do what you want to do. And from what they've said, they don't want to wipe servers in between now and launch. I don't know how that's going to work. I didn't get my heals for that. No! Bro, I hate this fight so much. I literally hate this fight so much. God fucking damn it. Anyways. Yeah, so when level cap increases over here, like, they will be bringing in new zones, new materials from what they've said. They have also said, as developers, like, they don't want to wipe, which I almost think is a little bit interesting, to say it kindly. I think it's difficult at best, impossible in realistic scenario, to evolve a game from the point that it's at to a 1.0 launch without having a wipe on 1.0 launch to take out your accumulated wealth, especially with a 1 year plus early access. Wiping might be a good idea to think about it. Not even in a short term, but like at the very least a wipe before 1.0 launch, and acknowledging that this is early access, and in any game that will have any systems that bring people together, going into 1.0 launch with these characters existing would be such a detriment to growth, especially if any form of competition or friction is ever introduced, which something as simple as PvP gear, like, I guess what I'm done, already collected all the things. Oh no, so with a wipe, what would happen is like character data would be lost, but like your account data would stay. So your collectibles would I mean, in an ideal world anyways, with Dusty's wipe, like, your characters would get deleted, basically, for the 1.0 launch, but all of your collectibles, so your mounts, your transmogs, all that shit, would stay with your account. You would just have a fresh character for the 1.0 launch, so that way accumulated wealth isn't something that's going to be, like, a huge thing. But allowing people to keep the transmogs would be huge. I think they said there won't be a wipe. I know, that's what we're discussing right now. It's not a very realistic scenario, especially when we've already factored in, you know, that dupes exist. They have existed. And the entire economy of the game is already having to be reconsidered because of the existence of dupes, which will only be prevalent the entire way through the game. It's unfortunate, but there will always be a dupe or an exploit or a bug, and no multiplayer game is ever, like, sound or safe from those things. So, from the scope of somebody that's unfortunately, you know, played a ton of these games in development, you're almost, like, forced, whether you want to or not, whether you've said you won't or you've said you will, you're almost forced over the course of early access to completion with multiplayer games to have at least one reset along the way to knock out accumulated wealth. But that's how that depends on how they want to handle it. I'm not the developer. I'm just man who plays a lot of video games, right? So my opinion is just exactly that. It's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's correct or wrong or anything like that. But I do feel as though in any world where there is multiplayer content, not having a wipe, I'll level faster. Any of the wealth that I've accumulated from selling my materials to new players who are going to need it for crafting and leveling, because I've already stockpiled those, I'll have it before them. I slap that on the auction house, and I control the economy because of that prep. I have gear, if it remains non-bind on pickup or bind on equip, to recycle to other players as well, fully upgraded. I have upgrade mats stocked up, you know, all that stuff, right? I'm surprised too, I took a 2-day break and can still dupe without cheats. Yikers. Yeah, that's less than ideal. That is very less than ideal. Is it just like a UI dupe? Because, unfortunately, UI dupes are incredibly fucking common. Like, incredibly fucking common. Got 3 characters full of mats? Oh, yeah, and you're not even duping shit. But yeah, UI dupes are usually what I've seen in a lot of the early accesses that I played, where it's something as simple as, like, you open up a trade window in a game that has trading and then do something from the trade window and then it replicates it, but it's like looting a chest/boss and disconnecting your internet. I'm sure there's more than just that exists, though, in all fairness. Dupes are, unfortunately, aplenty in any multiplayer game, and there have been some silly geese that come in and they're like, oh, I can't believe that this game has dupes, rah, it's all terrible, can't believe they let it go through. And I'm like, well, what do you have to say about the fact that, like, WoW, after 20 years of live service, still frequently introduces patches that bring in dupes, bugs, exploits, all that bad that you're worried about now, and saying that they're, you know, terrible for having. They're like, probably like dropping items, have another character pick it up, that sort of thing. Yeah, it could also be that. Drop something, pick it up, force a rollback on one character. The thing about this game that a lot of people have, like, nerded out about is that they're worried that client-side authoritative means that there's going to be a lot easier potential for people to get third-party executables off and shit. Motherfucker just pushed me in front of a train. Jesus Christ. Anyways, it'll be easier to get third-party executables off. It'll be more likely to have dupes, bugs, exploits, all that shit. So, you know, it's definitely a valid concern, but pretty much every game that's multiplayer deals with some form of shit coming into the game. So realistically, I don't see this utopian society where the game's just not fundamentally broken in some capacity. Don't really care about dupes on level 20 items, but hopefully it's fixed before level 50. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing about it is, even when we're level 50, there's gonna be something. It's not a matter of nobody ever being able to find a dupe. No game is ironclad and completely safe from dupes, exploits, bugs, or anything in between. It's simply a matter of how quickly does the developer respond to these things, and how, you know, how accurate is their response in stopping those things from existing in the future. Because there's always going to be a dupe, always going to be a bug, always going to be something. But the developer response is what dictates everything, right? The existence of that dupe is only until the developers see it, find a fix for it, and it's a cat and mouse game. And it is possible for the cat to catch the mouse, but it's also very, very, very difficult. And frequently you'll have multiple run-ins between the cat and the mouse, and they'll always just be having that chase. It just doesn't happen frequently. So, I would personally say, if you are worried about, you know, dupes at level 50, hold on to your pants, because you probably haven't seen anything yet. Usually, a lot of people will reveal their hand early with this stuff. But the people that are like not just singular people that do this shit, rather they are organizations of multiple people that do it professionally. Once they get into it, and it's not just some dude hanging out that's like, oh hey, I found a bug with my character interface, and it's people who have a list of try to execute these dupes, run this software to facilitate this thing. That's when it really gets hairy. And those things do exist. Those are career RM tiers. Those are your G2Gers that are doing it as a, you know, as a profession. When money's involved, things get optimized real quick. And you want to know when we're going to see the money being involved? 1.0 launch, baby. We think that we've seen the end of duping and exploiting and bugs before 1.0 launch. Nah, you wait till the actual organizations get into it. The actual companies that go game to game to game with a protocol of these dupes have worked in other games. These are similarities for us to exploit. Look for these things, report back. And then as soon as they find something that's exploitable, it's not them doing it, it's a bot network doing it once they find the exploitable. They remain undercover until they deploy the bots, and then they deploy the bots in mass, and then it all truly goes to shit. Then everybody complains about the botting, and the RMTing, and the duping, and everything, and then people start asking for wipes. Cyclical. Cyclical. At a certain point, wipes preserve the economy. It's really unfortunate, but let's play a game called Tale of Toast, and I kept having a server crashes randomly. For like several times an hour. Discovered those because when you put a dot effect on a character in a PvP with a haunt, it crashes the server. It's such a weird interaction. It's a really, really weird interaction. People can knock on 14. It's pretty successful MMO. Yeah, I mean, it happens everywhere. Like, software exists for people to find vulnerabilities in it. And there's a reason why some people are literally career white hat hackers that go around and get paid to find vulnerabilities and flaws in software and expose it to the software developers for money so they can shore up the holes in their software. It's a legitimate field that requires very, very, very talented and intelligent people, you know? Imagine getting your first legendary and it's the one you need, then there's a rollback in 1.0, I'd be pissed. Why? How many games have you played in your past that you're no longer playing anymore, that your gear doesn't matter anymore? Like, just simply put, I wouldn't really be mad about losing progression at any point if them deciding to cook my progression led to the state of the game being better. Now, I may think of it differently because I grew up playing Diablo 2 as my first game, and I literally played seasonal resets. Well, not even seasonal, but ladder resets every few months. So, I'm very much like gonna need to re-get legendaries at a higher level anyways. Yeah, realistically, leading up to a 1.0 launch, we'll probably get level 50. But even post 1.0 launch, it's a live service title. We'd see level expansions eventually up to level 60 post-launch. Just logically speaking, unless they decide that they launch and then provide no further support for it. But even then, like, we're gonna lose all our progression, whether it's next week, whether it's next year, whether it's 2 years from now, whether they don't wipe and then they bring an expansion in. We're always going to lose progression and have to re-gear and re-prog at a certain point. It's just a matter of if it's taking, you know, taking off from where we left off, or it's a full wipe to establish an even playing field for everybody. And to a certain extent, Scorched Earth has saved a lot of fields that are now very plentiful and bountiful today. So sometimes Scorched Earth is the approach. Sometimes you have to raise the field so the flowers can grow back even more beautifully. And a lot of the time people are afraid to lose a little bit of progression with that. but they don't realize that their progression state would be so much better if the integrity of the servers that they're playing on were preserved. So, Cody, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Appreciate you coming through my go. Oh, shit. I fucked up. I fucked up. I hate this. This fight is genuinely the bane of my existence. That didn't hit me. No. No. Jesus fucking Christ, chat. Jesus fucking Christ. I get actual anxiety from this. This is the one fight where, like, no matter how good your build is, you can just get Bonnie Blued out of nowhere. Worst boss in the game? Or does that make it the best boss in the game by their definition? The rollbacks to be good for the game. No, that will still be pissed. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's entirely fair. It's perfectly reasonable to have a little bit of goddammit, I just found something. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's also the element that comes in where it's like kill one to save a million potentially. Where like, you know, having a wipe on 1.0 launch that would lose players would naturally be detrimental to those players that are lost. But to every player that would be kept out of joining a 1.0 launch because they would feel like the progression is entirely, you know, stacked against them and the deck is stacked against them, you may see a larger gain in players coming in on fresh starts for 1.0 launch because everybody's on an even playing field. You may find, you know, a better economy that's not impacted by dupes from day one. As a result of that, you may find less of a power vacuum, more engagement with players, more sharing the discoverability of content, especially if they have a 1.0 update, which they presumably will, which would be stuff that we haven't tested. So, when I think about it in the long term, I immediately lean more into the side of 1.0, nuke it all, burn it down to the ground, have every single person for 1.0 just start from scratch. I don't really see much that... Oh my god, wait. I got a hat. Holy shit, we are so up tremendous. I need to get these transmogs. Oh my lord. That helm is a huge upgrade for me. It gives me some raw crit and it gives me strength instead of the int. So now I think I have all of the int off of my gear, all of the dex off of my gear. So I have no wasted stats at this point in time, which is quite nice because I can use strength. Strength goes into my basic attacks. So strength is fucking massive. I mean, in its own regard, it's not necessarily the hugest scaler, but it does help Hive Sunder damage because that scales off strength. Does help basic attack damage. Faith being the largest scaler for me, but right now just naked 16.7% crit chance, 15.8 fervor without any buffs. And I still need to upgrade more. I'm liking this. Can I see your map? Yeah, of course. Are you trying to figure out where I was farming? Where I was farming for Ram, I was down here. You go to Munster's Crossing, and then like up around here, there's a little cave entrance that you can go to that'll take you up this way. And then you make your way back down, and I was in Cheese Station killing that asshole rat. Chuck is a fucking dick. But that's what I was just doing. Completed all the areas now. Oh, have you? Have you? What's your goal next? Do you have all of the, like, optional gatherables, too, in those areas, though? Like, do you have all the orbs and shit? Chuck trains are awful. Yeah, I do not like Chuck. I'm at the will and mercy of Shiro Games right now. Because I'm waiting on the quality of life patch that we're getting hopefully tomorrow. So I can try to get a B build going. But as of right now, the B build lacks facilitators because B Fury doesn't properly consume my stacks on my... Jesus Christ, that is horrendous. B Fury doesn't currently consume my stacks. Or not my stacks, my sunlight. When I have sunlight going. This is hideous. What the fuck? Like, that's actually just ugly, bro. I feel like I gotta keep the drip on. Jesus Christ. Free the B build. Bro, once they let me rip it, I will be ripping it. I hope that we get a patch tomorrow and that brings in a nice quality of life update, some bug fixes along the way. That would be phenomenal, if I'm being completely honest. That would be God tier. Because I want to run my bee build. I want to have a literal army of bees with me at all points in time. A mini-map? Yeah, without us having to run add-ons, a mini-map would be phenomenal. So that way people don't run the add-on mini-map. The loot tables being fixed. So asking about mage weapons. The best mage weapon right now is got through alt farming, unfortunately. But depends on what mage build you want to run. There are a lot of viable mage builds. I refuse to use an add-on. Same. I will not run add-ons. I don't support them at all. I hope that the developers actually go after people who create add-ons, like to the point of cease and desisting if they reach out and add-on makers refuse to take down their add-ons, as it is against TOS for third-party software. Just saying, I don't really fuck with add-ons that much. I think the creative suite of the game should be embraced. But basically, there's a lot of quality of life. There are current things that are very inconveniently gated. So when we look at the ephemeral heart to spark crystal pipeline, spark crystals are only gatherable through one quest that requires you to get 10 ephemeral hearts and then deliver those hearts to an NPC. They give you a crystal. Only thing is that's not repeatable. So to upgrade a legendary, one legendary, it takes 18 of those crystals, 180 hearts. And off of that, you also have to make 18 alts to upgrade that thing. It's fucking unfortunate. Like, really, really, really unfortunate that you currently have to make an ungodly amount of alts. $18 alts to level 20? Not to level 20. So technically all you have to do is get the hearts, and then you have to run the hearts out to here, Lee Van Cliff. Frank and Bob, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. You get the 10 hearts on an alt, run out to Lee Van Cliff from the starting area. You get them out, so it's super easy. But you just have to run here 18 times. You have to get 18 crystals, and that's to upgrade one weapon after you've farmed up 180 hearts. So I'm going to have my legendary Crab Shield, my legendary Bee Fury, and my legendary Pocket Hive, all to fully upgrade. I have 3 legendaries if this build gets fixed. This is what my gear will look like. I will be stacked, but I will need a lot of upgrading. A lot of upgrading. As of right now, I'm still using my blue Crab Shield because my purple one, or sorry, my legendary one isn't upgraded. Yarrow, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. So as of right now, I'm missing out on 7% damage reduction if I switch over to my legendary one until I actually get the upgrade materials to be able to throw my legendary one up to 3 stars. So I'm kind of in that rut. Now, another thing for the quality of life patch, once you exhaust the initial shards that you get, these, your spark shards, you cannot get more. We can grind spark dust, but this is from completing activities or killing bosses. I'm not getting any from killing bosses, and it's named mobs that are dropping them from what we've gathered, because those are bright fragments from DEing. They look similar, but they're not the same thing. And unfortunately, I'm down bad at this point on spark shards. Spark dust I can farm up like crazy. I can just go to the Crimson Farm for that. But the shards themselves, can't get unless you make an alt. So at that point, you're looking at making an alt and then progressing the map again on that alt, which will go a little bit faster because you'll have gear and shit, but it's still not going to be optimal. So the quality of life patch genuinely has so many things that it could cover, it could touch on. It's just a matter of what they decide to touch on. What game is this? This is Forever, my friend. Forever just came into early access. I think this is the 2-week anniversary of it actually going on to Steam. So it is an MMO light. It is very, very, very accessible on a solo level. You can play in groups of up to 4. There are boss fights, dungeons. There's a pretty sizable map with a lot of objectives throughout the map for you to complete. Pretty horizontal exploration. There is like level difference in areas, but there are a lot of mounts to collect. So you have mounts, you have gliders, and then you have companions. So you got like a little pet. I have a clown gecko out with me, so he's a little clown just like me. So you can get shiny versions of the pets, normal versions of the pets. There are a few different grinds, trade skills that you can get into. Trade skills, super easy to level, but all beneficial. But the biggest thing about it is it's extremely accessible. Clown? Wait, did you not see my companion? Hold on. I'll give you the zoom in. It's a clown salamander, sorry. Look. He's a clown. Oh, my shiny gecko? Yeah, I need to go get the shiny one from him at some point. But yeah, they have a lot of different companions that you can go collect. So this is turtle, a ladybug, whatever the fuck this sheep is. I got it in sparkling version. So you can get any of these. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you for the 5, brother. I appreciate you. You're a legend. Jesus Christ. You can get any of these in shiny version as well. So you could get shiny clown salamander by finding where the clown salamander spawns and then camping it back and forth and back and forth. In terms of the gliders, they have gliders like crazy. So I have an owl glider. I have raccoon glider. I have yellow dragon glider, moth glider, fishy glider. This is pumpkin glider and other pumpkin glider. So a lot of different gliders. I don't even have a fraction of what's fully collectible. And then on the mount side of things, I have a doggo. I have sparkly furry horse, ladybug, 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 all from different sources. And then 2 crabs from different sources. So again, a lot of different mounts. There's like a skunk mount that you can collect. Let's see. That looks like a rhino. I don't really know what all of them are, but there are a shitload of mounts. Shiny Turtrock is my favorite now. He do be cute. He do be cute. I gotta keep my clown on me at all times. It's just a reminder of who I am and what I came up as. I need that. I need that. All right, boys. Boys. I appreciate y'all coming through today. I have a Survivor season finale to watch. And honestly, it's kind of fucking hot. Kind of fucking hot. One last time on the title of the game. FAREVER. I will show you their Steam store. It is currently on sale, I believe. But FAREVER here. Keep in mind, while it's currently very solo-y, you also have this roadmap. Do I have the roadmap open like 3 times? I do. So you have the roadmap. Their roadmap includes more PvE content, more difficult PvE content as well. Level cap to 50, more class customization, more classes, more weapons, more trade skills, more horizontal prog. And then on the PvP side, you have duels, a PvP region, and instance battlegrounds with dedicated gear and balancing. And then social features like a guild system, an auction house, and a friends list. So as of right now, we don't have a lot of those things. But they have a lot that they're looking to bring in down the road that I think will substantially improve the quality of the game as it goes. So I'm excited to see it. I will definitely be here for it. I think there's a lot of potential here, especially when we look at how their retention has been so far. They've been doing incredible. So, boys, if it is your first time here, I appreciate y'all coming through today and every day. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Today is day 1055 in a row. If it's your first time coming through, do me a favor real quick before we raid out. Drop the follow so you know when I go live on the daily. I will be live tomorrow again with more FAREVER. You can see the OP Omega build in action as I try to chase down my final legendaries. You can see me trying to get all of my shards up on an alt so I can actually upgrade my weapons to their highest capacity. I will be blasting. I will be grinding. And I hope you guys are here for it. We're gonna go say what up to Darren's. He came through and showed some love before, so we're gonna show it back. Mr. Frankenbob, get the game. Let me know what you think tomorrow. I will be here. I will be here. Boys, I will catch y'all bright and squirrely tomorrow. Bright and squirrely. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Have a good night, you guys. Thank you. Also, Mike, I believe it's the boar and the chest.